Hey, oh, hey, the show's begun. Hi, everybody. Welcome to a Friday afternoon edition of Green Rush Live. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, filling in for our host, David Rabinovitz, who I could say is on assignment and make it sound really cool, but he's actually just taking the weekend off. I believe he's down in South Carolina with his bride. So we are going to be talking about digital payments in the cannabis industry. We also now have a member of the Marijuana Policy Project, Matthew Schweich, is with us. He's also involved with the South Dakotans' quest for cannabis legalization. And also, as always, welcoming one of our reporters from California, Christopher Smith from the American Cannabis Report. Hello, Christopher.
How you doing, Jimmy?
Good. I'm doing good. And not only do we have Christopher from California, but we also have a dear friend of the Pro Cannabis Media community, Ashley Elsner from Artery. Hello, Ashley.
Hi, Jimmy. It's great to see you again.
Great to see you again. It was fun in MJ Biz. I think at some point I saw you there, right?
We had dinner.
We did. Right. That's right. We did have dinner. Anyway,
we did end up catching up.
That's right. The whole week was kind of a blur. But,
it is a blur.
But we do want to start with Matthew, because there's a lot of interesting things going on in the South Dakota and Montana corridor. Matthew, can you give us an update on what is going on in your neck of the woods? And pretty much everybody on this show already is pretty upset about what happened in South Dakota since the vote was passed, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, I assume a sympathetic audience here.
Yes.
So South Dakota, a quest is a good word, odyssey, some part of Dante's Inferno, some realm of purgatory, perhaps. But we're going to get there in the end. I have no.
He's already.
So recap: we passed Amendment A and Measure 26. Here's the launch sign. Amendment A was a recreational law. Measure 26 was a medical law, and both immediately came under attack from Governor Kristi Noem. She tried to severely delay implementation of Measure 26 by a year. We actually won that battle in the legislature. She tried to pass a bill. We defeated her bill in a Republican supermajority controlled legislature, which was a great outcome. And then she went after Amendment A in court, and she filed a lawsuit to overturn it. They went after it for a number of reasons, but the one that ultimately mattered was a single subject rule. Interestingly, at first, her office denied that they had directed the lawsuit to take place. And then in January, she filed an executive order saying that, actually, from the very beginning, I was directing this lawsuit. So her office misled the public about the nature of her involvement in the lawsuit. She's also refused to tell the public how much taxpayer money she spent on this lawsuit. Ultimately, it reached the South Dakota Supreme Court, and the day before Thanksgiving, they issued their ruling to overturn Amendment A. They actually upheld the lower court's ruling against Amendment A. And I think it's a travesty of a ruling. I try to look at, I'm someone with a healthy respect for the judiciary. I think you need a population to have respect for the judicial branch to have a democracy in the long run. So I'm very reticent to really criticize courts and judges. But in this case, I feel obligated to. I think the ruling was terrible. And basically, they said that we did log rolling and that we tacked on medical marijuana and hemp onto a recreational bill. And they said the rest of the initiative's fine. So there was one sentence in Amendment A about medical and one sentence in Amendment A about hemp. And all it said was, by a certain point, I believe the date was in 2022, the legislature should pass laws on medical and hemp. And the reason that was in there is that we felt that if you're going to legalize cannabis for adults, it certainly makes sense for there to be a hemp law in place and a medical law in place. And at the same time, we knew that there was a Measure 26 on the ballot, so we didn't want to interfere with that. But in the event that Amendment A passed and Measure 26 didn't, there would still be a pathway to medical. Why should adults be able to use cannabis recreationally, but a 17-year-old with severe epilepsy is a criminal, and their parents are criminals if they try to stop their seizures? That doesn't make any sense. And what I think is and I'll stop in a second, what I think is so wrong with this ruling is that basically they're saying that a certain number of voters would have felt pressured to support Amendment A because it had medical in it. So, maybe they weren't on board with recreational, but because we bundled them all together, the voter would have thought, you know what, I better vote for this because I really want medical, or I really want hemp. I don't like recreational. The problem with that argument is the fact that Measure 26 was on the ballot and passed with 70% of the vote. Amendment A was 54%. So voters had the option of just voting for medical. And it's clear that they weren't confused. 70 versus 54% is a huge difference on election day. So there was no pressure to vote for Amendment A for medical marijuana reasons. And there was no confusion. So what is the basis for this? And I would challenge anyone to find me somebody in the entire state of South Dakota who thinks that Amendment A was just a hemp bill, or felt pressured to vote for it because they wanted hemp, because the legislature had already passed hemp. So I think it's really a terrible thing they've done. And the worst, perhaps, to just kind of pour gasoline on the fire, they waited 7 months. They took so long to issue a ruling, and they waited until after the exist for submitting initiatives for the next election. So if you're going to overturn people's initiative, at least do that ruling quickly so that those people can learn from that ruling and adjust accordingly. And they've also done a tremendous amount of damage to the public's faith in their elections, in their democracy, in their judiciary. I've heard it. I've seen it firsthand. Here in Sioux Falls, in the campaign office, people coming in to sign. So many people saying, I don't even think my vote counts. I'm only doing this because I'm pissed off. And I've had to talk people back into voting. And especially young voters, some of whom, registered and voted for the first time. Now they're thinking, why should I even bother? That is a tragedy, and something that was completely avoidable if they hadn't waited this seven months to issue a ruling. So obviously I have a lot of things to say about this, and I'll stop there.
Yeah, but it's good. And you can sense how upset you are too, Matthew. I can tell. And rightfully so. You got 225,000 votes in an election that now people are saying, what is democracy? Why are we even voting anymore? And I can understand the frustrations of the young people. Let me ask you a pointed question, though. When is Kristi Noem up for re-election?
She's up for re-election next year.
Isn't that convenient? So do you see this example perhaps costing her place as governor?
Well, gubernatorial elections are complex, but I can tell you a poll was just released that showed her with reasonable approval ratings, but her biggest loser was marijuana policy. Only 40% of voters agreed with how she's handled it. And so I think if she could go back in time, she would have done things differently. I think that cannabis has been one of her biggest political problems this year, and that I don't know if she would have not done Amendment A, the lawsuit, but I think she would have handled Measure 26 differently, because that was also particularly egregious. To come out and say, I want Amendment A overturned, and I want you to push back Measure 26 from July 1st of 2021 to 2022. Effectively, and in the meantime, no decrim, no interim decrim measure. Her position was that a cancer patient or someone with epilepsy or someone with serious health condition should face up to a year in county jail for 1 gram of cannabis. That was effectively her policy position after 70% of voters approved medical, which is like an astonishing level of arrogance and just a despicably low opinion of the constituents she represents. So I think she would do that differently. The degree to which cannabis plays a role in her reelection campaign, I think it could, depending on the candidate running against her. But whatever candidate runs against Kristi Noem is going to need to position themselves as a moderate. So to make cannabis the be-all and end-all of their campaign, or even their first or second talking point, is probably not the right political strategy, despite the popularity of cannabis reform in this state, because there's a whole bunch of other issues that people are going to use to decide their vote for governor. You don't want to too liberal if you're running against Kristi Noem, but is it a third or fourth talking point? And is it tied really into a bigger question of respecting the will of the people? Yeah, I think that is a weapon to be used against her. That being said, she's generated plenty of scandals all on her own, with nepotism and misuse of public funds. and basically, gallivanting around the country, raising money at fancy dinners with fancy people instead of running the state. So she's got other issues other than cannabis. I'm obviously no fan of hers.
Obviously not. And, this week we did have some news about the Safe Banking Act being pulled from the Defense Amendment budget. I know you work with the Marijuana Policy Project. What's the reaction? Obviously, it's funny, when they added the amendment to the defense bill, I couldn't understand why they would waste their time doing it. But now that they've taken it off, why go through that exercise, Matt?
Well, as we all know, there's just a lot of dysfunction in Congress. I don't like being a federal reform pessimist, but I have been for many years and remain one. I think the filibuster basically kills all policymaking in this country, not just on cannabis, but on everything. It makes policymaking close to impossible. There's a reason why the founders, when they came up with our Constitution, did not establish a 60% threshold for passage of most legislation in the Senate, because they were smart enough to know it would result in an extremely dysfunctional legislative body, and they were right. And somewhere along the way, some people invented this crazy filibuster rule that is crippling our democracy.
Yeah, I want to.
So this is much bigger than cannabis. If there wasn't a filibuster, there could be a path. But what I'll say is, I'm very sympathetic to people who said we don't want safe banking right now because we want more. We want criminal justice. Why are we helping the big marijuana businesses and not getting, not pursuing criminal justice, social justice? I get that. I'm just a strict adherent to a philosophy of incrementalism. So, I believe that incrementalism has served the cannabis reform movement very well over the years at both the state, at the state level, not just always going for full rec. Let's pass a medical bill. Let's build on that. Let's pass a decrim bill and then pass medical. So I believe in incrementalism. And so I would have supported those safe banking provisions being passed, even if it's in a trailer to some completely unrelated piece of legislation. Again, we go back to the dysfunction of the policymaking progress in Congress. But I'm sympathetic, but I wanted to see it pass, but I'm not surprised it got cut.
Right.
And I think
I want to bring in
laws at the state level, and at a certain point, it'll just be.
I do want to bring in Christopher and Ashley on the discussion here now, because we haven't had an opportunity to hear from them. You've heard from Matthew now for a couple of minutes, Christopher. What's your reaction to some of the things that are irking him, let's just say?
Well, it's certainly got to be frustrating to see something passed in a popular basis, in the popular vote, and then get ripped from the people's hands by a politician who's got a different agenda. And I totally agree with the position that, and in fact, it's a reason why, it's the whole entire reason why I'm an advocate as well, is because people need medicine for things, and especially for things that are not treatable with Western medicines, right? So we mentioned epilepsy. We know what the big conditions are that are commonly treated with cannabis, and many people find that it's the only solution for them. And this governor, by pulling away the right of patients to have medicine, to me is just cruel. It's just barbaric. And hopefully that kind of message, if there's messaging against her, Jimmy, you and I talked about whether cannabis is a right or left issue, and we both sort of agree, I think, that it's both, right? It's got something for everyone. It's got additional monies, it's got taxes, it's got jobs, it's got all these things. It doesn't have to be a blue or red kind of a thing. So hopefully they can take it out of that context of it's got to be a Democratic issue or it's got to be a Republican duty to kill it. Hopefully they can realize the common ground and get people like Kristi Noem out of the way who don't care about people. It's terrible.
Or democracy, I might add. Ashley, as a patient, is someone who has had tremendous success and results from using cannabis as a medicine. Can you walk us through a little bit of your story in an abbreviated view, if you don't mind?
Absolutely. So I am a cannabis patient. That's how I ended up joining the cannabis industry, actually, is that I found tremendous relief from it. I do have a condition that, so when I was 23, I was injured very, very badly. I'm disabled in one leg, have lost most of the musculature there. and ended up with severe nerve damage as a result of the injury. And there is not a treatment on the market that works for this except for cannabis. There isn't. And they had me on all kinds of different pharmaceuticals for years. And then my dad, who's a neurologist, said that he had read a study in his continuing medical education about, it was a metadata study regarding cannabis, and that it specifically works for the type of condition that I have. And actually, one of those conditions, well, a lot of the conditions have to do with neurological issues, right? So nerve pain, the result of cancer treatment, like these types of pains that really aren't really treatable with what people are used to using, like narcotics or opioids or different types of things. And you get limited relief from the types of things that they do prescribe, which is, SSR, I think it's SSRIs. They're a type of antidepressant. And one of the very common ones is gabapentin. Actually, they'll use that a lot in your dogs when they have pain, because they can't give them an opioid because they don't know how to dose it for the weight. And they're very concerned that they might have a poor reaction to it. So gabapentin has been sort of the go-to for any sort of neurological disorder, such like epilepsy and neuropathic pain, and peripheral neuropathy is a big one. Also with an aging population with diabetic peripheral neuropathy, all of these things are very well helped. Well, caveat, according to this study, because I am not giving any medical advice and I am not going to, say that this will necessarily work for everybody, but for me, it was an immediate and very, very dramatic difference. And, it was after 11 years of nonsense, of absolute nonsense. And, lots of medications just being piled on to try to deal. And in addition to that, you end up being prescribed medications to deal with the symptoms of the medications.
Yeah.
So talking about massively over medicating people with pain management disorders or with epilepsy or with, the results of cancer treatment, which have incredibly detrimental effects on your physical being as well as your mental well-being.
Hey, Matthew, I know you've heard stories like this all the time.
Yes.
And it's another reason why I'm sure you're as passionate about what you do. The medical question did pass in South Dakota. And where are they now? Have they opened up any medical dispensaries in South Dakota yet?
Not yet, but the licensing process is underway at the local level. Sioux Falls, where I am, issued 5 medical dispensary licenses. Other municipalities are issuing dispensary, cultivation, manufacturing licenses. The state has been moving forward. I think, and one thing people should know is that one of the tribes here, the Flandreau Santee Sioux tribe, used its tribal sovereignty to establish its own medical program that's in alignment with the state's, and has been issuing cards and selling medical cannabis to patients for many months now, and that's provided a means for access. I think one of the challenges right now is making it easier for people to find doctors who will issue a recommendation. I'm hearing from a lot of people, my doctor that I've been going to for years won't do it. And in fairness to the doctors, the process is still being clarified. But I think even when it is fully clear to the doctors, some of them will still be hesitant to participate. And so in the upcoming legislative session, which we're gearing up for now, we're going to try to pass a recreational bill, because that's the quickest way to uphold the will of the people. And we'd rather not do a ballot. I love winning ballot initiative campaigns, but I'd rather just get this rec law passed. But we're also going to be pursuing improvements to the medical law, including the access and the difficulty of gaining access, and making it easier for people to connect with the healthcare providers that can write that recommendation and give that patient the legal protection that they should have. The way I see it, if you're against recreational, okay, let's have a debate. But if you're against medical, you're kind of just a jerk at this point. That's how I see it, to put it in casual terms.
Yeah.
Just
Absolutely.
joking if you're out there and you're still on the fence.
Yeah.
Agreed.
We all agree on that. All right. So Matthew, this is the time of the day, 4:20, when we usually take our first break. If you'd like to hang around, you certainly can. We are going to get into that digital payment world and cash only, and why the Safe Banking Act gets used all over the place. And then, basically how do you do business with just cash? And there's some very, very creative ways to do that. And that's why Ashley's here, because she's a financial law expert. And we are hoping that she will not necessarily grill our guests, but at least discuss with them maybe some of the challenges that they might be facing down the road. So Matthew, I thank you for making the effort of coming on today. I do enjoy talking with you, and I wish you the best of luck out there in South Dakota world. And you know what? I think the will of the people will finally happen. It just is going to take a little bit longer than expected, or it should have. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, I think that is. And, since 2012, no state that has passed has repealed. This is the first time. So we have to hold the line here, right? We can't allow this precedent to be established. We can't allow this overturning of the will of the people to be normalized on our issues. So we're not going to stop until cannabis is legal in the state. I should be going because I got a bunch of volunteers to call through. But it was a pleasure joining you. I'm no expert in the payment space, so you aren't losing anything with my absence. Very nice to speak with all of you and to meet Chris and Ashley.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Matthew Schweich from the Marijuana Policy Project and the South Dakotans for the right way to do business and politics out there. We're going to take our 4:20 break. I don't need to explain why, but we'll come back after this with more. Don't go away.
I've forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works. It's time to realize it. grows in my backyard. It's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm gonna sit down in my rented car. I'm gonna jam it into drive. Gonna head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday.
Pro Cannabis Media programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be. Hey, look, it's Artery Pay. And who better to talk about Artery Pay than our pal, Ashley Elsner. Welcome back to Green Rush Live. I'm Jimmy Young, filling in for David Rabinovitz, who is on assignment, on vacation, I believe, heading south to South Carolina. And we also welcome in Eric Kaufman from Dama Financial. So we're going to start with Ashley. Ashley, tell us about Artery Pay, and then we'll go to Eric. Go ahead.
Artery Pay provides payments for the cannabis space via digital wallet and bank systems. So the automated clearinghouse system, which is much fewer moving parts. So easier to prove that what we're doing is clean. And we also have built the regulatory technology that's required to provide these services into our transaction system. So you've got a fintech regtech that is basically providing the Venmo for cannabis that makes it very, very easy for banks to say yes to the money. Very, very neat process.
There you go. Eric, it's always a challenge, but tell us a little bit about your company, which seems to be in every periodical I see. It's got a good brand. People know it. How's it going there?
Well, thanks, Jimmy. I appreciate that. Thanks for having me on, and Ashley and Christopher, pleasure to be here with both of you. It's going great. A little bit of background. So Dama Financial is the nation's largest provider of access to banking and financial services to the cannabis industry. What we do is we find FDIC insured banks that want to bank cannabis. But given that it's such a high risk category, they're not necessarily equipped to do so. So they partner with us to run that program on their behalf. And as an agent of the bank, we oversee all of the compliance, the BSA, AML, KYC, help with the reporting, walk with them hand in hand through their federal bank examinations. That's one side of the program. And then through that, we're able to offer a suite of services. And that includes everything from access to a bank account, interest earning account, bill pay, B2B invoicing and payments, armor car cash pickup and processing, merchant processing, lending. We have an integrated payroll solution, and continue to grow and evolve and add products and services, some unique to this industry, but also with the flexibility to service the industry. So as you said, yes, we are kind of everywhere right now, and it's been a great 3 years since we've been live in market.
There you go. Christopher, since you are our California representative on We Talk News and the American Cannabis Report, there are challenges, as you know, in your state. It's the biggest market in the country. You've got a vibrant legacy market in the Emerald Triangle. This is still a cash crop. And yet there are now some ways, like Ashley's Artery Pay, like Eric's Dama Financial, that can ease the burden of keeping books that are supposed to be all cash. What's your observation? And are these dispensaries that are legal entities in California, are they starting to take advantage of these services?
You know what I'd like to actually do, maybe just a little bit differently, but to hopefully answer your question is, there's obviously two sides of the financial problems with using cash only, right? There's the consumer problems of having to bring cash and not being able to use their debit card or a credit card, et cetera. But there's got to be also the whole other host of problems that we don't hear as much about on the side of the dispensaries and the consumer facing businesses, right? There's like a whole host of other issues. I would love to actually ask Ashley and Eric both, so if you talk to a dispensary client, what are the problems they're trying to solve? And and similarly, if you talk to a bank client who's nervous about getting into cannabis, what are the problems you can solve for them also? So I'd love to hear those two business to business kind of issues, if you don't mind.
Eric, why don't you go first and then Ashley go second? Go ahead.
Sure. I mean, if we step back and we say, just use kind of common sense, say in your everyday life, if you removed your bank account, how would you operate? Just forget a business, just your personal everyday life.
Sure.
How would you pay your bills? How would you pay for gasoline? How would you pay your taxes? How would you buy stamps, right? All these basic things. If you take all of that out and you try to run your personal life, now factor that into business, trying to pay payroll, having to go to City Hall every month. I mean, it's just a incredibly cumbersome process. And one of the things that continues to drive the illicit market, right, with the overcompliance, the taxation, and just the day-to-day struggles. So some of the things that you're seeing, one product that I neglected to mention, but I think particularly at the retail level, you're seeing a lot, in terms of theft, whether it's employee theft or external theft. So you could solve that with a smart safe, and the smart safe is bolted to the ground. When the money goes in, it's insured. We provide provisional credit, so when you deposit the funds into the safe, you have access to it into your bank account next business day. So just quicker access to your own funds. And so I think you have just your everyday day-to-day struggles, and then you have kind of the bigger headline news struggles. But there's so much below the headlines that is just challenging to running a business if you don't have access to transparent, compliant banking.
Sure. Ashley, what do you think about, are you hearing some of the same things or?
It's definitely a challenge. I think one of the bigger challenges that we face actually as financial providers in the space is being able to clearly help the dispensaries and other cannabis businesses understand how they're required to run their company in terms of the financial services and products that they use.
Okay.
Very, very tricky one, because of course they feel like they're exactly the same as every other business, and but for a stupid federal prohibition, they would be. Actually, the only market that's not able to go to the international market for high risk processing. They're the only industry that can't use credit card processing directly, and frankly, the systems that are doing it in an indirect fashion don't use them. They're like, if you can't do it directly, it's legally not okay for you to do it indirectly. That's true with financial products as it is with, deciding that you're going to put a head out on your spouse, right? It's the exact same thing.
Frowned upon.
Yeah, and so it's more than frowned upon. The thing is, there's substantial risks that they're actually taking on as a result of the fact that they can't get adequate support in the financial services industry. And, a lot of that actually comes from exactly what, Eric and I work on, which is getting the banks to be more open to working with the cannabis space. But yeah, there's theft, but there's also the security issues. Frankly, it's actually an issue for the community if you have rashes of thefts going on in the community, because a lot of them are probably going to be perpetrated at gunpoint. And you're talking about big money. You're talking about also access to product, which has a street value. Basically, it's a double whammy. You're not just stealing the money. You can take that. They're basically knocking over a pharmacy with a cat vault.
Right.
It's very, very problematic because they get a double whammy where the money is stolen as well as what they're trying to sell. So they're, from an insurance perspective, The insurance is much more expensive in cannabis. And even some of the financial service provisions. Well, part of that is really unavoidable because it's much more expensive to provide financial services to the space, but it's also very, very difficult to secure things like cash. So it is very, very important to actually get them onto a digital payments platform that's not shenanigans.
Not shenanigans.
Great.
Yeah.
Shenanigans. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're making a great case for why, I think it's Ed Perlmutter, who put out the safe banking bill in the first place. It's a public safety issue is what his argument
It
has always
100%
been.
is.
Right?
100% is.
Yeah. So now here's an interesting. So the Fresh Toast put out an article about how the Biden administration's impact on the cannabis industry so far. And they're making a claim here that the Biden administration has also created a framework to make it easier for banks to do business with marijuana related businesses. Eric, are they making it easy for you?
But look at, at the end of the day, it's a high risk category.
Yeah.
And even once it's federally legal at some point in time, it will still be a high risk category. No different than online gaming or gaming in general, or alcohol or tobacco, firearms, right? And so at some point it will be federally legal, but it'll still be a high risk category. Right now, it has some teeth into how you're supposed to do it, right? We have the Cole memo and we have the FinCEN guidelines. So is it gotten more definitive since those? Not so much, but even once it's federally legal, you'll still have financial institutions that are hesitant to get into it because inherently banks are risk averse and conservative. That's their business, right? So it will always be a high risk category, probably the highest of high risk, in our lifetime. And, even if you look at it now, prohibition, which ended over a century ago, there's still only a handful of banks, major banks, that bank it on any scale. And that's because a dog has just made a guest appearance and a cameo into our podcast here.
Wait, not just any
Sorry,
dog.
he has an opinion he wanted to express. Sorry.
Sorry. And by the way, Eric, just so you know, while we're in this Zoom room, okay, and we could see each other, the show is being switched by my man, Dan French. So sometimes the audience doesn't get the fact that the dog actually made an appearance. Okay. Just for clarity.
We did have a cameo for those who didn't see. A very cute dog has joined Ashley on screen.
Dan did a good job of directing. He punched it up, and now where's Keanu? Come on, make another appearance, Ashley. There we go.
Keanu. Perfect.
And Keanu, and that dog travels with Ashley because she needs that dog alongside, right?
He is. He's my service dog.
Perfect.
There you go.
My son has one also. Well, not different dog, but same purpose.
Yeah, he's highly portable, and he's a very, very nice little guy, and he has a lot of opinions, and really loves the cannabis industry. He says that everybody who does cannabis is his friend. He says, and he supports the industry.
He's very articulate for a dog.
Yeah, he's very articulate. He speaks. Unbelievable.
He speaks very well for a dog that never says anything.
Fantastic.
Christopher, you got anything? I've got a technical situation that I've got to address. So just for like 30 seconds, I'm getting a little signal that perhaps the AC adapter that drives the camera that I'm looking at may not be plugged in properly. So Christopher, this is a great opportunity for you to just kind of take over for a couple of seconds as I step off camera. And this is good stuff. This is behind the scenes stuff, right? I just have to make sure.
No one will ever know. No one will ever know what you're doing.
Yeah, sure. But actually, I think people like to know the fact. This is what happens when you do live talk shows. You have to be fair with your audience because they know something's going on, right? So anyway, go ahead, Christopher. 30 seconds. You're the host. Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to host for 30 seconds, and I'm going to say I'm surprised just on a personal level that I'm still hanging it together because I got my booster shot yesterday, and I felt like I've been stoned ever since, and I haven't done anything, but everything's a little loopy. So anyway,
I got mine last week too.
Oh yay! That's
vaccinations. Thumbs up.
Eric, how you doing, Eric? You boosted?
I got my third about 3-4 weeks ago, so I am good.
Look at us all doing the right thing.
There we go. And there's Jimmy.
Vaccinated? Are you vaccinated, bud? He says he's vaccinated.
Vaccinated. Good.
Are you chipped? Shit.
We were, I was at Hall of Flowers the last couple days, and they were great and being very diligent in checking, making sure everybody's wearing masks and vaccination. It's a great show. They did a really
Excellent.
nice job.
Excellent. And is a Hall of Flowers? Is it mostly? It's mostly for cultivators and retail, or mostly cultivators, or I mean, how do you guys fit in there?
It's mostly for brands and
Okay.
and dispensaries and buyers.
Okay, good.
They have some ancillary business services, which is where we fit in. But primarily brands and buyers. This was the first time they did it in Palm Springs. Santa Rosa was earlier in the year.
Sure.
And it was a great show. A little smaller, just one hall, which I actually thought was fantastic because it was more compact. You were able to see everybody. A little more serendipity of physically bumping into people that or you've been trying to meet. So it was great.
It's not bad. How do you guys feel about the new deal that just closed with, or I don't know, it closed, but whatever, the Harborside Loud Pack Urban Leaf deal, a big consolidation going on here?
I think it's a sign of what's coming down the pike. I think we're going to see a lot more of that, and I think it's great. Three wonderful companies that have come together. They're best in class, and I think it's good for all the people at those companies. And again, I think it's a sign of what we're going to see to come. I think there's going to be a lot of consolidation, either out of necessity or strategic opportunities.
So now that I'm back, I do have a question about that. Is the strength of the MSOs and these merger and acquisitions that continue to happen, is this a good thing for the industry? And what impact does it have on social equity applicants, the people that want to have an opportunity to get into this business, and because they've been victims of the failed war on drugs? So is our acquisitions good for the industry? And I all three of you probably have opinions about that.
I'd like to propose a solution where actually, these could be really good, because one of the things that these large MSOs could actually do is provide incubators for some of the social equity applicants. So, Harborside has been incredibly active with the Last Prisoner Project and things like that. And so social equity is definitely something that is top of mind with them. So I would expect them to bring some of that thunder to the rest of the organizations as well. Certainly, since they do a lot more of the retail, publicly facing types of things in there. So they'd be very well positioned to actually help promote social equity programs through businesses actually developing incubator programs for social equity. And I actually think that that you could see some really great opportunities come up in that way if they were willing to, kind of put forward that. I don't know that it's coming quickly, but I feel like they could go there. And I think some of them will.
There you go. Eric, what's your feeling? Certainly from your perspective, I'm guessing that you guys have a decent part of the market and you welcome these kinds of acquisitions, I'm going to guess.
Yeah, I think whether you do or don't, they're happening. And I think it's kind of the natural evolution or maturation of the industry. Mm-hmm. And I do think it's a good thing. It's fairly fragmented. When you look on the tech side of the industry, there are a lot of integrations, but I put that in quotes because they're not real integrations. They don't create a seamless, great customer experience. And with the M&A activity, I think you're going to see a lot of that improve, a lot more streamlined, integrated solutions that benefit not just the dispensaries or the cultivators, but also the end consumer. So I think that's good. I think it'll create a lot of value for the industry. And I think, what Ashley was saying, there's a tremendous amount of merit to that, because if you can consolidate that, you can rally around it to really drive change. And we've done the industry as a whole has done a terrible job, in my opinion, on the social equity front. We got a lot of positive headline news followed by negative headline news because we haven't made good on the promise. And you give a social equity applicant a license, but don't equip them with the tools or the capital or the resources to execute, then you're just setting someone up for failure. Absolutely. And it's
exactly right.
It's been terrible.
You're talking about a heavily regulated industry. So frankly, the consolidations are necessary because it's very, very expensive to make sure, I mean, everybody on here can say it's very expensive to run a compliant business in a regulated space, period.
Yeah.
Eric and I can talk about that all day because like, finance is heavily, heavily regulated. Like whatever financial product or service you're trying to offer, each of them have their own rules. And the same is true for cannabis, which is, if we're being really honest about it, it's mini pharma. It's a state regulated, pharmaceutical-ish product, regardless of whether it's recreational or medical. I mean, it's still being used primarily for, well, I shouldn't say primarily, but I would say that, okay, this my buddy has decided he's done. He lost interest. He was like, meh, regulation, meh. It's like, I'd rather talk about social equity. Me too. But there's a lot of, it's difficult. And one of the things that people fail to understand about the cannabis space with how heavily regulated it is that makes it incredibly expensive to operate in the space in a legitimate way. And generally speaking, if you're talking about somebody who's coming from a background that isn't a business background, it can be challenging to run a business that's not regulated. I mean, just a regular retail business on Amazon, that can be challenging in and of itself. And then you're slapping on top of it, a bunch of regulations where it's like, oh my gosh, I have to read through what, and it says what, and I'm supposed to do what from that? How am I supposed to parse this out into what I'm supposed to do? How am I supposed to get the systems that I need that are appropriate to the needs of my business that are actually going to satisfy these requirements? Do they? I can't really tell. I mean, how do I tell the difference between tech provider A and tech provider B? Sure. And the things that Eric and I have certainly run into quite a bit, I'm sure, I would assume that you guys have run into this a lot as well, is people misunderstanding that just because you want a specific service doesn't mean that I can always give it to you. And that has to do with the laws and regulations that apply to the financial space, right? So, I mean, it's an exercise in really extreme levels of maturity to operate in a regulated space.
I want to mention what's going on in the chat room right now. We have a cannabis celebrity chatting it up with David, who I don't know if he's at 30,000 feet or he's still in the terminal. I'm not quite sure, but Captain Hooter is in the chat room. And if those of you who don't know who Captain Hooter is, he has written the definitive guide to the Amsterdam cafes. And like every single one of them he's gone to, and has always been kind of a cult hero in the cannabis community. And I know he's watching because I just talked to him about an hour and a half ago. So we want to welcome Captain Hooter into the chat room. Now we can get back to this. So here's a question for you guys and my two financial experts here. Are we ever going to see Amex, Discover, Visa, MasterCard, or does it have to be federally legal to ease those issues? Am I right?
For credit, I would say that you have to have a change at the federal level and the legal side.
Okay.
I don't know whether it would be safe banking that would bring them in. I sincerely doubt it.
Right.
Because one of the challenges that you actually have in providing financial services in a legal way in this industry, as it stands because of the federal prohibition, is that actually you have to treat each state market independently.
Right.
You have to have systems that allow you to keep those transactions all cordoned off in that individual state. And none of the major providers, including the big, so none of the consumer brands, whether you're talking about Wells Fargo, Bank of America, or you're talking about Visa, MasterCard, Amex, none of them are set up to operate in a state-by-state basis. So it would be almost impossible for them to legally be able to provide the service based on their current operational setup. And it's, again, if they're dealing with a state-by-state basis, it's very hard to make the financial argument to make the changes to your systems, because that's going to be an extremely expensive overhaul. Eric and I are lucky because we got to build our systems from scratch. So it was very easy for us to come in and basically apply best current technology to these problems. And also, with our knowledge of the financial space, be able to set it up in a way that eases our regulatory burdens and makes it a more streamlined flow. And it is applicable to other high-risk spaces, but not in this way, because they don't have the lack of interstate commerce support that because we're not allowed to give it.
Right.
No,
Do you
Um,
mind if I ask a quick question to Eric? Just if I can just pop in there, which is a lot of people's, of course, the reason that cannabis and banking are so problematic is because cannabis is on Schedule 1, right? Is there a schedule level that would allow banking to open up, or does it need to be descheduled entirely? I'm not sure where we are.
I don't. Well, one, I agree with Ashley. I don't think the Safe Banking Act is going to impact that for Visa, MasterCard, and the like. I think it has to be both federally legal and descheduled. Descheduled to which level? I don't know, but it's definitely not Schedule 1.
Right,
So it has
sure.
to
Or
be
two.
scheduled. And
Or
I
two, yeah.
think it's probably 2. I think you're right, at least 2. And so
Three,
no,
actually,
no.
three. One more down, one more
Right.
down. Yeah,
It's
but
3.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's very, that gets overly technical.
yes, until both those things happen, I don't see the card companies getting involved.
We're stuck. Okay, yeah.
They kind of can't. I mean, just based on their operations, they just kind of can't.
Too much paperwork, too many forms, too many.
And to be clear,
No. It's a systems overhaul. They have to change their entire systems to actually be able to support it on a state by state basis, which they honestly, like, that's a really, really expensive proposition.
Oh, so they don't like expensive.
And
Only
yet,
expensive incoming.
Sorry, I'm a fintech person. No, they're not very good about wanting to adopt new systems.
but also as big as this industry is to us, think about it from their perspective.
Yeah.
Right. So
Right.
there you go. And just to reiterate what Ashley was alluding to earlier, the Safe Banking Act does not do either of those things.
right.
Okay.
Doesn't deschedule, and it doesn't make it federally legal.
And it's the 280E clause that has the most of the industry strangled because they're not able to write off regular business expenses like any other business would. And so therein lies another problem for getting, any movement at the federal level. Excuse me. Go ahead, Christopher. Come on. This is where you step in, buddy.
Well, I think what you're suggesting is they need a new revenue enhancer, right? To replace it is what you're saying, right? I don't know. Gaming. I don't know. Something else.
Some people have suggested an excise tax, but
To me, there's enough variables that there'll be something for everybody, but they haven't come up with the right formula yet, whether it's decriminalization or descheduling it to Schedule 3 or complete federal legalization with a regulatory board. They can't even figure out hemp in Washington, D.C. The FDA still hasn't put out any kind of regulations about hemp, for crying out loud. I do think that they're trying to force the FDA to come up with some regulations for hemp and at the federal level. But we have yet to see anything like that.
Jimmy, you draw a good parallel there with hemp, because even if they legalize cannabis on January 1, it's another 12 to 24 months before everything gets rolled out, right? And as you've seen with hemp, it's been longer. So,
Right.
It does not happen overnight.
Yeah, it's a big machine.
Go ahead.
No, just it's a big machine. Agreed.
Right.
Agreed.
Well, yeah, but look, I'm of one who's very frustrated with that big machine. Okay, because I think that we're dysfunctional right now as a country. That for some reason, well, we know many reasons, they just can't find middle ground. And here is a medicinal plant that they don't understand. Which is probably the biggest factor in getting anything done in Washington, D.C. You're working with a product that they've been told and grilled for 80 years. They said, oh, this is evil. This is going to be, once you start with cannabis, you're going to end up with some other drugs. And in the meantime, our drug companies continue to push out those opioids to kill the pain that you might have after surgery. So we have a long way to go towards any kind of reform. And I think the first step has to be education of our elected officials. And I don't know about you, Christopher. Have you heard anything about that? Are they taking workshops? Is there homework? Have you done your cannabis homework, Mr. Senator?
I find that most of the politicians seem to have cannabis on a way lower level, obviously, than all of us do. And if you think about, the pandemic and some of the other challenges, those are the things I think they're trying to prioritize. It just doesn't, there doesn't really feel like any kind of really, really strong motivation on the federal level to push forward. And I think it's got the same problem. I mean, this is political a little bit, but it's the same problem it's always had, which is that it doesn't have a champion, right?
Right.
I've said this before, the different industries that are competitive with, with cannabis on the medicinal side or hemp on the industrial side, each one of those other competitors has a champion. Whether it's, the Confederacy, I suppose, Confederate States in terms of textiles or whatever, all of them have a champion, and cannabis has always lacked a champion. And that's why one of the reasons why I keep getting kicked around.
Right. Well, one of our champions is Dama Financial and Eric Kaufman, who has always been out there for us. And I really appreciate the fact that you're willing to take the time out and come on and talk with us. And I hope in the future we'll get an opportunity to talk more about some of those other activities that are legal in our society, like sports. Okay. And we can actually talk about that too. I know you have a hard out at 5 o'clock. I did see that note fly by me on the screen here in the Zoom room. So we're going to go a little early to our break. So Eric, can make how do people get in touch with you, Eric? Because I know that the more business you have, the better.
Well, thank you for that advertisement. I appreciate that, Jimmy. Sure. It was a pleasure coming on, and looking forward to coming back again. And Christopher and Ashley, great to share the time with you as well.
Love to see you.
Just visit us at damafinancial.com or email me directly at Erick, ERICK at damafinancial.com.
Terrific. Great stuff, man. All right. Thank you. Great to see you. We are going to take a break here, so we'll come back right at the top of the hour. Don't go away. Green Rush Live continues after this. Pro Cannabis Media programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
Difference is building a solution for that individual. Not just a custom, here's a box, here's a video, here's how you make your VMS. We custom design and custom build every situation for exactly what the customer needs. And we keep the costs low. We have multiple tiers, as far as what you're looking at on the cost side of things. If you want a one-time, where you just pay one initial cost, we have that. If you want to maintain your system and have the highest protection and highest capabilities and highest upgrades at all times, we have different plans for you. But we scale it so it's scalable and affordable 100%.
So I think there's one very important difference between me and most of my team members and other cannabis accounting firms, especially outsourced cannabis accounting firms. With a lot of the other firms, you're going to find bookkeepers or folks that were accountants for their entire career, but they were junior accountants. I've spent most of my career alongside CFOs at public companies with thousands of employees, public companies. So much of my career wasn't spent in the debits and credits. It was spent with the CFO, CEO, COO of large public companies, working on strategy, working on planning and big initiatives, working on projects such as mergers and integrations. So that high level experience, along with being able to do the debits and credits and having members of my team that also have fairly senior experience and also members of the team that are junior and can do the bookkeeping at a little bit lower cost than some of the people with the experience, gives our clients a much broader depth of experience than a lot of the other firms where you're hiring someone that is just a bookkeeper and can't help with the strategy side of it, or someone that's been an executive for a long time and can only help with the strategy but can't help with the hands-on.
Welcome back to Green Rush Live for a Friday afternoon. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media, and I am filling in for the very capable new host of Green Rush Live, David Rabinovitz, who will be back in, I don't think he'll be in studio with me next week. I think he too is still traveling. However, this is an opportunity for me to say we have a big announcement next Friday on Green Rush Live. It's all good. It will be our last show of 2021. It'll be a recap of everything that's gone on. We're going to solicit the audience for what they think is the top cannabis story of the year. And we also have some fun videos that we might share about some of the lighter moments, both behind the scenes and in front of the camera, as we round up and wind up a great year for Pro Cannabis Media. We actually got an award that I'm teasing you about, so you'll have to tune in next week to see what that award is. But
Right.
I'm pretty proud. I'm pretty proud of it. And people like Christopher, who have been great in contributing to us, will take part in that award too, I hope. And we're going to ask everybody who's been on the show over the last year to have an opportunity to come in and wish us a happy holiday season for 5 or 10 minutes and then move on. So that'll be next week. There's a couple of other announcements that I'm not going to make until next week. But again, it's worth tuning in to see what went on. Now we get back to our financial discussion, and we welcome in a friend from KindTap. Her name is Cathy Corby Iannuzzelli. Did I do it right?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
That's a tough one.
I know.
All right. So Cathy, tell us a little about KindTap, because I always tell people, there's now a credit card for the cannabis industry, and it's KindTap. Walk us through what KindTap is and how it became, how it is doing, and also how it came into existence.
Okay, happy to. And thank you for having us here today. I've been listening in and enjoyed the first part of the conversation. So
Thanks.
KindTap is the first digital payments product for the cannabis industry that is delivering compliant credit, revolving line of credit, and bank-based payment programs for consumers and retailers. The product came about when we had some cannabis people and some payments people, all very deep expertise in their domains, come together and decide that it was ridiculous that you couldn't pay for cannabis the same way you pay for everything else. And so we set about to solve the problem, just refusing to believe that it could not be solved. And what we ended up creating was a closed loop network. So while we have a revolving line of credit product, it is not associated with Visa or MasterCard or Amex or any of the large banks. Rather, we have created a private network where the retailers join, the consumers join, and we are the lender to the consumers, or we facilitate the movement of funds through our bank partner from their bank accounts. And so it's completely compliant, and it solved the problem because it doesn't use like a digital wallet where the consumer has to think ahead and move money in. We tried to remove all the friction points to make it be just shopping for cannabis, paying for it is like in any other industry. And we've been live with our bank pay product, which is pulling from the consumer's bank account since the spring. And we went live with our revolving line of credit in the end of October of this year. And so we are literally serving customers from California to Maine right now.
Wow, fantastic.
Isn't that fantastic? Just to hearing that, it makes everybody smile. Ashley, as a financial expert in law, and did you think that this day would ever come where you'd have a company like KindTap able to create it on their own?
Yes, that's the only way actually to do credit for this space, consumer credit in particular. Actually, the only way to provide payments in this industry is you have to stand up your own brand. You cannot rely on the traditional providers for the reasons that we already talked about earlier, where frankly, they're just not set up to do it. But I will correct one thing. A digital wallet can actually do a direct pull and not have to do a prepay. That's how we do it. I mean, it acts as a payment gateway as well. It's not required that you actually pre-fund it. But it depends on what you're doing. So we do both. We do both on ours, but we do not provide a consumer credit facility. That's really the main difference between what Cathy has built and what we have built.
Right.
But it's the same principles where you're standing up your own brand. You're delivering the service through an easily accessible mechanism for the consumer. I would, depending on how they're doing their consumer line, that actually, of course, is going to have a consumer credit application associated with it, in addition to normal KYC. But at the same time, this is legitimate. This is somebody who is actually legitimately trying to solve this and has put a lot of thought and effort into the crafting of a product, the same way that we did. A lot of thought, a lot of effort, a lot of expertise goes into creating a legitimate fintech product. And this is something that has been sort of lost on the industry, that there is a difference between people coming in and claiming that they can solve the problem based on the exact banking and stuff that's already there. And frankly, engaging in a bunch of trickery that they're calling, one of my favorite ways that they term this is they say it's a proprietary technology that allows them to do XYZ. And the bald-faced lie. That is a bald-faced lie. And it amuses me when I hear that, because I can read between the lines of okay, you guys basically are using some form of miscoding. Because I've done compliance. Cathy is the same. She's worked internal to financial institutions, and there's a big difference between somebody who has done either sales or tech, and somebody who's actually worked internal in a financial institution, providing the operational support, either in legal or compliance or accounting, or those kinds of things, and actually understand the way the financial systems work and what's involved in delivering these products, because it's very involved. It is very involved and very expensive.
It's not something, if I can jump in here, it's not something you do overnight. We worked on KindTap for 3 years. And,
right.
It was a real focused effort to figure out how to make it work compliantly for the cannabis industry and for the payments industry.
Right. And for the banks in particular, because what people also misunderstand is that the main consumer banks, the big consumer banks, they actually control 80% of the consumer cards that are out there. They really control that space. And so what they say goes, and that's true for all of payments, right? And you have to get access really through a bank, and have to find a bank that's willing to work with you. And so the business development is actually, and the process development, that's what takes time. And that's what takes expertise. And people have flat missed that because they're focused on what is the consumer experience. And yeah, you can build an app for a couple $100,000 that a consumer is going to look at and be like, yeah, it looks the same. But that's not the delivery of a financial product.
Cathy, what's the process? And are you in dispensaries now with like a sign that says, hey, download this app, quick credit check, and you can finance your weed? I mean, are there signs up in dispensaries that tell you how to do it?
Well, we took a little bit of a different approach thanks to COVID, which is as the industry pivoted to delivery and online ordering with pickup, we realized that it was the e-commerce applications that were key right now. And so we integrated with several e-commerce applications. And so the experience that we present to the consumer is when they're in their shopping cart, they are presented with the option to pay with KindTap. And if it's the first time, we take them through an online application process that includes real-time credit decisioning. And in 1 to 2 minutes, they can come back with their completed first order, either drawn from their line of credit that we've just established with them or from our bank pay product. And then after that, every time they're at that e-commerce site, they push the button to pay with KindTap, and in about 1 second, they get the authorization response back and their order is complete.
I mean, we've lived to see the day where you can finance your weed. I'm sorry. I just think it's fantastic. Okay. I mean,
Well, can I talk about that for a bit? Because
Sure.
we had lots of ways to think about how you offer credit in this market. And we didn't want people indebted to us for the rest of their lives, paying the minimum 2% balance and paying us interest forever. But there was a lot to be said for the ability to get some liquidity in the market. Let's say it's Wednesday afternoon and I'm running low on my funds, payday is Friday, and I walk into a dispensary and I have $120 in my checking account. Whether I use an ATM, whether I use an app-based purchase, I am not going to spend a penny more than $120 because I don't have it. But now with our credit product, I can show up on that dispensary on Wednesday and buy what I want. Or the retailer, the dispensary, can promote impulse purchases, and I can say yes to them because I'm no longer limited by the amount in my bank account. That to me is really where credit is going to add value. It's going to allow consumers to spread the timing of their visits, not so much around payday, but when they need product. It's going to allow merchants to be more effective marketers and merchandisers because they're not going to be limited by the $100 in cash that I walked in with, and that's it.
how many dispensaries are you in Massachusetts, where I know your legal team lives, that's for sure.
We have a very heavy presence in Massachusetts because it's a place where our client success team is based out of Massachusetts. And so that was a logical starting point.
And do you have any idea how many dispensaries you're in the state right now?
We're still keeping that quiet, but we have a very big presence.
Okay, that's fair enough. I can't wait to see it because I'm really big on curbside pickup now because I've had a medical card since 2013. And, I know what works and I know what doesn't work and I know where to get it and I know how to get it. And I'm looking for that pop-up, I guess, at some point, right? That'll say, hey, did you know, right? KindTap is here, or we're using KindTap. So I am looking forward to that. Christopher, when you hear this operation, how amazing, someone who's been in California forever, or at least for a long time, and covering the cannabis scene. And Cathy, you're in California now too, in some dispensaries, you said.
Yes.
Have you seen it, Christopher? You're on mute, by the way.
No, haven't seen it yet.
Okay. Ashley, have you seen it by any chance in California? I know it's a big state.
Not yet.
Right. I know that Christopher can take 1,000 miles on the weekend and not leave the state, in a car,
All
right?
I tell you.
But there are, the good news is, Cathy, is you are operational. You are taking orders through your system. And have there been any issues? What's the feedback from the customers that have been using it?
Well, I would say that as with any new product, there are things you learn about how it's working. And we continue to tweak it. But I think the biggest issue is just for consumers to get their head wrapped around it. Wait a minute, I can get credit. Is this really credit? And they're surprised when it comes back and it's like, holy cow, what did I just do?
Right.
Hey, Cathy, quick question. I asked the question just in the last hour, but I was talking about how there's sort of the two sides, obviously, of the business. There's the consumer-facing stuff, but then there's also the stuff with the dispensary itself, the dispensary or cultivator, whichever, a business, and they've got to pay bills too, right? And so if you're a cultivator, you probably can't have a bank account based on that business because of all the issues with Schedule 1, et cetera. So is your product useful on the side of the business owner as well, dealing with their ancillary services and their product and all that sort of thing? Or is it just consumer?
our focus, well, we provide the acceptance to the merchant. And so the retailer has to have a bank account in order to work with us. But as
Okay.
long as they have a bank account, we solve their consumer payments. We're not more broadly. We have a partner company that provides a broader set of financial
Got it.
services, especially on the lending side. But what we have found, especially in California, is that we get a retailer who wants to offer our product, doesn't have a bank account. And so we have a string of bank partners who we introduce them to so they
Okay.
can get their bank account.
Yeah, it's a
A
tricky
huge
part of
challenge
all
in
business.
California.
Sorry,
There-
Ashley, go
there's
ahead.
definitely- So there's not enough banking access in California actually to support the cannabis industry at this time. Even though there are more banks and credit unions coming in, but it's a substantial challenge to overcome for a lot of these dispensaries out there.
I was
And
going to ask.
I'll just
I have
add
more on
that,
the
Go ahead, Kathy. Go ahead,
yeah,
Kathy.
I'll add, we had one merchant we were talking to in California, and we asked them who their bank was, and they said JP Morgan Chase. And we said, okay,
No.
thank you.
Yeah.
Not with us.
Sorry, guys. No.
That doesn't work that way. So Ashley, you alluded to the fact that there are more banks making it easier, credit unions, banks, whatever, making it easier to play in the cannabis sandbox, if you will. Do we know how many out there? Is it dozens? Is it hundreds?
It's not what you want, actually. Across the nation, you've got, so the FinCEN reports say like, oh, there's XYZ number of banks in the space, and credit unions in the space. That is not true. There is XYZ number of folks reporting that they have caught cannabis businesses in their banks and credit unions, right? That's what's happened.
Wow.
Very, very misunderstood. They're misunderstanding the data. They're misreading it. They're misreading it to say that more banks and credit unions are banking it when that's really not the case. Now, in most states where you're seeing like brand new markets opening up, like Oklahoma, I guess we're going to have South Dakota pretty soon, hopefully. Still fingers crossed there. It's not the timing we wanted, but still coming down the pipe. You start seeing a few, one or two that'll dip their toe in, but you really don't get the level of support that you need in any state right now, except for potentially Massachusetts. Massachusetts is probably the Massachusetts and Washington, actually, state of Washington. Those are the states that, the regulators engaged with the financial community prior to opening up their cannabis programs. And that made a substantial difference in the number of financial institutions competing in the space, offering services in the space. Even if they're limited services, it's better than the backyard full of cash, in pits in the backyard, like dig it up and that's not secure. That's not safe. It's also not good business practice. Let's be really honest here. And frankly, nobody's going to trust you if you're keeping your cash in the backyard. No one. So like, it's almost impossible to make an argument it just makes it very, very difficult for us to be able to provide those digital processing services of any kind if they don't have a legitimate real cannabis bank account. But in most states, that's not that easy to come by. So you see multi-state operators with them, of course, like they do fine, and the really big companies do fine, but a lot of the local shops still really don't have adequate services. And the good news is there are some networks developing out there. So Dama's got a network, Safe Harbor's got a network, Abaca's got a network where you've got, brokered deposits where they're kind of running the program for them and providing sort of a service in that way. And that's enticing a few more to come in, but you rarely are, there's almost no adequate levels of support for your average cannabis dispensary or business. And actually the dispensaries have an easier time getting bank accounts than you start going up the chain. The growers, it's almost impossible to bank them.
Wow.
It's hard. It's really hard. So it ends up being a challenge.
Yeah. So Kathy, I'm sure you followed the news, and we talked about this in the first hour, that safe banking amendment that one side of the aisle tried to tap onto the defense budget got pulled. And what is your whether safe banking passes or not is not going to affect KindTap? Am I correct?
That is correct. I heard the discussion in the previous segment and completely agree. Just because safe banking is there, which I think safe banking is great, and I hope it passes to encourage more companies, more financial institutions to offer those basic banking services. But that doesn't mean that the large national banks, international banks, national payment networks, international payment networks will say, oh, safe banking, I can start banking, or I can start accepting credit cards in cannabis. That's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen. But they can sign. They may be more willing to work with a KindTap company at that point, don't you think?
Oh, well, the point is there will be more financial institutions banking the dispensaries, which is a prerequisite for working with KindTap.
Yeah, gotcha. And then we have to say this, that it's legal states only. I mean,
yes. Licensed operators.
Well, I would add this, the retailer has to be licensed and in a legal state. We can lend money to a consumer to purchase cannabis as long as we're licensed in that consumer state. But of course, the product only works when the retailer is in a legal state and selling legally.
There you go. And I'm guessing that certainly the patients that have medical cards that use this product medicinally, some who struggle with cancer and are using it, people that have had operations or whatever. I'm guessing that they welcome the fact that they now have access to this product that they can finance, if you will. I know what I want to ask you, because I've asked you this before. Can you share again the APR that you guys have out there? And I know that it varies based on your credit report.
Well, it varies based on the state, but our goal is to keep it at a reasonable rate. It's a fairly high risk product, so it can't be, given away without interest. But we're targeting something in the 20% or less range, which for a revolving line of credit. And we also have structured the payback so you can't be paying us back for 5 years for today's purchase. We have our terms look more like a buy now, pay later, where you're spreading it over several months rather than basically postponing ever paying for it and just paying interest for the rest of your life.
Right. I remember when Frank Siegel came on to announce that KindTap was happening. He made the analogy that it's like the old Diners Club, where you have a few months to pay back your whatever you charge. Let's just say, right? Well, that's terrific. What's next for KindTap now that you're out there? I mean, I'm guessing now that the sky's the limit with 18 states that are legalized. Are you actively going after each state at this point?
Yeah, we're actively seeking partnerships with the e-commerce platforms that have the presence with the state, with the various dispensaries out there. I would say that the place we're turning our attention to now is engagement with the consumer, so that the experience is more than just, okay, I made a payment. A lot of the products like Artery Pay, they do a good job of making a payment, but there's not much more. We're trying to make real consumer engagement with things like loyalty. And that's where we're headed.
I don't think you've looked at our product recently, because we also do loyalty and all of those other things that you guys were talking about.
Play nice, girls. Play nice.
Sorry to correct you, but no, we do all of those things and more.
She's so proud. By the way, I think it's great that we have two women that are in the financial arena, if you will, and both have products that are working in this space. And I think that's a great thing when you get right down to it. Christopher, I know you too respect the other gender, if you will. Are you starting to see more and more women getting into the cannabis space? I really do. I've always championed women in cannabis. And even a couple of years ago, we sponsored one of the conventions down in Vegas. Are you starting to see more and more women getting into this industry?
Well, yes and no, I think. There are some instances, it seems to happen a lot, or at least the publicity seems to happen a lot around the dispensary space. So if a women-owned dispensary opens, you'll see some noise that way. What I wish I would see is more, say, equity across the way of, when the big deals are done, the big announcements are made, it's always a guy in there. It just doesn't need to be. The opportunities don't need to be, I don't know, targeted or whatever. It just doesn't need to be this way. Really, I think that cannabis has so many opportunities to do all forms of business differently than have been done in the past.
Yeah. Cathy, is there any access to funding for companies through KindTap in any way? Or is it strictly the consumer? Or at some point you guys expect to expand into that lending, I guess, but I have a feeling I know the answer to that.
Yeah, KindTap, no. KindTap's consumer is on the retail, or market is on the retail payments, but through our venture partner, Credit Force, we do lending to the industry.
There you go. I knew there was another entity that did that in some of those emails I've sent out and what have you.
Right. We're a venture company under Credit Force.
Got it. All right. Well, Cathy, is there how do people, should they be talking to their dispensaries? I will tell you right now, when I go to my dispensary, I always say, when are you guys getting KindTap? Well, what's that? Right. I get that all the time. So I get, the question, I'm trying to spread the word for you.
And I appreciate that. We're taking through the end of this quarter, we are taking a slow approach of being out in several merchants in more of I'll call it a VIP opportunity for consumers, so that we can, as I said, make sure everything works. We are not about, blast it out in the market and then deal with issues when you've got a lot of activity out there. Coming from the payments industry, I know that 99% of the time, everything goes right, smooth, no problem. It's that 1% that can be a problem with those edge case errors. And so we are really focusing on making this be smooth and seamless and frictionless, so that when we do open up broadly in the market to consumers everywhere, that they have a great experience from the first time.
There you go. All right. Cathy, I so appreciate, first of all, I wasn't sure you were going to make it. I'm thrilled that you did. I appreciate you taking the time out on your Friday afternoon to join us, and best of luck in the future. And please say hello to Frank and the whole team out there.
I sure will. Thank you all so much.
All right. And we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with more of this show after this. Don't go away.
So I think there's one very important difference between me and most of my team members and other cannabis accounting firms, especially outsourced cannabis accounting firms. With a lot of the other firms, you're going to find bookkeepers or folks that were accountants for their entire career, but they were junior accountants. I've spent most of my career alongside CFOs at public companies with thousands of employees, public companies. So much of my career wasn't spent in the debits and credits. It was spent with the CFO, CEO, COO of large public companies, working on strategy, working on planning and big initiatives, working on projects such as mergers and integrations. So that high level experience, along with being able to do the debits and credits and having members of my team that also have fairly senior experience, and also members of the team that are junior and can do the bookkeeping at a little bit lower cost than some of the people with the experience, gives our clients a much broader depth of experience than a lot of the other firms where you're hiring someone that is just a bookkeeper and can't help with the strategy side of it, or someone that's been an executive for a long time and can only help with the strategy but can't help with the hands-on.
Difference is building a solution for that individual, not just a custom, here's a box, here's a video, here's how you make your VMS. We custom design and custom build every situation for exactly what the customer needs. And we keep the costs low. We have multiple tiers, as far as what you're looking at on the cost side of things. If you want a one-time, where you just pay one initial cost, we have that. If you want to maintain your system and have the highest protection and highest capabilities and highest upgrades at all times, we have different plans for you. But we scale it so it's scalable and affordable 100%.
All right, welcome back to the final half hour of Green Rush Live. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media in the host chair. David Rabinovitz is on assignment. I believe he's heading towards South Carolina, a great little state in the South. And I'm so happy to still have Ashley Elsner from Artery Pay with us and Christopher Smith from the American Cannabis Report. Ashley, in the break, you said you guys have a new product coming out. Please tell me it's not similar to KindTap, is it?
Well, no, actually, like KindTap is frankly
unique
to us, except we don't do credit.
Right.
So, but that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Like actually, when people follow models that are similar to ours or have designed models that are similar to ours, because there should be repetition of fairly similar products supporting the space. They should look like this. That's the thing. Like a legitimate provider stands up their own brand in this industry right now, because of the issues with providing financial services in the space and the reticence of the traditional providers to get involved. But what we have that we're starting to push out now, which is wonderful, and I think something that actually dispensary owners are really going to like, is now there's been a change to the Apple Store policy about cannabis apps.
About Apple Pay, right? Being able to be used?
No, Apple Pay still cannot be used.
Oh, sorry.
No, because they're still part of that same Wells Fargo, Chase, MasterCard, Visa, that kind of network. They don't really do the payments themselves. They provide a gateway, right? It's a digital wallet in a way that basically is sort of cold storage for your financial products. And what do I mean when I say cold storage? That's something that people in the crypto space know what that is. Basically, it's using your phone as a wallet. Yeah. So all of your financial products and actually putting them on your phone to be used instead of carrying them around in a physical wallet. So imagine, gentlemen, if you didn't have to sit on your wallet anymore.
I've moved it to the front pocket a long time ago. Okay, I just want to say.
Right, but still.
That would be too.
Yeah.
Front pocket, right? Everybody has had to move it to the front pocket because it causes postural issues, right?
Right. Exactly. And I'm totally out of balance, as everybody knows who knows me. Okay. And I'm talking about physically and mentally a little out of balance. Everybody recognizes that with me. It's okay. It's part of my personality. What'd you say, Chris?
It's obvious.
Right. So what I was getting at there is that your phone can actually act as a wallet for you. And the exact same thing as carrying around a wallet, except it's your phone. So it's a digitized wallet. So what does that mean? And so a wallet itself, you can store financial information securely. It's much more secure actually than your actual wallet, which you could leave on a bus.
Right. Or somebody could be very successful at popping out the wallet from your front pocket and walking away with it. Right. Which is horrible.
There's a number of different ways that it's actually less secure for you to be carrying around cards and actually using one of these secure wallets that have very, very high security requirements because it's still a financial product. Right. I mean, Apple Pay, for example, very good digital wallet. Apple has excellent security, right? You really don't have to worry about people stealing your stuff from Apple. Or not generally speaking. Of course, there's always risks, but I don't want to say that ubiquitously, but
Hey, I
generally
just want to remember my Apple ID, okay?
Right.
Which I forget all the time, and have to recreate it. And that's a hassle too. But it is important, with all these hacks going on around the world. People's information is just being shared everywhere. Right?
You're talking my language here, because I've kept up with all of the scams, and I could tell you the general premises where they originate, and it is not having to do with your digital security. It in fact usually has to do with user error.
Oh,
yes. What ends up happening? Yes. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. What happens is the same thing that we've seen in the political game, right? Where somebody gets you afraid of something, and so you react irrationally and give them something you shouldn't be giving them.
Right.
That has been the primarily format of scamming in the last 2 years during the COVID crisis,
Right.
as well as romance scams.
So
I
get where I was going was, how important is two-factor authentication for any financial exercise online these days?
So I would say that there's a number of different authentication mechanisms that are much, much better than just having password and ID. And my hope is that actually we're going to be shifting to that. Two-factor authentication is good.
Mm-hmm.
There are better ways to do it, where actually you send a one-time code.
Right.
That's much more secure, because you have to be in control of your phone, one of your items, to be able to do that.
Right.
Two-factor authentication does confirm control as well, but actually it also gets over this, my password was compromised, because people pick poor passwords. I mean, this is one of the easy things to do, is people frequently put in it'll be like their birthday or their kid's birthday. You can pull that stuff off of your social media profiles in a hot second.
Right.
It takes nothing and then what ends up happening is they will either attack you directly, or the other thing that they do is actually they will create their own fake personas using your information, your phone number, your data.
They steal your identity.
Financial products. Yeah. So these are the kinds of things that we look for in the financial intelligence side. So we don't talk about this a lot, because it has to do with the provision of services in the financial space, and it gets really into the weeds. But the best way to protect yourself from these kinds of security compromises in a digital world are to choose passwords that are really, really, really hard to do, like to crack, like basically not personal information.
Yeah.
Not anything that can be linked back to you. So pick something random. Right.
Not Keanu 123.
Yeah, use different passwords with different accounts. I mean, these are the kinds of things that you would hear from security professionals, and also in your business training, they always tell you pick a difficult password. Don't let it be the same thing as other passwords that you use. And the reason why is because if you compromise my data from like a Facebook hack, for example, not saying that they've been hacked, but if that were to happen, if I use that password for like my Amazon account, now they can go in and order things on my Amazon account.
Right.
Sure.
And actually that happened to my dad.
So how often should people
Not funny, but it was
their passwords and or use those suggested passwords that pop up when you do make a change?
I mean, I would say that you want to do that. And frankly, I know we're all like trying to remember our passwords and stuff. Do you care if you have to go back and reset your password every time? I mean, basically the one-time authentication passcodes is the same thing as going through and resetting your password. It would be the same thing, and it's faster, it's easier, and it is in fact more secure.
Huh.
Yeah, changing it all the time has got to be the very best defense, right? Of course.
Oh, probably, yeah. I mean, certainly changing it on a regular basis is not a bad thing. And there are great password. I don't mean to be talking about this. I should be talking about my product, but there are great password softwares out there that will give you one password. You keep one password and you can sign into all of your different accounts with different passwords for each of them in these like password vaults. So password is an example. Apple actually has that on their phone as well.
Right.
These password things.
All right. But more about Artery Pay. How do people sign up for Artery Pay? How do people get it on their phone?
Okay, so Artery Pay is a wonderful low-cost solution for dispensaries. And what we are rolling out as a result of the changes to the App Store policies, which Google's got no choice. They're going to have to go through an update as well if they haven't already done it. But frankly, this is a competitive pressure that's going to make a distinction between the products, and so they're going to have to do the same thing if they want to remain competitive with Apple, which obviously they do. So basically the App Store policy has changed where you can actually have cannabis apps on there, and that means dispensary apps. So what are we able to do that even KindTap can't?
Ooh, good question, Ashley. What can Artery Pay do that KindTap
that nobody
can't?
else can right now?
Great question, Jimmy.
Thanks.
We can power in-app payments, and we also provide a white labeled payment solution for the dispensaries. We actually rolled it out earlier this year, and it's something that dispensaries really like, and it allows them to control the ordering process, the payment process, and the consumer engagement process, all from a single app. So what we were talking about earlier with these, kind of siloed systems sort of integrating with one another, but really not talking to each other and really not doing a very good job. This is a consumer app that actually is really, really nice for the consumers. And they can see, specials, they can see, all kinds of other things. They do get rewarded for purchases. But this allows us to operate anywhere in the United States. And it's a Starbucks app-like experience where you can order. Sure, you can pre-fund, but you can also do a direct payment, and it goes directly to the dispensary's bank account in that instance. It's really a direct payment from the consumer. So it's like they're handing digital cash over.
Are you thinking, obviously, if I'm a dispensary owner and I have this kind of app, I want to make sure I can also send messaging automatically.
Yes.
When you opt into a rewards program at a dispensary, you immediately give them your information, so they'll be sending you texts on, hey, there's a special this week. It's actually one of the only ways that a lot of these dispensaries can advertise or reach out to their consumers. So
correct. And here's what's really nice about this, because it's a financial platform, and because we've KYC'd everybody who's on there, because we still have to do that. That's still part of
what's KYC? Come on.
Know your customer. So it's a due diligence process. It's a due diligence process to make sure that the consumer is not a bad actor. That's what you're looking for. Know your customer. That's what that's about. Is basically you're looking for people who are engaging in some sort of a naughty on the financial side.
Sure.
And that's true on the business side as well. Know your customer is looking for naughties in the financial side, naughties in the business.
Without naming companies, how many are naughty in the digital payment world right now?
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay.
I do not have an answer for that.
Is there one in particular? Is there two? Without naming them, you know what I mean? You can say, well, I know this one or that one, without saying their name. And what do they do that causes you, being an expert on this, to raise your radar a little bit, like oh, they're going to get in trouble.
Shift in my chair, yes, there are definitely systems, but they're not the app providers.
Gotcha.
That's who's doing that. There are basically anybody who's providing a card processing system at this time that is intended to get at something that's already sitting in your consumer's wallet. Those are the ones that make me shift in my chair. Because those ones certain ones of them can actually also extend liability for the naughtiness to the dispensary as well. So it's not just the fintech that would get in trouble. It's something that actually could have legal implications, and I don't mean regulatory implications, I mean legal implications for the dispensary. The other thing is like those things get caught, and if you're caught using those kinds of things, you do end up on the terminated merchant file, and that makes it really, really close to impossible to get financial services and products in the future for your business. And that's like, I mean, we're already talking about how lack of banking in the cannabis industry is kind of the kiss of death. And it really is. So yes, this white label product is wonderful.
Okay, I get you. What you guys are both in the California market. Every time I read about California, it's always a doomsday. It's like, oh my God, we're screwing this up again. What is the biggest problem in California when it comes to regulations, just in general, guys? Christopher, you must have some insight on this.
Well, I think there are the two: regulations and over regulations, difficulty of getting a license in the first place, the capitalization requirements for licensing, which is so prohibitive for the social equity applicant. Right. And I hate to say this as in a paternalistic kind of way, but maybe more, I've read this so many times as a general rule that I think it can't be not true, can't be untrue. But the regulatory process, I started in the industry on that side of things, actually helping people get their licenses in the various states around the country as they became legal. And we were really operated like a law firm. I mean, we wore coats and ties. We were not a cannabis company in any other way, really, except that we helped people get into that business. So the regulatory process is so complex, so dense. The requirements are so dense. I mean, and a funny thing, I think also Los Angeles, we are the biggest market within the biggest market. Logically, Los Angeles would be the centerpiece of cannabis everywhere, and it's absolutely not. A big problem, I think, and I don't know what all of the problems are, because I know that Kat Packer, who's the head of the organization here in Los Angeles, is a quite brilliant woman. I mean, I think she has her maybe master's and her JD or something. I mean, she's like total rock star, smart, but she made I think a big requirement of social equity in the licensing process. And that has been problematic, is my understanding of it. The social equity applicants had more troubles, but because they were prioritized, then everyone was stuck behind those troubles. I mean, that's in a nutshell. That's my understanding of Los Angeles. Afterwards, sort of downstream a little bit, of course, is the high taxation we have in some of our jurisdictions. As I said in our Weed Talk News, it's up to 45% in some areas. Well, obviously, yeah. So obviously,
yes, that's real, Jimmy. That's real. Up here in
45%,
about 40%.
Yeah. So what happens is all of our products. On the legal industry side,
and
that's
before 280E, by the way.
Yeah, that's just the retail number.
That's not the federal ridiculousness. That is California ridiculousness.
So that's California alone, taxes that are collected at the retail moment at the, point of purchase. Well, what that means is that all of our products on the legal side are at least 45% more expensive than anything on the unregulated side. It keeps a thriving market in the illicit market.
So
it does. It makes it prohibitively expensive for consumers. Prohibitively expensive.
Sure.
So if the purpose of legalization was to get the legacy market to go to the legal, they're not making it very easy to do that. In fact, just the opposite, right?
Agreed.
And did they miscalculate? Did the people that were involved with this, did they miscalculate the fact that, now that it's legal, I'm not going to go to my guy anymore? I mean, in other words, personally, I like it because I like it that I know that it's been tested. I know what's in it. I know who grew it. I know where it came from. That was a big one for me.
Sure.
But what, in California, if you're looking at that as an example, they're not setting a great example for the rest of the country. If the rest of the country is looking at California and say 40% tax, that's crazy.
Sure.
It is crazy.
I mean, no wonder Humboldt County is thriving, for crying out loud, right?
Well, kind of. It depends on how, what part of the news you hear up in Humboldt County. A lot of them are very just simple, small farmers, right? Small business, small farmers. And Humboldt County, in a giant branding sense, they have a potential to be the Napa Valley of, they could brand themselves that way, but that is a major effort to develop that kind of thing. Napa Valley didn't just happen. It costs a ton of money and a ton of organization to get there. And the cannabis business is the rec side is young here,
Right.
So that hasn't quite happened yet. Yeah. So there's a lot of regulatory problems out here for sure. But certainly I think also the regulations become prohibitive for people trying to get into the business. Ashley, I'm sure you probably see that as well, right?
Oh, yes, definitely. Actually, I would say, and I apologize for saying this, but, like the political scientist in me from the East Coast can't help but comment on California's general dysfunction in any sort of enforcement, any sort of regulation, any sort of law application. They're just wildly dysfunctional in terms of how they try to approach the corporate space in general. Anytime you see legislation that is designed to fix a problem, there is immediately a hole punched in it by a legislator in order to make sure that those corporations can still do basically exactly the same behavior. So it's one of these things that I got to do a project in Brazil when I was in law school, which was fantastic. But one of the things that they commented on with respect to compliance, and I think this is very true in California in terms of the government, in terms of the way that government acts towards business here, is that there is this deference to the voters, which is good. But then there is this undercutting of the intent of the law, which is bad. So basically you have a wildly inconsistent application of law in California and regulation in California. And I'm not saying that they get it right everywhere. I'm not. It just happens that I have noticed that this is one of the major dysfunctional aspects of California. And part of the reason why you see so many economic death spirals occur in California, like the real estate market is a disaster, the cannabis market's a disaster, the tech market's a disaster. All of this stuff is a disaster on the corporate side. And that is primarily as a result of a lack of, I think there's just like a lack of understanding of economics in California legislation and regulation. So it's exactly what Christopher is talking about. If it's prohibitively expensive for a consumer to go to the legitimate market, where do you think they're going to go? And with all of the, California's expensive. Like it's almost impossible to have like a reasonable lifestyle out here because everything is expensive because there's just such a poor use of the government's resources. Like
Jimmy, yesterday,
government's power.
Yeah, Jimmy, yesterday, just to back Ashley up on that number, yesterday there was a story, I believe it was maybe in the San Francisco Chronicle, that if you make $300,000 a year in San Francisco, you are middle class and you're struggling. 300,000 and you're struggling.
Yes.
Wow.
Half of that immediately goes to your rent.
Yeah. So that's just to put it, just to put a real number on that, right? Of what the issue is.
So guys, how do you fix it?
Oh, I have some answers, but that won't happen. Again, like everybody in California needs some economics lessons.
Right.
Like basic economics. These are not complicated ideas that, black markets occur because you prohibit behavior, but the behavior doesn't go away because the demand is still there.
The original prohibition problem. We should have learned from that. It's all writing on the wall. Like the original prohibition, there's one thing that was a legacy from the original prohibition. One thing was successful: organized crime. Everything else fell away. But organized crime is still here. It still thrives because it was created by prohibition. And now we have prohibition of cannabis and the war on drugs and all of that. We have exactly the same thing. We have this massive network of illegality, because the demand, like Ashley said, the demand is there and the demand will be met.
And I will add that it creates all the social problems that it's supposed to fix. It creates them.
It sure does.
It's extremely expensive and a waste of money. Like, actually, I could balance the national budget just by legalizing drugs.
Here's another statistic.
National budget, because we spend so much on incarceration, on the justice system, on law enforcement. And there's such a, you have like both the governmental waste, you have the economic waste, and then you have the social waste, the impact to these communities that are more heavily impacted. And that's as a result, again, of these prohibitions, which make zero sense.
Yeah. Wow. I just did a little study real quickly. I just did a real quick study on expungement. Apparently there was a Stanford University report on expungement, for example. This is cleaning up people's, dirty cannabis records from sort of back in the day, right? Apparently the value that's brought by expunging a record is $5,800. And that is new wages, new opportunities, new taxes that the expunged person will be able to now acquire, and also the reduction on the costs by the state of incarceration and parole and all that stuff, right? $5,800 is the number. So if you multiply the number of people that are still waiting to be expunged times $5,800, you get a giant number.
And by the way, that's an upward mobility factor as well, because once you're being incarcerated, no one will hire you. So what are we doing? We're basically providing job training for them to go back into the black market. Like, what are you doing? You're creating the crime that you're purporting to fix. It's insane.
Yeah. Hey, guys,
I don't mean to be
there's
excited,
a lot of these,
but it's true.
no, there's, and I don't know what, I'm an optimist. I'd like to think that somehow, some way, California's going to figure it out. But you guys are out there, you live in that area, and you're not very confident that the leadership that's in place is going to be able to do anything about this.
I think there's a culture with the leadership in California. And I don't want to say that individually they don't have good intentions, but much like the negotiations that just happened where safe banking got yanked out of the defense bill, kinds of negotiations happen and lobbies happen and private interest happens. And, we don't outlaw private interest. We don't. But, like, for example, we had a voter referendum that was supposed to fix the fact that, Lyft and Uber treat their employees as contract workers. And so they don't have to provide benefits. And, there's advertisements on the TV running constantly that were from Uber and Lyft, where they have some actors saying, like, I'm happier being independent, when that's not what an independent contractor is. They misunderstand that independent does not mean you're not employed, not an employee. That's not the same thing. Gig work can still be employed work.
Yeah, Microsoft paid billions of dollars on the whole gig work concept. It's been 20 years now, or 10 at least.
Yeah.
It's still the same.
Well, guys, we're not going to cure all the problems.
Yeah, we can't fix California in one session.
That's for sure.
I don't think so. We need Keanu back. I think he's got ideas. Where is he?
He's asleep on the couch.
Oh, he's asleep on a pile of blankets. It's actually.
There you go.
By the way, if I was Keanu, that's exactly what I would be doing right now. Don't bother him, Chris. Come on, man. You kidding me? Friday afternoon nap.
He created a nest of all of the blankets and sweatshirts that I have downstairs, and just on top of them.
Okay.
Perfect.
Ashley, how do people get Artery Pay?
Okay, so Artery Pay, they should contact me, ashley@arterypay.com.
Yeah.
I have a website. It's basically going to take you through a form, but just contact me directly. And I'll be up speaking also in San Francisco next week at Canavest, talking about payments, banking, financial services. Unfortunately, it's the end of day on a Friday, but feel free to bring your blunt. Nobody's going to have a problem with it there. And, we'd love to see you there. And if you're a dispensary group that's interested in a white labeled payments ordering application experience, or you have an application where you would like in-app payments for an application that you already have, come and talk to us. We are very, very good at fintech, and I am absolutely anal about making sure that our services are sustainable, reliable, and legitimate.
There you go. And you get to work with Ashley. And I tell you, I'm just so happy that you're a friend of Pro Cannabis Media. You know, we've got to hang out a bit, you know, not just on a Zoom call. That was very cool. Christopher, I know you wanted to be there at MJ Biz, but I know you had some car issues, but at least those have been fixed. So now you could go 1,000 miles in your state and still stay in the state.
And still stay in the car, I worry about it. Yeah, I gotta be careful of that.
So I want to thank you both. You guys get big prizes for hanging in for all 2 hours of Green Rush Live. I really, really appreciate that. Next week, if you do have the time, pop in for 5 minutes to wish us all happy holidays. But if we don't, a happy holiday to you guys. And always, Christopher, I really appreciate your work on We Talk News, which now has 10 different reporters from different states all over the country. We have truly created a cannabis coast to coast news show, and I'm very proud of it. And it does follow this program live. And perhaps the thing that I'm most proud about, guys, is I don't have to anchor it anymore because we found a better replacement. Okay. Elena Pinto is a pro. She's awesome. Right. And she does great work for us. And she is the anchor. And here's another programming note. I've asked Dan to restream last week's Green Rush Live, where David was able to get Dina Martin on to talk about her incarceration and how she got caught. And it's an incredible story and a great show. So we're going to keep the live stream going for a couple more hours. You know, Dan is just amazing because he just sits in his room and he makes all this stuff happen. And I thank him every single time I possibly can. So for everybody here at Pro Cannabis Media, obviously, I wish you all a very happy holiday season. A reminder that We Talk News is coming up next. And what do I always say? It's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening, and stay tuned. Coming up on We Talk News this week, safe banking takes another hit in Congress, and it is removed from the defense budget bill. Next week, New Jersey will start taking license applications for their new adult use legal market. Plus, the big gets bigger in the Bay State as Netta opens its third dispensary in Massachusetts. And yes, there's a weed recall in a Midwest state. Elena Pinto will have it all on We Talk News next. Pro Cannabis Media Programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elena Pinto for Pro Cannabis Media and Weed Talk News. The end of 2021 is upon us, and all cannabis advocates want for Christmas is for Congress to stop dragging their feet when it comes to passing cannabis reform. Comprehensive bills like the MORE Act, CAO Act, and SRA are all stalled, and it doesn't look likely that any of them will pass before next year's midterms, where Democrats are likely to lose control of at least one, if not both, chambers. This leaves us with the option to pass the safe banking bill, which lawmakers were trying to include in the must-pass National Defense Act. But out of fear it wouldn't be passed, it looks like language for cannabis banking protections has been nixed from the defense bill. Some advocates say the safe banking bill isn't worth pushing without including more social equity measures. Either way, it's looking likely that cannabis will remain a volatile cash-only industry, at least for the next few years. With more from the nation's capital, here's Vote Pro Podcast's Phil Adams. Phil.
Hi, I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast, and this is the Weed Talk News DC Report. Provisions of the Secure and Fair Enforcement Banking Act, approved by the House of Representatives, were not included in the final version of the National Defense Authorization Act. Negotiations between the House and Senate failed to produce a deal to attach an amendment to the NDAA protecting banks that serve state legal cannabis businesses from federal penalties. The chief sponsor of the amendment, Representative Ed Perlmutter of Colorado, expressed his disappointment yesterday, but vowed to keep cannabis banking reform front and center, saying, quote, "The will of the people will prevail." Lawmakers continue to pressure the Biden administration to make good on his campaign pledge to provide relief to Americans with cannabis convictions. Last week, a group of House members sent yet another letter to the president, urging him to use his executive authority to pardon those convicted of nonviolent cannabis offenses, including individuals currently serving time. The letter, signed by Representatives Earl Blumenauer of Oregon, Barbara Lee of California, and Jamal Bowman of New York, is the latest in a series of such requests delivered to the White House during Biden's first year in office. To date, however, the only pardons issued by this president were to Thanksgiving turkeys. 2 federal drug agencies have signed on to a White House proposal to streamline the process of researching Schedule I drugs, including marijuana. Both the Drug Enforcement Administration and the National Institute on Drug Abuse say they support the change to the federal drug scheduling system proposed by the Office of National Drug Control Policy. The proposal seeks to encourage broader study of the potential risks and benefits of cannabis by simplifying the registration process and expanding access to Schedule I research. In a written statement, the DEA said, quote, "Such research is a critical part of DEA's mission to protect public safety and health." That's the Weed Talk News DC report for this week. I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast.
Also in the U.S. Capitol, the DEA and National Institute on Drug Abuse say they're in favor of a proposal to streamline the research of Schedule I substances. Schedule I substances, like heroin or psychedelics, are said to have no medicinal value and by law are not able to be studied. For some reason, cannabis has always been part of that Schedule I group. Short of descheduling the plant, the least the government could do is allow scientists to study cannabis and its effects. The DEA says expanding access to Schedule I research will only benefit public health and safety. Speaking of studies, researchers in Colorado say legal weed is helping create jobs. Looking at 8 years of data, researchers found that unemployment fell in counties in which dispensaries opened, and overall employment increased, particularly in manufacturing. They also found there was no negative effect on worker productivity, putting the old lazy stoner stereotype to bed. With more from the business world of weed, Deborah Borchardt has our Green Market Report.
This is your business update from Green Market Report for Weed Talk News. This week included National Brownie Day, and what better way to celebrate than creating the world's largest edible and infused brownie? MaryMid did just that. They unveiled the world's largest cannabis-infused brownie in celebration at the launch of their new brand, Bubby's Bake. And the news went crazy. It even landed on the Jimmy Kimmel Show. There were a few acquisitions this week to discuss. Tilray is buying Breckenridge Distillery, a leading distilled spirits platform located in, you guessed it, Breckenridge, Colorado. They're widely known for their bourbon whiskey collection. They didn't disclose how much they paid for the company, but Tilray did say that the acquisition will be immediately accretive to EBITDA and will probably see cannabis-infused whiskey in the future. Agrify is buying the extraction company Pure Pressure for $9 million. They are an extraction company that also does advanced ice water hash processing. And Fire and Flower is buying Pineapple Express Delivery. That's Canada's largest delivery and logistics company for $5.3 million. And that's it for this week. I'm Deborah Borchardt from the Green Market Report for Weed Talk News.
On Thursday, December 9th, the NACB and the Merge teamed up to host an all-day webinar called Race Forward, the Future of Social Equity Summit. Data shows that the U.S. still struggles to recognize the harm done to communities of color and the failed war on drugs. There were multiple panels featuring many of the movers and shakers in cannabis who continue to work toward federal and state reform. Lenise Martin, executive director of the Hood Incubator, Kelly Perez, the co-founder of Cannabis Doing Good, and many more took part in the all-day webinar. In international news, Mexico's Supreme Court has thrown out barriers to low THC cannabis production. The court solidifying an earlier ruling that laws against growing cannabis below 1% THC are unconstitutional. One company says the decision will now allow them to commercialize low THC and CBD products. And with more global cannabis headlines, here's Stephen Arthur George with our new European report. Stephen.
I'm Stephen Arthur George with Kaya Advisors in Lisbon, Portugal. This is the European Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. The European Union raises the maximum THC levels in hemp to 0.3%. After over a decade of work, the European Industrial Hemp Association was happy to report the change from 0.2 to 0.3% THC for industrial hemp. This expands growing options and will allow more hemp varieties to enter the European Union. Hemp activists consider this one a win. The 0.3% THC content aligns it with the US, only Switzerland allowing 1% THC in their hemp products. The EIHA says they will continue to work with the regulators moving forward. The European Medicines Agency Committee on Herbal Medicines Products starts revision on GACP guidelines. Over the past few years, we've seen growing concerns and questions over the good agriculture and collection practices certifications, which are needed for the cultivation of medical cannabis here in Europe. This caused the HMPC to take action and draft concept revision papers with the intent of addressing stakeholder requests on clarifications. The revision is being performed to address the starting materials of herbal origin under the guideline on good agriculture and collection practices and will bring more clarity for industry stakeholders. The German Stock Exchange is now attracting South African cannabis companies. With individual governments in Europe, as well as the European Union starting to make progress in policy around cannabis, as mentioned previously, the continent is also attracting more investment. Countries abroad in Africa and South America are looking for ways to import products to supply the growing demand. On top of that, companies like Labatt Africa, which is a fully integrated cannabis healthcare company out of South Africa, just listed on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange in hopes of attracting more investment. That's the European Cannabis Report. I'm Stephen Arthur George from Kaya Advisors, reporting for Weed Talk News.
City supervisors in San Francisco have unanimously approved an ordinance to suspend cannabis taxes in the city through the end of next year. Voters approved a citywide sales tax on cannabis products, but now city leaders say the illicit market is rampant and legal regulated businesses are struggling to compete. By not charging any tax on cannabis products in 2022, the hope is that consumers will be driven to those regulated storefronts, not the streets. With more from the Golden State, Christopher Smith has our California report.
Thanks for the intro, guys. Here's the California Roundup for Weed Talk News. If you've heard of the Boston Tea Party, you'll understand why California cannabis operators consider withholding taxes in protest against California's recent move to raise cultivation taxes by another 4.5% starting next year. Our cannabis tax rate is already as high as 45% in some jurisdictions, which is the main reason why the illicit market is twice as large as the legal industry here. Add in the flash mob robberies that have targeted our businesses lately with the inadequate response from law enforcement, and many are feeling too much taxation and not enough representation. After almost 90 years of spewing lies about cannabis, you would think that the propaganda machine would be busted or at least running out of gas. But nope. Here's the latest from the Cannabis Haters Club. We're one cigarette away. Illegal pot farms pose wildfire risk in California's parched national forests. Now, no thoughtful people I know believe much of this, but our enemies are still trying this month. They claim that illicit cannabis operators smoking cigarettes are going to burn down our national forest and possibly Los Angeles itself. Let's move on to another area famous for fantasy, West Hollywood, where what's old is new. The city of 35,000 is planning to become the weed capital of the world with 40 new cannabis licenses over the next year. It's all part of its ambition to twist up a WeHo fatty from the city's artistic and social vibe sprinkled with cannabis. The new concept has a familiar name, Emerald Village. Following this yellow brick road are Patricia Arquette, Jay-Z, Bill Maher, and Woody Harrelson. Arquette's an investor in a cannabis lounge. Jay-Z has backed the parent company, recently bought the all-female run dispensary called Calma, while Maher and Harrelson are behind a lounge and dispensary that's currently under construction. And perhaps the Wizard of Oz himself, Jason Beck, will become the Wizard of WeHo. We don't know, but the city expects to find $6 million in annual taxes once all the licensed businesses are open. And it sounds like a dream come true. And I'm Christopher Smith from the American Cannabis Report, sending peace and love over the rainbow to Weed Talk News.
City leaders in Portland, Oregon have approved a $1.3 million fund to provide grants to hard-hit dispensaries. Shops have been hit with a record-setting number of burglaries and robberies in the past 2 years, as well as the pandemic and wildfires. This makes the city of Portland the first local U.S. government to allocate cannabis tax revenue to an emergency fund for industry retailers. Sticking with the West Coast, Joshua Kincaid has our Washington State report. Josh.
I'm Josh Kincaid from the Talking Hedge with the Washington State Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. The Washington State Liquor and Cannabis Board approved filing for proposed cannabis testing rule changes affecting growers who use pesticide and heavy metals. So I had a friend who had 2 collapsed lungs recently from heavy metals that he bought from concentrates purchased on the legacy market. And that's because pesticide screening and heavy metal testing is only upon request as necessary, but not required. So the proposed testing is for every 50-pound bag, but ultimately it's going to cost businesses more due to the additional tests. So this could result in more consolidation as businesses weigh the additional cost burden. But on the flip side, consumers and patients alike may have more peace of mind, shifting consumer demand to brands that exercise pesticide and heavy metal free methods, speeding up that capitulation. Next week, you guys are going to find out why cannabis cafes in Washington State are a Class C felony. But with that, we're going to have to roll up this Washington State Cannabis Report. I'm Josh Kincaid from the Talking Hedge reporting for Weed Talk News. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, or don't. And I'm out.
New info on Michigan's weed recall, the largest one in the state's history. Officials now say at least 18 people complained of allergic reactions and other health concerns, including hospitalization after consuming the recalled bud. A large portion of that recall has since been lifted by a judge. With that, let's check in with Michigan NORML Director Rick Thompson. Rick.
This is the Michigan Report with Rick Thompson on Weed Talk News. Let's begin. The Marijuana Regulatory Agency says 18 people have reported illnesses associated with the massive recall of cannabis surrounding the Viridis Labs scandal. The lab scandal involves improperly tested cannabis from Viridis Labs. It involves 64,000 pounds of cannabis worth about $230 million and is the largest in state history, or at least it was the largest, until a court of claims judge chopped the recall in half. The MRA originally sanctioned both Viridis in Bay City and Viridis in Lansing for improper testing, but during court proceedings, MRA Representative Claire Patterson revealed that the only samples of cannabis from Viridis Lansing had failed cannabis retesting. The agency claimed the 2 locations share the same standard operating procedures, and if there was a deficiency in one lab, it must also be a deficiency in the other. The Court of Claims judge rejected that notion by upholding the recall against Viridis Lansing and lifting the recall against Viridis Bay City. Ms. Patterson's testimony was that 27% of cannabis from Viridis Labs, which was retested under the recall, had failed that retest, having positive results for biological contamination such as mold, aspergillus, or biological agents. Some of the 27% that failed was from the Bay City lab, Patterson said. Although recalled Viridis cannabis from Bay City, which has never been retested or passed, has been returned to the market, sources tell me all cannabis which failed a retest is unavailable for sale until it is remediated or turned into concentrates. But what about the 18 people reported to have suffered reactions to the tainted medicine? Some have suffered allergic reactions, and some have been hospitalized for potential exposure to inhalants. The Marijuana Regulatory Agency refuses to provide additional information about the illnesses, the recall, or anything related to this story, but we'll continue to follow it closely. Is there fentanyl-laced cannabis in Michigan? Say it with me, people. Hell no. But that didn't stop the Michigan Poison and Drug Information Center from issuing a holiday warning about fentanyl-laced cannabis in our state. This is not the first year they've issued that warning, and like in years past, it comes with no actual verified incidents in our state or in neighboring states either. Look, the information is all over the map on this one, so let's go slow. The Poison Center says it's an emerging threat in Michigan. Fox News claims, quote, several patients have been treated in out-of-state hospital emergency rooms for opioid exposure and overdose after they claim to have only smoked marijuana, end quote. Yet it seems only one actual sample of cannabis, including fentanyl, was ever documented in America, and that was in Connecticut. Michigan's Health and Human Services claims there have been 8 suspected cases of fentanyl-laced cannabis in Michigan since June 1st of this year, but none of them has been confirmed by laboratory results. In July of this year, Forbes magazine discussed this hard to beat down story about fentanyl and cannabis, but they concluded all the reports seem to be vague. Quote, reports of fentanyl poisoned weed have circulated for years, but almost exclusively in news reports or press releases by police, end quote. Here's another one from Forbes. Marijuana laced with fentanyl is either so rare as to pose a risk more remote than 1 in a million. Forbes also quotes Dennis Caution, the president of Harm Reduction Ohio, who says fentanyl-laced marijuana is a myth. Just a few days ago, Lee DeVito from the Metro Times authored an op-ed which carries the title, Claim of Fentanyl-Laced Weed in Michigan Doesn't Pass the Smell Test. In the article, DeVito points out that fact-checking website Snopes deemed claims of cannabis and fentanyl as false, while BuzzFeed called them, quote, the hardiest urban legend of the U.S. overdose crisis, end quote. DeVito writes that a number of reputable news sources have had to walk back their stories about fentanyl-laced pot after the victims admitted they were not being honest to first responders. Look, here's the bottom line. We can't stop Michigan government agencies from sounding the alarm, even if there is no clear and present danger to cannabis users. We can continue to be good advocates for our cause and bring facts to the table instead of fear-mongering. And we can continue on with our lives until and unless actual evidence is revealed, which would justify these annual notices from myopic and tone-deaf branches of government. And that's it for the Michigan Report with Rick Thompson on Weed Talk News.
Also in the heartland, we've talked a lot about how Missouri's medical marijuana program has really taken off. And now it looks like the Show Me State is more determined than ever to show they can run an adult use market too. For more on what's happening there, Brandon Jones has our Missouri Report.
Everybody, it's Brandon Jones again with Distribution Maven with your Missouri Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. My first story today is, like you're talking about, Missouri is trying to get ready for the rec market here 2022. They've already started filing. As of December, we could pre-file for legislation to be passed for bills here in the next year. So one of the things that they filed on, there's actually 7 bills that have already been pre-filed, and one does definitely touch on recreational use. Another one talks about social equity, giving tax benefits to those who are owned by either minorities, women, or veterans that have been injured. So they would all get a tax benefit. Another big bill that's going to be passed is not allowing medical use of cannabis to be used against people in family court anymore. I know there's some people close to me that are having issues with that right now, with they have to hide their cannabis use from the family court, and that's just medicine like we all know. My second story today comes out of St. Louis Post-Dispatch. If we paid attention to St. Louis just recently, they passed decriminalization there. And now then this next legislation would pass, if passed, would not allow for cars to be searched just because of the odor. And not just cars, they are also talking about adding this to private residence as well. So simply because there's an odor of cannabis in the air, does not mean that a crime is taking place, because like we said, there is medical cannabis here in Missouri, and hoping to have rec here in 2022. Let's go, Missouri. Get out, sign the vote. Let's get it passed. Thank you guys again. This is Brandon Jones from Distribution Maven through Missouri Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. Have a great weekend, guys.
The Vermont Cannabis Board is choosing not to include some recommended labels on cannabis packaging. The Vermont Medical Society had urged the inclusion of warnings for things like psychosis, impaired driving, addiction, and uncontrollable vomiting, among others. But one board member says they didn't want to overload labels and would instead provide safety flyers for people purchasing cannabis. And in Vermont, we have Jessie Lynn Dolan with this week's Green Nurse Report.
Lynn Dolan from Nurse Grown Organics and Vermont Cannabis Nurses, and this is the Weed Talk News Vermont Report. Vermont's Cannabis Control Board has rejected recommendations from the Vermont Medical Society and decided against both capping THC levels at 15% and recommending specific warning labels on the health effects of cannabis products. The Vermont Cannabis Control Board recently notified Vermonters of an attempted financial scam targeting prospective participants in the adult use cannabis marketplace. A caller claiming to be from the Cannabis Control Board demanded cash and private information in order to avoid fines. The board made a community announcement stating they will never demand money without it being part of a well-established process. The fentanyl-laced cannabis scares that made national headlines proved to be a fallacy. Friday, December 10th, the Vermont Growers Association hosted a Grow Your Own Business Development event at August 1st Bakery in Burlington, including updates on the latest adult use licensing proposals with community networking and baked goods on the menu. The towns of Wilmington, Rockingham, and St. Albans will now allow residents to vote on town meeting day as to whether they would like to opt in to cannabis retail sales or not. That's the Vermont Report for Weed Talk News. I'm Vermont's cannabis nurse, Jessie Lynn Dolan.
New Jersey is one step closer to selling legal weed. The Garden State will begin accepting applications for growers, processors, and testing labs on December 15th, followed by applications for dispensaries in March. Right now, there are no deadlines for filing those applications, and the only cap is on cultivation operations, allowing 37 licenses to be issued between now and 2023. Sticking with the East Coast, Claudia Post has our Pennsylvania report.
I'm Claudia Post from Most Consulting Group right here in Pennsylvania, reporting for Weed Talk News. As you may recall, last week, I talked to you about Dr. Oz, the world famous celebrity heart surgeon. Unfortunately, his health advice around COVID has been widely criticized by doctors, scientists, and lawmakers who now accuse him of peddling pseudoscience. If this is true, how credible an advocate will he be for marijuana? I am so happy to tell you that a bipartisan group of senators, it's sort of amazing that bipartisan part, introduced a bill to allow home grow. Pennsylvania is Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, and I like to say with Pennsylvania in between. The problem is that a lot of the dispensaries are far away from folks, and it's a burden to travel. It's costly. And so home grow will allow people to have their own medication with a number of plants right in their own homes. Another exciting movement is on the way for a much anticipated bipartisan bill to legalize recreational marijuana. And I want to tell you, we better hurry up because all the states around us are going to do that, and we don't want to lose the revenue. John Fetterman, our wonderful lieutenant governor, is pushing for expungement of cannabis records to restore opportunities for folks like housing, student financial aid, and employment. It is ridiculous in this day and age to have been arrested for possession of marijuana. When do you carry this on your record, as we all know, it really impedes your ability to do so many things. So expungement is the way. Right here in Pennsylvania, there are 20,000 marijuana related cases, and some cases go back decades. Nuts. Okay, everybody, this is a wrap for our Pennsylvania Cannabis Report. I'm Claudia Post from Most Consulting Group, and I'll be back next week to talk about what's hot and what's not in Pennsylvania. From Weed Talk News, have a great week.
A Massachusetts cannabis company setting a record this week for the world's largest ever edible brownie. Yeah, the launch of the new Bubby's Baked edible brand could easily launch someone into space with that THC content. And with that, Ron Marshalsea has our Bay State report.
I'm Ron Marshalsea with the Massachusetts Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. Nana Northampton was one of the first medical dispensaries to open in Massachusetts, and since the adult use market launched in November of 2018, their Brookline location on Route 9 is the state's busiest. Now they've added a third combination medical and adult use dispensary in Franklin. PCM founder Jimmy Young was there to report on their grand opening.
Saturday was a grand opening party in Franklin, Massachusetts for Netta, a multi-state operator owned by Parallel. Cannabis is big business in the Bay State, with over $2 billion of weed sold since the adult market launched in 2018. This year alone, $1.2 billion is on the books for cannabis sales, now with over 170 dispensaries open around the state. Netta, New England Treatment Access, leads the pack, and their new Franklin facility covers 10,000 square feet. That space includes retail, with shelves stocked with the latest and hottest strains, concentrates, and tinctures and topicals. Plus, they now have a huge warehouse where vendors exhibited their products. A grand opening packed the huge parking lot that is attached to this facility. But whenever those doors open for legal sale at a dispensary, there is a huge relief and celebration from staff.
Such an incredible and special moment. We are completely over the moon with excitement. I can't believe that the day is here. You know, we've really been planning and awaiting this day for, it seems like, almost 2.5 years. And to be here, we have beautiful weather. This is our first grand opening where it's not snowing and raining and totally freezing. So it really worked out. We're so thrilled that the day's finally come.
Speaking of brand new dispensaries in the Bay State, Ascend Newton opened this past Sunday, becoming Ascend's second dispensary in the state and joining Ready and Garden Remedies as the third dispensary in Newton. Andrea Cabral, CEO of Ascend Massachusetts, said in a statement, "The opening of Ascend Newton represents an opportunity to better serve customers in Newton and other Boston suburbs by way of offering best-selling products and a best-in-class shopping experience. We are proud to have hired a diverse local staff and look forward to building relationships and supporting the Newton community. Customers can make appointments for in-store ordering and order online for pickup or delivery." And finally, a cannabis shop in Massachusetts set out to break a world record as they baked a pot brownie weighing 850 pounds. Maramed, the company who baked it, says it contains 20,000 milligrams of THC. The baking project honored National Brownie Day, which was on Wednesday, and it was also part of a promotion for Maramed's new brand of cannabis brownies, Buddy's Baked. That's this week's Massachusetts Cannabis Report. For Weed Talk News, I'm Ron Marshalsea.
Bay State Cannabis Report is supported by Holyoke Cannabis, Holyoke's finest cannabis recreational experience.
We may be entering year 3 of a global pandemic, but at least cannabis gatherings are seeming to find some footing. Social gatherings have largely been put on pause, including for the cannabis industry. But Sensi magazine recently got their team back out there, specifically at Boston's House of Blues. Our own Jimmy Young was there in the weeds with Sensi's team.
Hi, everybody. What a special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young here at the Foundation Room at the House of Blues in Boston with Richie Guerra and Jake Boynton from Sensi Magazine. This is all about connecting and networking. And how important is this, Jake, to get face-to-face communication with people from the cannabis industry?
Oh, my gosh. It's so important. Are you kidding me, Jimmy? I mean,
especially after the past year and a half or 2 years, we've had no in-person events. Making that face-to-face connection, it really lasts a lot longer than those Zoom calls, So I think.
Absolutely. And Richie, Sensi Magazine's been doing this for years now all over the country in the various markets. How special is doing it here in Boston?
I mean, for myself, very special, as Jake and I are Boston University alumni, so right down the street from here.
I won't hold that against you.
Pretty amazing. It's really good to feel that. Yeah, thanks.
No, I'm a tough guy, okay?
Okay, all right, good. And, and furthermore, in 2021, going into 2022 in Boston, in the Massachusetts market, I mean, I currently am living in the New York market, established myself in the Colorado market, go to MJ Biz. I talk to people around the country, and this is a hell of a business that is being established here, and we've all seen getting established, and there's so many new products and new companies coming online, and so this is what's needed, is events like this for those brands to be swapped out and these relationships to be built. And, to go along with Jake's answer there, like, cannabis is one, prior to it ever being legalized, is the kind of place that trust was obviously a big deal, and that has bled over into the legal market as well. So that trust is established in person at events like this, not just over Zoom or over an email.
This has already been a $2 billion industry in Massachusetts, guys. That's total sales, which far surpasses what a lot of the projections were. The future looks bright. I'm guessing the future looks bright for Sensi Magazine, too.
Yeah, I think so. We expanded to a bunch of new markets this year. We had to roll back and stop printing for the 18 months that, we were dealing with the pandemic. We're back in print now. We're expanding again, and we're ready to welcome in new companies to what we're doing all over the country, not just in New England or Massachusetts.
He's Jake Boynton. I'm Jimmy Young, and that's Rich Guerra. And this has been a special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, somewhere in Boston at the Foundation Room at the House of Blues.
And in a recent medical journal study, researchers found that marijuana makes sleeping worse, especially for regular users. Or at least that's what the headline from CNN reads. If you read the article, you'll find the study is actually inconclusive, and there is no clear evidence that cannabis cuts into your REM cycle. So maybe, just maybe, the government could find a way to allow more studies on the plant. Until then, remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there, so use it wisely. I'm Elena Pinto for Weed Talk News and Pro Cannabis Media.
Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
Difference is building a solution for that individual. Not just a custom, here's a box, here's a video, here's how you make your VMS. We custom design and custom build every situation for exactly what the customer needs. And we keep the costs low. We have multiple tiers, as far as what you're looking at on the cost side of things. If you want a one-time, where you just pay one initial cost, we have that. If you want to maintain your system and have the highest protection and highest capabilities and highest upgrades at all times, we have different plans for you. But we scale it so it's scalable and affordable 100%.
Pro Cannabis Media programming is available live and on demand on our Facebook page at Pro Canna Media, on Instagram at Pro Cannabis Media, on LinkedIn also at Pro Cannabis Media, on YouTube and YouTube Live on Pro Cannabis Media, Twitter at Pro Canna Media, and on twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media. So like, share, and subscribe to all of our content, newsletters, and shows live or on demand.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
The pro version as well as the business version or expert version are well worth it. So check out LeafWire when you get a chance, and we still try to get Peter, who we just saw out in Vegas at the MJ Biz Show, on here and kind of tell everybody what's new after the fundraise. But without further ado, Mr. Hill, tell us what's going on with CBGA.
Oh, well, first of all, thank you for having me on, and a further plug. I am a client of LeafWire, and I wouldn't go anywhere else. They are going to be a touchstone for this entire industry, and quite frankly, they get it. Peter particularly. I'm having lunch with him next Wednesday, so I'll make sure if he hasn't watched this that we make sure he knows your kind words. But they're spot on, and I think that's one of the reasons I did this. I'm a property tax lawyer. These hands have never touched an organic chemistry book, and they're never going to touch an organic chemistry book. But I'm from the generation that I think owes a debt to what happened. And by that, I mean the culture from, I call it the Jerry Garcia versus Richard Nixon culture. And because here's the facts. Number one, up until a couple of years ago, all of the olive acid and something called geranol pyrophosphate, which the plant secretes to protect its female flower. So it's a combination of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen that is very powerful. 22 carbon, 32 hydrogen, 4 oxygen. That's a very complex molecule. But up until 2 years ago, all of that acid would convert into the neutral forms that we know as THC, CBD, CBN, CBC, or even for that matter, CBG. But the cultivars, and particularly high-grade hemp out of Longmont, Colorado, and Santa Fe Farms, which acquired them, they mapped the genome of the cannabis plant about 5 years ago and figured out the gene that was responsible for producing the enzymes that would convert the acids to their distillates. So, gentlemen, we are literally at the inception of the discovery of fire here, because we now can commercially produce the acid form of the molecule. And the reason that's so important is this. I don't know if your viewers can see it, but that's the molecular structure of CBG. The only reason I use a dirty t-shirt is my wife gave it to me for Christmas. And as a lawyer, I said, oh my God, it's got the identical molecular structure to our bliss switches in our brain, anandamide and 2-AG, which are the master regulators for pretty much every bodily function we have: sleep, mood, appetite, any type of inflammation. And the basic reason is that we live in a biological world where oxidative stress is a 24/7 phenomenon that we all deal with in our own ways. But particularly with sleep, if we don't get deep REM sleep, our brain's never going to get a chance to clean out the body as it was meant to do. So when I saw the molecular structure of CBG and realized it was almost identical to anandamide, I knew I was onto something. But here's where it gets fun. The real actors in this play are what they call the carboxyl group, which is COOH, 1 carbon, 2 oxygens, and a hydrogen, all linked together. Because in the acid form, they exist. So CBGA is the emphasis on the A. Those acids are that molecule's there, but when it decarboxylates or internally, when we basically biosynthesize it, they disappear. Now think about it, gentlemen. If you've got a carbon and 2 oxygen inside every cell of your body, you know what they're doing? They're exploding and cleaning up that cell. And essentially what we found out is that the CBGA is an identical molecular structure to our bliss switches, except they are acid deprived. We couldn't, we're human beings. We don't produce acids, but like attracts like, and what is happening is that all of our receptors in our endocannabinoid immune system get ignited all at once. So it makes you sleep like a baby, think like a grown-up, and act like a human being, which is why I'm so excited.
And it's all from hemp. Let's just clarify that, right? So you're legal under
Correct. Yeah. In fact, the irony is the cultivars were doing this in response to the 0.3 issue, if it is an issue. I think most of these are red herrings for cannabis. So the reason they were mapping the genome is to engineer, and again, we're not talking about GMOs, nothing like that, but they wanted to make sure that we were producing hemp plants that remained hemp plants and didn't go, quote, hot. So on my farm, Healing Hollows farm, we grow Matterhorn and Ellie Rays, and both of them were genetically engineered by High Grade Hemp and Santa Fe Farms to ensure that my plants never would violate the federal standard for THC. But I think one of the unintended consequences, Kurt, was that they didn't realize they were making commercially viable the acid form of the molecule, or as James Carville would say, it's the acid, stupid, which I remind myself of every day. So
how have you commercialized this? You've got product out in the market?
Some, yeah, we have a website, liferesearchco.com. We've had problems, as you guys already know. The credit card processors, they basically tuck everything under the THC tent, and they don't allow you to even quote the science. So I can't make any claims. So
Robert,
so we're on market. We're
Robert,
out
I'm going to tell you a little secret, but you got to keep it on the down low. All right.
I'll try.
Next Friday, everything goes according to plan. We've got a show that will solve that problem for you, but don't tell anybody.
I won't. I promise not to, but I'll be watching. And basically, if you haven't seen my LinkedIn site yet, the chances of me not telling anybody, David, are slim to none, and Slim left town. So,
okay.
But that's the whole point, is we just want to get on a level playing field. The reason I'm so enthusiastic about CBGA is that it literally, everybody we've given it to or sold it to, and this includes a psychologist in the Roaring Fork Valley, north of Aspen, who treats pro athletes and an NBA owner, all of whom are sleeping like babies now. I have, nobody in the society is getting good sleep these days. I think Gallup or one of the pollsters basically said that the number of Americans willing to admit that they're sleep deprived or have some type of sleep disorder has gone from 15% to 50% because of COVID and all the rest. Oh. So the number one thing this will do is it prevents the reuptake of dopamine at 2 a.m. So, and that's what, it's a master switch regulator. So it knows that if my cells and in my gut are saying, I'm out of energy here, I'm out of food. Well, what happens is the brain will typically send a huge shot of adrenaline and cortisol, and then we wake up, and you guys already know what happens then. What the CBGA does is because what happens is the cortisol and the adrenaline basically send a signal to the brain get rid of that dopamine and start helping us now. And what CBGA does, like the traffic cop on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan says, sorry, Bob needs his sleep for 4 more hours. We'll work this out without him. Because I have women and men that are telling me now they've slept better than they've slept in decades, including my 85-year-old mother, who I basically, and David, don't tell anybody this, but I basically become a heroin dealer to my mother. She will kill me if I don't give her our life research Rosin.
Well, we'll have you send some up to us, and Kurt and I'll test it, and we'll be able to.
And that's the acid test, literally and figuratively. I look forward to that, actually, because here's the deal: the chances of a property tax lawyer on this show talking smack about biochemistry and having biochemists in Canada, just, they asked me to come to their conference last month, and that was laughable, but I had the best time and gave them an education. Because what my job is as a lawyer is to gather the evidence and present it as compellingly as I can. And what we are on, literally the new medicine movement cornerstone is going to be CBGA, because none of us have an immune system that's been fully activated before, because prior to this, there was not a compound that was identical to the bliss switch molecules, our endocannabinoids that regulate our systems anyway. That's why I'm so enthusiastic, is because there's not a single person that I've given this to that doesn't come back with glowing results. And regardless of the economics of it right now, which are totally upside down, this has got to be done, and it's got to be done right, and it's got to be done by us.
So, Robert, tell us a little bit about the economics. When you say the economics are upside down, we are obviously a business talk show about cannabis. Walk us through like the economic side of what you're doing.
Well, again, sometimes I feel like a Cro-Magnon at the discovery of fire. So now I know the recipe for fires, but nobody knows what fire is yet or how to create it. The acid form of the cannabis or the hemp plant has never before been commercially viable. So researchers, the Israelis and the Japanese, discovered the endocannabinoid immune system and that CBGA fully activates it 20 years ago. And yet the industry has been asleep at the switch, literally and figuratively, for 20 years. And nobody's at fault. It's that we didn't have a commercially viable plant. We do now, several of them, and I suspect there'll be hundreds within 5 years. So CBDA, THCA, CBNA even. So the acid form and the varin acid form are where the action is, because those are the secretions that the immune system of the plant is secreting to protect itself. And that plant's been around us for 660 million years. But problem one is, we're literally starting at ground zero, David. Nobody knows what the acid form can do because, quite frankly, no research has been done up until now. That's number one. Number two, this industry is populated by folks that like to monetize the molecule. And by that, I mean they want to blow it up. They want to blow this up and just grab a portion of it. CBD being and THC being the two best examples. There's nothing wrong with that, but they are distillates that will not be recognized by the body the same way that the mother molecule will be. So the second thing is that most folks in this industry are so competitive that they're overlooking the fact that if they laid out a CBGA line, all of what they're selling right now would become far more bioavailable and quite frankly, their profits. The one thing I know about our stuff is once you take our stuff, you'll never go back to the distillates. You just won't, because the effect is so profound versus what the distillates do to us. And I think the third reason, David, is just simple. It's going to take 5 to 10 years for the research to get done till we have clinical research that verifies everything that the preclinical research has already verified. If you go on liferesearchco.com, Life blog page, I made it my mission to publish articles on cause and effect on everything from arthritis to autism for kids. And it's going to be an education. That's why I figure I'm 63 and my job is going to be to try to educate people as best I can and ignite the real, the heavy hitters in the industry to say, CBGA shouldn't be in competition with anything, and Life Research will partner with anybody as a white label or anyway, because bottom line is, once we get the message out that this is the cornerstone, of the endocannabinoid system itself, it's not going to take people long to realize they need it.
Actually, that leads me right to that question. I was about to ask you, with the consumer seeing so much about hemp-derived delta THC, so we just put an article up on cannabis.net. What are these things? 8, 9, 10 THCO. Yeah. How do you distinguish and get that message out about CBGA being, I know the other ones sound sexy, but this is the mother molecule.
Yeah.
And you're saying it's for sleep. Sleep is going to be the selling point.
Yeah, that's a great question, Kurt. In our ebook, if people will get our ebook, they'll see a graphic where we put CBGA in the middle and we show which portions of the mother molecule everything else uses. So as we're having this debate about the effects of Delta 8 or Delta 9, we're basically, it's like saying that I'm more interested in the 2-year-old than I am the adult. And because they all are what happens, and actually it's happens twice, but here's the selling point. In order for any of the distillates, CBD, THC, CBN, which is going to be really great for sleep, very sedative, in order for them to activate our immune system at all, they have to become acids again. So I'm not kidding about the Carvel thing. So what our stuff does is it promotes that process. Thus, when we say they're more bioavailable, what we're really saying is now we have a compound that'll interact with them and create their acidic condition again so that our body can use it. The irony of this, and this is where God comes in, you know, the Hindus and the Chinese have called it the God plant for thousands of years. Or as I like to say, just because we Americans didn't invent it, doesn't make it real. Because I think the real issue is good old American exceptionalism, like Peter Vogel's of the world. That's what's going to make the difference. We got to get serious people, from researchers on down. You know, I get emails from pharmacists in Bangkok and in Sydney saying, "Go boy, go." Finally, somebody is promoting the obvious. Well, it isn't so obvious to us consumers because we're supposed to trust in what we get, and especially in this industry, like you said, with Delta 8, we're having these false debates. Because here's the fun fact: CBGA modulates our entire systems. So one of the things it does is it negates the ill effects of THC. So if you're a medical marijuana user, but you're concerned that over time you've noticed that you're getting accumulation and side effects, this will even regulate that. Here's the way I like to put it, guys. We think of ourselves as integrated human beings living a celestial life here on Earth. The truth is we're 1.5 pounds of minerals with electrons going through them. Our stuff allows those electrons to function at their best at all times. And as I say, that's why any form of oxidative stress inflammation will go bye-bye if you take CBGA and combine it with mushrooms, essential oils, THC if you need it, CBN if you need it. The point is, this is the mother molecule for a reason. She takes care of her children.
Right.
Last question, Robert. I think we're about out of time. If you make it big and we do a movie, can Sir Anthony Hopkins play you? Because it's uncanny.
I'm holding out for Jeff Bridges because I had a dream the other night that God empowered the dude to walk the earth and make sure that we get this right. Or he picks us up and drops us into the Andromeda strain where we pop like a cosmic zit. So yeah.
Appreciate your time. Go ahead, David.
Thank you. Have a great day. Keep going, guys. This is very important what you're doing.
Thank you. Well, listen, it's 4:20. We're going to take our 4:20 break. Don't go away. We'll be right back on the Green Rush. And we have got a phenomenal guest for today's show.
I've forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm gonna sit down in my rented car. I'm gonna jam it into drive. Gonna head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Every night and day, we're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday. Thank God. Thank God Jonathan Edwards is joining us live in the WS.
Pro Cannabis Media programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
Hey, thanks for sticking with us. This is David Rabinovitz, your host. We've got another great episode. So now I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. We have a special guest today that we're going to devote the whole episode to, and that's Dina Martin. If you don't know Dina Martin, you may have heard of her in the news back in 2018. Dina was running the largest marijuana home delivery operator, definitely in Massachusetts, if not the East Coast, and maybe even nationally. They became very successful, unlicensed. The feds came in, arrested everybody. Dina had to plead guilty this year and accept a federal prison sentence. And there's been a lot written about her in the paper. I know her son, so I had kind of a little bit of an inkling of what was going on. I met Dina a few years ago, And when I heard that she had pled out and what the sentence was, we reached out because we think this is a great story. It touches a lot upon what's going on in cannabis, the heavy hand of the law, people trying to do the right thing. And if you read any of the media coverage, it paints her many ways in just in a demonized way. And there's other pieces of this story that we wanted to get out. We've got a couple other guests with us. We had Steve Mendilli. If you're in Massachusetts, then you know Steve. Steve's a war veteran, also very much a cannabis advocate. And then we've got Zach Huffman. Zach's going to tell us a little bit to just get started about the newsletter he writes for. I believe they're out of the Midwest. They've just started an edition focused on the New England markets. They're doing a great job. I happen to come across it because my name got mentioned in one of their articles just inadvertently. And I reached out to Zach and I thought it'd be great to have him join us. So we're going to start quickly with Zach to tell us a little bit about his article, and then we're going to jump right into it with Dina. Zach, tell us about the newsletter.
Sure. So it's grown in, and you'll have to forgive me. My sound levels are all screwed up. Do I sound okay?
You sound fine.
Excellent. I have new equipment I'm dealing with, but yeah. So grown in, it's a cannabis industry newsletter, just like David said, and it started about 2 years ago out of the Midwest. So at that point, it's covering, in the Midwest, we're covering Illinois, Michigan, Missouri. We just started covering Ohio. And then about 2 months ago, we expanded and started the New England newsletter, which is where that's when they brought me on board, because I'm already a New England guy. I actually live in Randolph, Massachusetts. And so I'm just, last 2 months, just kind of figuring out the beat. I've written a little bit about cannabis here and there, but now that I'm, doing the newsletter, it's kind of a crash course in all 6 states in this part of the country.
You're on mute, David. I'll tell you first, Zach, that all you got to do is drop Rabinovitz's name in an article. It's like Syndication Central, Google News, Flipboard. just keep doing that. Drop some names.
All right.
Yeah, no, he reached out to me and he's like, "We got to talk." And I'm just like, "Oh man, what did I do wrong?"
Yeah. Really.
So, and Omar just joined us. Omar is the local reporter for MJ Biz. So we've got it. Like I said, we got a great cast. Steve, before we jump in, anything you want to add in, or you want to wait till we want to pull your opinions?
I'm gonna wait for my turn. This is great. I want to jump right into Dina's
Great.
story.
And Bill Downing just joined us. If you are in Massachusetts, then you know the name Bill Downing. Bill Downing is one of the longest standing advocates in the state, one of the founding members of the Massachusetts Cannabis Reform Coalition, and somebody who's been arrested many times trying to get us to where we are today, which is legalized weed. But before we start to get into some of this, we're going to go to Dina. Dina, just give us a quick introduction and tell us a little bit about where you were in life a year before you got into Northern Herb and what actually got you there.
All right, well, let's see. As you know, my name is Dina Martin, mother of 4. I have 4, my children are all grown, ranging in age from 23 to 33. A year before I started Northern Herb, my husband and I were operating a bakery, restaurant, catering business out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, after having moved it from Boston. And the companies weren't doing well. They were circling the drain. We had been in business for a long time, had many years of great success, but had lost a major retail client and were struggling to keep our heads above water financially. When Massachusetts first passed medical, I approached my husband and said, this might be a business we might want to think about transitioning into. At that point, my kids were much younger. My older were teens. My younger were sort of, late middle school, and he wanted no part of it. He said, "No, I don't want to send that message to our kids." So I said, "All right." We were very much partners in business. And I said, "No, if you say no, then no, it is." A year later, my third child is my youngest son, is a very competitive wrestler, got a concussion, and then he got another concussion. And after the second concussion, the symptoms were just unmanageable. I mean, he was just unrecognizable, behaviorally, emotionally. It was devastating. Yeah, there was a suicide attempt. And at that point, I was desperate. I'm just desperate to figure out how I could help him. Now, Bill factors very large into my early days, because he, as the founder of Yankee Caregivers, he was the first supplier. He did what I did before I did it. And he was the supplier to my sister, who, with Bill's help, was able to wean off of an opioid addiction. And that opioid addiction had estranged my sister and I. As a matter of fact, I had threatened to take custody of her daughter away if she didn't straighten out her act. So she turned to Bill, and Bill helped my sister transition from, I think it was somewhere between 10 and 20 prescriptions to 2. To this day, my sister is doing well. And in the context of what was happening with my son, my sister urged me to reach out to Bill to see if there was anything that he might be able to do for Keith. And he did. I went to CBD Please. I still remember it. He gave me gave me 10 vials of oil. And, at the time my son was 18, and I gave him the option of trying it or not, because, he's an adult and I didn't want to force him to do anything. He was old enough to make his own decision. He opted to try it. Within 48 hours, the headaches, the sleeplessness, the sensitivity to light, the mood swings were all gone. It was as if the clouds parted and the angels sung, and my son was smiling again. And that was the beginning. That moment was literally the beginning for me.
That's got to. Oh,
go ahead. Sorry. Your story, and we've come to the point where you've, accepted a plea deal with the government. First of all, how are you doing? The stress, the anxiety of the last couple of years, how are you doing right now today? How do you feel? Relieved, happy, pissed? Like, where are you at right now?
Right now, I'm acceptant, I guess is the best word for it. I mean, I've been living with this for 3.5 years. You can't be in fear forever. Once something scares you once, it cannot scare you again. And I'm past the point of being afraid of this. It's just time. I'm very happy to see, Stephen represented here, because, at the moment, I'm actually being considered for the White House's clemency program. Weldon Angelos, who is, the activist behind Mission Green, has selected me as one of the first clemency applicants that they're going to be submitting to the White House before the end of the year. So in context of that, I have had to go out to my sort of community and ask for letters of support. And what I did was I reached out to a young man by the name of Eric, who was one of the first veterans that I had the pleasure of working with. He maintains a good friendship with Nathan, and, he and I talk. I was there when his mom passed away. We still maintain a relationship, and I asked him to write a clemency letter. And when I read that letter, he basically said, if it weren't for me and for Northern Herb, he wouldn't be here. So how can I look at 2 years of my life and say that it's not worth the rest of his? He's 30 years old. So, do I want to be away from my family? No. Do I want to put my life on hold? No. Do I want to eat beans? No, I don't. I don't want to, take showers with 40 other women. No, I don't want to do that. But I don't want Eric to be dead, or anybody else who might have been dealing with a life-death situation that cannabis helped them through. So I'd be lying if I said that the price I pay isn't worth it. It is, it's worth it. So how hard can I really complain?
And just so the viewers know, you accepted 4 years, and you think it'll be around 2?
Yeah, yes, there have been some programs that I was accepted to, and then with Good Time and the First Step Act, most likely that the serve time would be 2. It's really not the judge or the prosecutor who decide how much time I spend behind bars. It's the Bureau of Prisons. And with COVID, and considering that I'm 53, I'm also represented by Wendy Gollenbach of the Justice League, who's working toward, toward mitigating my sentence as best as is reasonable. I believe it would be 2 years. And of course, that's presuming I'm not awarded clemency. I'm one of 12 applicants being brought to the White House before the end of the year, the only woman. So do I have a chance? Yeah. Is it a big chance? No, but it is a chance. And then there's also the possibility that legalization in some form happens before the end of my sentence, in which case expungement is a major component of all the major pieces of legislation being considered at the federal level. So the chances that I would be considered for some form of resentencing, I think, are pretty high. So I hang on to hope there. But the reality is that, how fast did COVID go by for all of us? How long was that? 18 months, 2 years? You look back, it may have seemed like a long time at the moment, but time flies. it's fast when it's behind you. It's a long time when it's in front of you. And at some point, this will be behind me. And I'm sort of determined at this point that, if it's going to happen, I don't have any control over this. It's not an eventuality. It's a reality. So I have to make the best of it. And, there are people out there who have suffered for the same sacrifice in a much more profound way than I'm being asked to. So, for example, Weldon was unfortunately sentenced to 55 years on a mandatory minimum for 3 very relatively minor cannabis offenses that involved a weapon. The judge actually resigned because his sentence was so egregious. He spent 13 years in prison. And he didn't know until he was pardoned by Obama that he was going to be pardoned. So imagine living with that weight as a young man, the weight of 55 years. So really, I'm okay, and I will be okay.
I tell people if people are pulling up your name now and Googling it, it seems like a lot of the stories written. Massachusetts they really stressed the payroll tax, the income tax, much more than the marijuana seems to come at the very end of every story.
Yeah,
I gotta call you like the Al Capone, like they're getting you on using the bill box.
Yeah, no.
How do you feel?
I get
like
that.
How much was marijuana? How much was income tax and payroll tax evasion?
Well, it was 1 tax charge, 3 money laundering charges, 2 marijuana charges. And don't forget, the marijuana charges are under Schedule 1. So the mins are on the marijuana charge. If it was just the tax charge, I might get a year and a day, or I might get probation. But, I think that, and during my sentencing, the prosecutor made the point that they considered this to be much more of a tax case than a marijuana case. I can't speak for them as to why they would say that, except that there are 2 things that accomplishes. First, it makes me a bad guy to you. Whether you, the average individual, uses marijuana or not, when you make me out to be a tax cheat, you make it out that I'm stealing from you. So that's easier to make me a bad guy that way. Because if you can go to a dispensary now and you can buy marijuana, that's not the boogeyman anymore. The boogeyman is the one that you fear. And the one that you fear is what takes away from you, what you think you're owed. So that accomplished that. But it also allows them to really slap me with all kinds of fines. And should marijuana become legal, the money laundering charges fall, the Schedule 1 charges fall, the tax charge does not fall. So that allows them to maintain the snare around my ankle. And I really believe that that's what's behind it. Now, I don't disrespect the judge. I don't disrespect the prosecutor. They had jobs to do. I gave them a job to do by being in a place doing something I really shouldn't have been doing, except that that's not the whole story. How do you pay payroll taxes on an illegal business? How do you do that without committing more crimes, right? So now I pay payroll taxes, and I'm pretending to the government to be an entity that I'm not. And now you're talking about more money laundering charges. Now you're talking about identity theft. And for example, we use PO boxes, and I had people offering to give me identities. Oh, Dina, don't take those PO boxes out in your own name. You're just leading them to you. I will get you fake IDs. And I said, yeah, that's exactly what I need to be charged with an identity theft charge for every PO box I open. There's a difference between doing what you need to do to accomplish your mission and then being completely evasive. I was not trying to be evasive. I did what I did right out in the open. And I didn't file payroll taxes because I'm going to file a 941 under a false corporation. That's another crime. And I didn't want to commit crimes I didn't feel I had to commit. Now, as far as the payroll, the income taxes were concerned, they seized my records. They seized all my records, my online records, my physical records. There was no way I had enough data or backup to actually to file taxes, income taxes. So I didn't evade them. I just didn't file them, which is not the same. But when you're in a position where you're looking at a mandatory minimum of 11 to 12 years, and they say, well, we're going to add this charge to you, but you're going to have to waive your right to be indicted for that charge. But we're going to offer you less than half of the mandatory minimum. Are you going to say no? Do you want to sit in prison for an extra 6 years on a technicality? No. But, the irony is that the very day that we were raided, that very day, I was sitting in a tax attorney's office, working to negotiate with what I owed the IRS, because the businesses that I own that failed left me with a significant tax debt. not on me personally, but on my businesses. And once businesses fail, if you can't pay taxes, what happens is the government eventually assesses you personally. Those taxes are not dischargeable in bankruptcy. They were going to follow me around for the rest of my life, which is probably 20% of what I hope to resolve with Northern Herb. So in other words, I had been saving money with the intent of, as I operated Northern Herb, with the intent of paying this debt off. Now, you can believe that or you cannot believe that. I'm telling you, that's the truth. That morning, I was sitting in an attorney in Quincy's office saying, I've got half of what I owe. Tell me what I need. I need you to take this, offer it to them, and let's create a payment arrangement for the balance. That's the truth. I literally went from that tax attorney's office to that office in Hyde Park that you've heard so much about. And that's when the raid happened. So I'm not the boogeyman. I'm not trying to steal money from any of you. And we're talking about FICA taxes, which is money that
Social Security.
It's Social Security, right? It's, we're not talking about me, stashing millions of dollars in a safe.
You're stealing from the seniors, I see.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Like that hasn't been made a cottage industry out of by the Sorry.
Yep. So let me jump in for a minute. Steve, do you want to add do you have any insights or anything you might want to add to the discussion about what, Dina talked about the letter she had from the veteran. Do you want to add anything in on that? And Bill, I want to give you an opportunity as well after Steve, and then we'll turn to Zach and Omar.
Sure. Thank you, David. Thanks for having me on. Dina, you're a hero for what you did. There's, just like that veteran wrote that letter to you, that you helped save his life. Cannabis did the same thing for me. I had tried 57 different medications over a decade, and when I first started the cannabis, it was to get off of fentanyl, oxycodone, Xanax, Ambien, and a few different antidepressants. And, that's an issue that veterans are facing at a huge scale compared to the rest of society, with the injuries and stuff we have. But to make it so you have to literally sit down with a family and be like, all right, I want to get better. Are you okay with me breaking the law? Like it doesn't make any sense. And like you were saying, what they're coming after you for, it's based out of greed. It's based out of taxes. This is the biggest problems that the industry has in the state right now with HCAs and everything. It's not so much that people are afraid of cannabis. It's what are we going to get for it? Like we want a piece of it. So it's solely based on greed. And I'm sorry you're having to deal with everything you're going through. And I really love your attitude of, because of the people you've helped, you do it again. And that says a huge amount about your incredible character. So thank you.
So Bill, how many times have you been arrested?
I actually have never been arrested.
Oh.
I think I'm the only person who's ever been swatted.
Right.
That's David Lyon at the bar all the time. Don't worry.
Yeah. No, I got swatted in 2015, but they were unable to arrest me. And I was pulled into the arrest tent in the Freedom Rally at one point. But my attorney from the ACLU happened to be right next to me, and they decided not to arrest me.
Okay.
So anyway, I've been lucky in other ways. So I've spoken with Dina a couple of times, and yeah, she's facing some horrific penalty, in my opinion, a horrific penalty. Yeah, I was there with her from the very start. As far as she saw what we were doing at Yankee Caregivers and decided that that was something she was interested in. Now, what happened at Yankee Caregivers is we got a cease and desist order a long, long time ago. And I think that's the way.
Bill, from who? Who said what? From where?
From the Department of Public Health.
Okay.
Who was in charge of medical marijuana at that point in time. And I think that would have been a better way to handle this situation. I don't know what Dina's opinion about it would be, but I can tell you my opinion. It's an awful lot better to get a cease and desist order than it is to have a SWAT raid.
Would agree.
Yeah. And so why they didn't do that becomes a big question in my mind, especially when the people of Massachusetts were given 3 opportunities at 3 presidential elections to voice their opinion about how the state should handle marijuana. And all 3 times the public told the state, cut it out. stop the war on marijuana, stop the war on marijuana users. And I was hoping at one point the state would actually get that message and that they would take it to heart. But here we have a situation with Dina where the state is still battling this war. And they didn't need all this information that they got from her. They already knew it was all open, as Dina said. They didn't need to do any investigation at all. All they needed to do was knock on her door, say, we know what you're doing, and you've got to stop. And the whole thing would have been taken care of. It would cost the government $0, and nobody would be suffering horrifically. And the problem, as far as the government would be concerned, would be solved. And why they don't do that in not only this situation, but in many, many other situations, well, I guess it's because they're used to being bullies and using cop toys and using cop kind of tactics of being semi-violent that makes them so happy. And I wish that they would change that attitude.
So I want to give Omar and Zach an opportunity. If Zach, you're unmuted, so I'm going to start with you. And you know, I'm not putting you on the spot, but if you have a question for Dina, jump on in, and then I'm going to give the same to Omar before I toss it back to Kurt.
Yeah, sure. And I guess one thing I'm really fascinated with is kind of, you know, how an operation like this kind of gets up off the ground. You know, like was it difficult finding access to cannabis? Kind of how did that work?
That was an education. I'll say that. I mean, I think that I probably applied more of what I had learned on the operating a commercial bakery than you would even think with regard to how it compares to marijuana. Of course, the difference is that when you're looking for flour, you got a variety of vendors, right? So I remember thinking, okay, well, you don't have, you know, these, you know, multi, you know, national corporations to go to buy your weed from. Maybe someday you will, but you don't. So you have to go out there and you've got to find them. So the supply issue became really what my focus was. And it kept me going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because, you know, I started with what I could get locally, and we had a small grow at the very, very beginning. But there was no way I was ever going to be able to keep up, because once we were the vendor of choice, it was literally a machine. Like, you sort of fed money in one end, it spit weed out the other end, and it kept on going. And I was a slave to it. So, you know, I think people often like to say, oh, you know, all that money the Fed said you made. I'm like, no, it wasn't like that. You know, I didn't price my product to gouge customers. I didn't price it to you know, run off and hide in Costa Rica and live there for the rest of my life. I priced it so that I could keep the machine running and save enough money to pay the debts I had. So my prices were low. But as far as the supply is concerned, just like anything, you start with a few relationships. Those relationships lead to other relationships. Some work out well, some don't. But by and large, I found myself doing business with people in California. And that's really where the federal trouble came in. It wasn't so much what I did within the state. It was the fact that I was bringing product in from California, and I was unabashed about it. I felt like Massachusetts customers had the right to the same quality and variety and breadth of products that was available in a state like California that was just a little more evolved than we were with regard to marijuana. So, I mean, I had cancer patients, I had veterans, I had people suffering from Lyme disease and fibromyalgia and anxiety. And you know, I had deaf people, blind people, paraplegics, you know, any manner of individual for whom, number one, going to a dispensary here would be difficult. Number two, or impossible. Number two would just needed access to something other than what they could get at a Massachusetts dispensary, or you know, the fact that I think at the time Massachusetts dispensaries were limiting you to maybe an eighth or a quarter a day. So how are they going to do that? I had veterans who would use an eighth of an ounce a day. So what are they going to do? Go to a dispensary every other day and then pay that markup because they couldn't buy an ounce at a time. So by the time you're done, you're paying $450, $500 an ounce and spending 6 hours a week standing in line. And that was just wrong. And that was presuming that you didn't have the anxiety issues or the physical issues that would prevent you from going to the dispensary to begin with. So, you know, It was a trip. I'll say that, because once we started really attaining the levels of volume that we got noticed. I mean, I went to LA and there would be, I think I said this on the news article that Channel 5 ran. Somebody pulled up and said, here's a Rolls Royce. There's a Rolls Royce for you for the week. Another week here, it's got a Maserati SUV for you for the week. I mean, I sat on the floor at an LA Clippers game next to Billy Crystal. And, you know, I mean, I went to parties in the Hollywood Hills in $20 million houses, and, you know, where there were movie producers and, you know, sports stars, you know, playing poker in the basement. I mean, it was wild. Not what I was after. Right. That's what the culture is out there when you start selling, you know, you start buying $250, $500,000 a month worth of marijuana. Did that sway me? No. Did it make me think that I was any better, any worse than anyone else? No, because to me, it was the means to an end. But regardless of how big we got, the problem of supply never eased up. So I was always waiting the next package, always stressing whether or not what I was waiting for was going to get there in time, because people relied on me. And that's what Northern Herb was good at. So when you get back to your question of how did something like that get off the ground, we started with, I remember the first deliveries I did. I remember standing in front of my kitchen counter. It took me 3 hours to pack the first 3 orders. And I went out and delivered them myself, and they were all over the state. I got home at like midnight. So it started from there to, at the time that we were closed down, we did probably on average 150 orders a day on average. A really busy day was 250. On 420, we might do, you know, 300 or more orders in a day. But I think that the brilliance behind Northern Herb was its simplicity. And, you know, and I studied delivery businesses in California. I spent quite a bit of time taking a look at how those businesses operated. And and the decision that I made that I think largely impacted Northern Herb's success rate the most was we were not an on-demand delivery service. So in other words, you could not call me at 10 o'clock in the morning and say, I want an order in an hour. That made no sense to me. I'm like, marijuana is not pizza. It is not going to get cold. It's not going to get gummy. We are going to deliver between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. And if you can't wait until then go someplace who is willing to, you know, be at your beck and call. We had to be disciplined about it. I was not going to send a driver out to Abington to have them come back and then to go back out to Holbrook. It made no sense to me. So as time went on, we built routes, and we got to the point where we had probably 7, 8, 9, 10 routes a day, and the driver went out from the hub and then turned around and came back, and it was incredibly efficient. The only thing that limited me was 1, supply, and 2, drivers. And so I mean, I could have gone on indefinitely. I mean, the way that the growth happened was sort of the analogy I use is, do you remember watching Back to the Future, and they're in the train, right? And they throw those 3 logs in, and the log explodes, and the train just shoots forward. That's what it was. I couldn't ever tell you when that other log was going to explode, but you felt it coming. And I never really knew whether reputation, I never paid attention to what brought people to us. I just took care of my customers. So I never knew whether there was some article that was being written or there was some Reddit post that went viral, but all of a sudden it would be an explosion. Boom, the train would take off, and I would have to go back to my suppliers and pressure them. And that meant being awake all night, literally hitting refresh on tracking to make sure that something wasn't getting held up. Toward the end, I should have known something was happening. Packages were going missing in the mail. Packages were arriving partially empty, or boxes were arriving empty, which is a dead giveaway that we were being watched. But for me, I was like looking at it like I found an excuse for it all. I didn't ever want to believe that I was being looked at, that I was being investigated. Because I really just was so intent on, if you placed an order, you were waiting for it. The thought that someone was sitting in their bedroom or sleeping or trying to sleep and was like literally looking at their watch or looking at their phone, waiting for me or waiting for one of my drivers, I could not bear it. I could not bear the thought. So whatever it took, I did it. And so literally, I remember the day of the raid, sitting there, you know, we were, all of us, there were 7 of us in the office sitting there while they were walking around and pulling the office apart. I remember hearing the phone ringing and being like, somebody's got to answer that. Somebody's got to answer that and tell them that we're not coming. And it was like, that was the worst part. And then, at some point you have to say, well, it's not my fight anymore. I can't. And that was the hardest thing, was not knowing what was going to happen, whether the customers were going to get what they needed, when they needed, how they needed it, for the fairest price they needed it, because I felt like they were family, annoying family, demanding family, unforgiving and unrepentant family at times, but they were my responsibility.
Omar, did you want to jump? I'm sorry, Zach.
Sure.
Zach, did you oh no, go ahead, Omar. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, thank you for having me on, and Dina, it's really an honor to be on the show because of you. And I want to echo, I want to echo some of the things that have been said. Mainly just the injustice of it all is just makes the jaw drop. And also, I'm just amazed by by your attitude, by the nobility of it. I was thinking as people were speaking that if you ever wanted to do a rebrand, you might want to consider Noble Herb, but that's just something that's for another time. But I'm with Marijuana Business Daily, and we're always curious about the business aspect of what people are doing, and of course the licensing aspect. And I was curious, when you mentioned you had that sort of eureka moment when you said, okay, I'm going to get into this. Did you consider going the quote unquote, legal route, getting a license? And what was, if not, what dissuaded what dissuaded you from it? What made you go the route that you wanted to go?
Initially, it wasn't an option, right? Because there was no path early on when recreational passed, no immediate path that was going to allow delivery, at least not recreational delivery. There was some movement toward medical delivery, but it wasn't very well executed by anybody that was executing it. But to be quite honest, and I'm not sure that any article that's been written about me has addressed this, right, maybe about a year and a half in, I actually hired Valerio Romano. I gave him a retainer and I said, find me a host community, and I want to be first in line when they do make recreational delivery available. So I had reached out to real estate agents and was starting to look at towns that might consider us. So I knew that what I was doing wasn't sustainable, and that it wasn't even wise to try to, that eventually something was going to happen. And I had opportunities to buy into legal businesses on the West Coast, and actually was very, very close to purchasing a dispensary out in Portland, Oregon, Portland's got its own issues with regard to how they execute their legalization program. Likewise in California, the week of the raid, we had started a delivery business in California called NHLA, Northern Herb LA. And I had hired a consultant out of there, a gentleman by the name of David Rice, and had been meeting with John Armstrong, who's the legalization attorney of choice out of California. So I had my fingers in to 3 markets to try to bring down a legal license somewhere, some way, somehow, figuring that if something went wrong in one state, that there might be some goodwill extended to me had it been known that it was my intent to become legal. Nobody cared. And to answer somebody else's question with regard to, why this happens and there isn't a cease and desist letter sent, because they can't steal money from you if they don't. They seized more money than I'm even being asked to pay. So the money that they seized would cover a good portion of the restitution that they're ordering me to pay. It probably would have covered even the payroll taxes, but that's not how it works. And the press coverage, to be quite frank, and again, I have no ill will toward the prosecutor in my case or the judge, because they were very civil and very kind. But the fact is that federal prosecutions are not based on public safety. They are based on months of incarceration. That is the currency with which a prosecutor's career is made. So the more months of incarceration they get, the more likely they are to be considered for a lead office. So in other words, as opposed to being an assistant U.S. attorney, they become U.S. attorneys. They transition into private practice, but that's the political capital. You've seen people like Bill Weld and Rudy Giuliani's lives, careers have been built on prosecutions.
Yeah. Dina, just to follow up on that, it's very intriguing about the whole licensing situation. I mean, it sounds like you made the effort, but just the wait would have been way too long. And given the people,
I was willing to wait. It wasn't that. It just the circumstances unfolded before. I mean, I was willing to pay whatever it took and do whatever it took. We were actively, looking at towns in California and Massachusetts. Had I been allowed to continue to operate, I would eventually have come down with a legal life.
Sure.
So we're at the, Omar, I'm just going to jump in for a second. We're at the top of the hour. This is a great conversation. We're going to keep it going. Stick with us. We're going to be right back. We need to take our break.
All right.
Pro Cannabis Media programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
Difference is building a solution for that individual. Not just a custom, here's a box, here's a video, here's how you make your VMS. We custom design and custom build every situation for exactly what the customer needs. And we keep the costs low. We have multiple tiers, as far as what you're looking at on the cost side of things. If you want a one-time, where you just pay one initial cost, we have that. If you want to maintain your system and have the highest protection and highest capabilities and highest upgrades at all times, we have different plans for you. But we scale it so it's scalable and affordable 100%.
Well, thanks for hanging with us. It was a very short break and frankly, I had to just kind of corral everybody because the conversation keeps going. This is a great show. This reminds me, Kurt, of the November 5th show we did with Professor Mikos. This great topic. But Omar, if you don't mind, ask the question again that you asked to Dina, and let's see if we can kind of rewind and repeat that so the audience can hear the answer.
Yeah, sure. Well, what I was curious about is that, if it's possible, would you consider trying to get a license again in the cannabis industry? I mean, is it possible? And if so, how could you go about it?
Well, I think it depends on how my sentence unfolds. And I was ordered to serve 3 years of supervised release once I'm actually out of prison, and you are not allowed to do anything that's federally illegal while you're on supervised release. So the best I could hope for would be that if I was a real good doobie for a year and a half, generally supervised releases will end in half the amount of time if you keep your nose clean. I do know other federal people who have formally served time for federal marijuana cases who are currently in the marijuana business. So that option would be there. And to be honest, I don't see this unfolding in the way that I will have to serve this entire sentence. I am optimistic that there'll be some movement at the federal level before my sentence is fully served and I have to serve whatever length of time on probation. So the short answer is yes, I would. I loved the industry for a lot of reasons, and I would love an opportunity to get back to it. And there is the possibility that I would go back in a non-sales aspect. So in other words, I'd serve as a consultant or a writer or, some sort of an activist, in which case I'm not actually selling the product. I'm not doing something that's federally illegal, although that would be up to my probation officer, I guess, to see how he interpreted that. It takes a little bit of getting used to, my current, I'm on a pretrial, obviously a pre-report probation. So I report to a probation officer who's about half my age. And that's really, really interesting. He's a good kid though. But so the short answer is yes. I mean, I've learned a lot, and I think that there's a lot that I would offer the industry in terms of efficiency and effectiveness and how to build a market and how to keep a customer happy. Because I think that given that marijuana has sort of evolved from a black to a white market, I think that there's a lot of understanding of what a customer needs is lacking, because it's evolved from you'll get what you get when I give it to you, and you'll like it and you won't complain, because if you do, you're just going to have to find another plug. And I think some of that attitude still exists. Maybe it's because of what I said, it's just the way the market came, or maybe it's just because the choices are always so limited. A customer sort of has to take what they're given. But what Northern Herb was a pure free market test case, pure free market. And people were free to go anywhere they wanted. They came to us for a reason. And that was because our prices were fair, because we were consistent, we were reliable, and we were friendly. And we paid attention to what they wanted and what they didn't want. And if you bought weed that you did not like, I would take it back. I couldn't use it, but your experience was more important to me than your money. And I think that a lot, I can't speak for dispensaries as a whole. I don't have enough experience with them, but I think that by and large, dispensaries are not conditioned to think about what's good for the customer. They're conditioned to think what's good for them. And I think that's just a mistake.
So I got a question I'm going to pose to Kurt, and then I'm going to jump away for a moment because I got to be on dog care for a second. But Kurt, if Dina goes away for, let's say, 2 years, what do you think the odds are when she gets out and ends up on probation, whether marijuana is still going to be illegal at the federal level?
Oh, 2 years, huh? I might pass that around the room, no pun intended, to the left, but I was going to ask her if she's selling weed to her probation officer yet, but she kept talking. So,
no.
2 years. I think she'll get out. Okay, here's what I predict. And by the way, the ending of the clemency, Reese Witherspoon with the dark hair coming out of the White House to end the movie. That's a goal. Let's do that. Let's get that done.
Okay.
I think 2 years. Yeah. I think within 2 years we'll have federal something, Safe Banking Act, decriminalization. I'm not going to say full on legalization, but let's see what everybody else thinks.
Omar, what do you think?
I'm not on mute. Good. Boy,
exactly.
This way. I heard somebody say the other day, very recently, a DC attorney who follows this, they were looking at more like 6 years. And I'd have to say it might be, that's my thought. It might, I think the federal government moves very slowly, and I think it's gonna be closer to 6 than to 2 in any case.
They don't get marijuana legalized at the federal level.
I'm sorry, I wish it weren't.
Yeah, that was one down vote. Okay, who's next?
So if they don't get it decriminalized or legalized in the next couple of years, what do you think that's going to do to the Democrats' chance of holding the White House? Do you think it's going to even be material at all?
Well, that's a good distinction. Decriminalization, I can see that actually happening a lot sooner. I can see decriminalization happening 2 years or maybe even sooner.
With safe banking,
quite frankly, but like a tax and sell industry. That's tough. That's tough to say. But a lot of people, not to digress too much, but how much do we want the federal government involved? Do we want the federal government just to leave it up to the states, to sort of do their own? But yeah, but yeah, decriminalization I think will happen a lot sooner than the sort of a tax and regulate situation.
Bill, do you have a thought on that? Care to weigh in?
Well, my only thought is it just seems to take forever for governments to do things. One of the reasons why I think one of the reasons why Dina got involved in this business was because when medical marijuana was passed here in Massachusetts, the state government dragged its feet horrifically, and people suffered terribly because of it. And that's gone on a lot. This state takes pride in the fact that it has very restrictive marijuana laws and very restrictive medical marijuana laws. And I think the federal government would take pride in being restrictive at those things as well, unfortunately. But there's the movement of the people, and that's independent of the government. And regardless of whether the government's responsive to the opinions of the people are changing rapidly on this subject, and more people are in support of the availability of marijuana all the time. So it's going to build pressure. It's like pressure behind anything, and once it gains enough momentum, the government will have to respond.
Kurt, you have any other questions before I jump in with another big question for Dina or Stephen? Looks like you want to jump in. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, I think legalization will happen within 2 years, but I don't think it'll be rolled out for quite a bit longer, because we had legalization here, and it took quite a bit to get rolled out. One of the things I'd like to know, Dina, is are you now subject to testing? Are you not allowed to use any cannabis now?
Well, you may be surprised to hear this. I never used it.
Okay.
I try, as a matter of fact, at the moment I tried Northern Herb. I opened Northern Herb. I had never tried marijuana. I've been drunk. I could count on one hand the number of times I've been drunk. I'm just a teetotaler. I just don't know how to put it. I always thought marijuana, not marijuana, but alcohol tasted like poison. And I just was never interested in it, but I didn't judge the people who did use it. I mean, obviously I raised teenagers. Yep. And the irony is that my older two boys, Nathan and Stefan, nicknamed me Dragon Lady, and that's where my nickname came from, because one of them, Stefan, had a dragon pipe and he left it in my car. And I pulled it out one night when I was like, what the heck is this? And I threw it out the window. So that was it. It was probably $100 pipe, going back to when he's 30 now. But so, I was I never used it. I tried it. My older boy was like, Mom, if you're going to sell it, you have to try it. I tried it a few times. I tried trying sour diesel and being like, yeah, no, this isn't fun. And one time I took
whoa. We got ratings here. Come on.
I've got a better story though, and I had an earache once, and someone gave me we were selling these oil capsules, these just beautiful 50 milligram oil capsules. And one of my kids said, well, Mom, if you're going to sell this stuff as a medical, response, and you've got an earache, you need to take one and see what happens. I said, well, what if something happens? Like, what could happen? It's weed. So I took it. I fell asleep. I woke up a couple of hours later, and I swear every cell in my body was humming. I just laid there and I was like, if you move even an inch, you're going to puke. If you just move an inch. And I was like, oh, forget it. I rolled over on my knees and I projectile vomited for a good hour. And then that was the sort of, how they test you with pepper spray, they spray you in the face, so you know how it feels like. So that was it. So after that, anybody who I worried was going to overuse, I'd be like, I got a story for you. Start low and slow. You don't want to do what I did. So no, I was not an issue with my probation officer.
Got it.
You're not selling them sour diesel, but
no, I am not selling him anything. Nope.
I have to ask you, because you did see the article I wrote about Weed Maps and how their revenues are off, because they had to remove illegal sellers from actually the US and Canada.
Yeah.
You were an illegal seller, very familiar with Weed Maps. You've dealt with them. Your computers that were confiscated had records and a lot of things about Weed Maps. What was it like being an illegal seller on Weed Maps?
Okay. Well, I have two experiences with Weed Maps. There was the one in Massachusetts, because if you'll remember, there was a time where Leafly also, Weed Maps, Leafly, and Allbud all allowed you to advertise as an illegal seller. Leafly pulled the plug first. And then once they pulled the plug, everybody went to Weed Maps. Now, Weed Maps was not a great option if you were on the East Coast. Weed Maps is a West Coast company. But they, for a period of time, allowed it. And then once they did for a little while, they got a letter from the state of Massachusetts and they bagged out, and they tried to keep us going by listing us in Rhode Island until Rhode Island got wise and forced them out of Rhode Island as well. So that I had that, issue with Leafly and Weed Maps. Now, when we started Northern Herb LA, 2018, we went back to Weed Maps because they were the player. They're the players in Southern California. And it was very much like it was exactly the way your article says. If you want to be on their list, you're buying places and they're tens of thousands of dollars a month. And it's really like, It's a mafia. It was a mafia. If you didn't pay, they were going to yank your listing. They were going to give it to someone else, and they took cash. I remember being there with seeing people show up with backpacks full of cash to pay their monthly fees. And if that wasn't an option, or for whatever reason you couldn't, or I think at the time we were dealing with them, they had been cautioned not to accept cash. There was too much cash going into their bank account. So they counseled us in particular to buy cash cards. So you would go to 10 different CVS's, buy $500 Visa gift cards. And then you would go and you would bring them, if your monthly bill was $10,000, whatever it was, you're bringing them $2,500 gift cards, and they're processing them. That's how they instructed you to pay your bill. Now, we didn't do it for very long, obviously, because we were shut down in LA at the same moment we were shut down here in Massachusetts. But it was highly illegal what was going on over there, highly illegal. And we knew exactly what was happening. You know, the legal businesses were allowed to advertise. They had storefronts. They could attract their customers however way they wanted. Illegal businesses didn't have that. So they had no alternative really, but to go onto these online sources. Now, I will say, I don't know how they managed it, but All Bud was really what launched us, because All Bud, it was free. The listings were free. And, you just needed to get some reviews. And for us, it wasn't that hard. I mean, we were the highest rated delivery service on All Bud for a good year and a half. And then eventually when things began to change at All Bud, and unfortunately, I don't remember exactly how or why they changed. I was like, yeah, it doesn't really matter anymore. We don't need it. By then we had a customer base of thousands and thousands of our own, and we took care of them. We took care of our customers. So I think I remember running some statistics off our program. We had a customer retention rate of 95%.
Oh, Kurt, you have a question?
Yeah, I was going to say, Laurie, looking back as you're starting kind of, I guess I'll call it the third phase of your journey with sentencing done. And what's one or two things, if you could do one thing differently and play God going back, what's one or two that pop right into head, blink reaction?
You mean
yeah, like not the whole thing, but like, I wish I didn't go to California that last time.
Yeah, I probably, if I, there are a couple things that obviously I did wrong, which is what, I mean, I'm not, just to make it clear, I'm not trying to advise anybody who's doing what I did to break the law. Okay. I don't want to be advocating for breaking the law. So what I should not have done was brought product in from out of state. That's where the trouble was. Otherwise, I would have been in a cease and desist situation like Bill was. I should not have opened bank accounts in other companies' names. Honestly, I didn't know what I was doing was laundering money. I really just thought I was breaking banking rules. Now, innocent, ignorant, however you want to call it, that's what I did. Had I not done those things, I would not be in federal trouble. I guess what I'm saying is, what I'm trying not to say is that I would, if I could have it do all over again, I would be a better criminal. That's not what I'm trying to say. Do you understand what I mean? Like, I want to make it clear that
we're sloppy, lady.
I made the decisions I made, and I accept responsibility for them. I just they seemed like a good idea at the time. I guess that's what it comes down to.
And pay your payroll taxes too.
Yeah, no, honest to God, the government, yes, I absolutely should have, except that I know what would have happened. I would have been charged with something else. I know I would have. Right. It would have been some other, bank fraud charge that I would have caught that had I done what they told me to do. So there was no way. There's no way to pay legal payroll tax on illegal business.
Yeah. So let's go backwards a little bit. So when did Keith have the episode with the wrestling that caused you to reach out to Bill Downing?
He got his first concussion. I'm trying to remember, February. It was at the state tournament in Milton, which is where we live. Actually, he got two concussions back to back, and that he was in his junior year, so that might have been 2014. And it was bad. He ended up having to repeat his junior year. As a matter of fact, we went, it was February vacation. I tried to make him go back to school. He couldn't. He couldn't function. He ended up missing almost the balance of that school year. And I went back to the school and said, when he did go back, the teachers were trying to force him to make up all the work, or they were going to, they were going to give him incompletes or bad grades. So in other words, if he didn't complete the work, rather than just grade him on the work that he did, they were going to average it out. He would have failed all of his classes. And I said, we're not talking about, just, a kid who doesn't care about his education. We're talking about a kid that really is, he's got a high GPA. He has a chance of going to a really good college. You're really just going to let it happen that way? I mean, he had your M on his chest when he wrestled out there. You forced me to take a concussion awareness class. Now my son's got a concussion. You're going to tell me that if he doesn't finish this work, he's not capable of finishing, that he's going to take bad grades? And they said, well, sure, you can explain that away in a college essay. I said, bullshit. You are not going to do that to my son. You are not going to railroad him. He fought for you. You need to fight for him. And they said, you know what? We're not going to let you labor under the illusion that we are going to allow your son to repeat his junior year. He will accept the grades as he gets them, and he will go on to his senior year. That's not our problem. And I said, well, fuck you. It is your problem. I'm not going to let that happen. So we pulled Keith out, and it was in that period of time that he attempted suicide. But he went to CM. We pulled him out. We sent him to CM, which was, which we could not afford. Catholic Memorial in West Roxbury.
Yep.
We could not afford it. As a matter of fact, we paid for CM instead of paying for our house. I said, granted, I don't worry that I'm going to have a place to live, but this chance for Keith to complete his education successfully and go on to college this is one chance. You can put a different roof over my head. I don't care about that, but I'm not going to risk his future on this. So we sent him to CM, and while at CM, he got another concussion. This was a year after the first one. And as you may or may not know, concussions are cumulative in impact. And at that point, I saw the symptoms resurge. And I said, you know what? I am not going down this road with him again. Absolutely not. And I knew that he had narrowly avoided death, and I wasn't going to risk this a second time. So it was at that point that I had been in the meantime reconciled with my sister, and she recommended Bill. So it was then that we got the CBD from Bill, and he hasn't looked back. I mean, my son he graduated from Trinity. He is now working at a law firm in New York City, getting ready to take the LSATs to attend law school. So I don't regret it. I don't regret a minute of it. And I think that what's important for people to understand is, it would have been easy for me to just be like, great, my kid's fine, and turn my back and walk away. That's fine. I could have done that. But I didn't see it that way. And part of it was because I needed money. Yeah, I'm not going to lie about that. But the other part of it was that, there's a scripture that reads, it's James 4:17, that he who knows the good he ought to do and doesn't do it, it is sin for them. So I remember thinking, okay, there are other parents out there who are literally wringing their hands over their concussed children. There are athletes out there whose lives are being ruined. There are athletes who are killing themselves. And this was before I understood what marijuana did for PTSD or did for cancer or did for any one of those other chronic illnesses that we now know, MS, Parkinson's. I was just looking at it from a concussion perspective. I said, I was lucky. That I had a sister. I was lucky that I had access to somebody like Bill Downing. What about the millions of people out there who don't? Who takes care of them? And the way to Bill's point earlier, the way it looked to me was, if I could use an analogy, is that, you've got people drowning in a lake, all different rates, screaming, flapping their hands, drowning. And there are lifeguard chairs, and the lifeguards are the government. They're sitting up there and they're watching this. They are watching people drown. And they're just like, I'm not getting paid enough. I'm not getting enough money for me to make this rescue viable for me. I don't care about you. Go ahead and drown. Until I get paid enough, I am not going to come down and I am not going to help you. And I'm standing there. Once my eyes opened to it, and I it was like I was standing on the beach, and I'm like looking at people in the water and then looking at the government and saying, you're just going to let this happen? You're okay with this? Like, no, I'm not okay with this. So I said, all right, fine. If you're not going to do it, I'll do it. And in the end, you know, it goes back to what I said earlier. If I have to pay a price for it, fine. It's not going to be any greater than any of the price that any of those other people are going to be asked to pay, which is death for a good number of them. I mean, how many people have saved their own lives with cannabis from cancer?
Well, yeah, I was at a business meeting a few weeks ago in Boston, and one of the individuals there in the cannabis sector, and he was 47 years in the military. He started to rattle off the number of military suicide deaths that they experience on a daily basis. So it is not small change on that.
No, it's not.
Dina, let me ask you another question. So when did the idea of starting a business first germinate in your mind?
I remember the conversation with my husband, and I remember saying that I don't remember the decision. I just remember the conversation and saying, listen, I'm going to start a marijuana delivery business. And him saying, I don't want to do that. That's not a good idea. And I said, listen, I'm not asking for permission. And that was it. I just did it. Does that make me a bad wife? Probably. But, you know,
well, we're not a marital talk show, so we're going to skip that particular one. But I want to throw some other questions at you along those lines. So at that point in time, you'd already talked to Valerio, and we've had Valerio on the show in the past. He's a great attorney, well known in the state, a knowledgeable guy.
Yep.
So you've had discussions with Valerio. Why not go legal? Why not say, you know what, let's get the application in and I'll wait the X number of months of the year.
You mean then or now?
Then, right back then.
Did. Oh, I didn't. I did. You know, I mean, but don't forget, you know, I mean, you know as well as anybody how layered and complicated the process is.
Sure.
But you can hire Valerio, but that doesn't get you an HCA.
Right.
You
don't get the HCA unless you're willing to pay exorbitant amounts of money that are illegal, and that's a totally different subject.
Exactly. So that's
over the next few months is going to get resolved by the courts with operators who have sued Massachusetts municipalities, and I think that's only going to accelerate. But I want to stay more with as you and I discussed when I told you, look, this isn't going to be just all softball.
Of course.
Some of it is we're going to ask you about when you got to forks in the road, what were the decisions you had to make, and why did you go one way versus the other? So I'm throwing that one out. Why didn't you say, look, get me licensed? You know, what do I need to do to get the location?
I did say that basically, but they were parallel. So in other words, it took the state years to open the first dispensary after medical passed. When recreational passed, I wasn't optimistic that was going to go any faster. So in the meantime, how many people are dying day by day by day, right? How many people who didn't have to die or didn't have to suffer are suffering? So, you know, I guess I just wasn't willing to wait to be told that it was okay to do what needed to be done immediately. I just felt there was a sense of urgency behind it, and urgency that, you know, and I think that, you know, to sort of highlight that, I'll use an example of a veteran that I was working with that came to me in person, and we didn't see people in person at Northern Herb, but this one I had a sort of a relationship with, and he needed extract. He had gotten to the point where marijuana flower was too expensive. He wasn't getting enough THC, and he wanted extract. So he came to see me to actually pick up some extract. And he walked in and he was yellow and 40 pounds lighter than the last time I saw him. And I said, what's going on with you? He said, nothing. I just need the weed. And I said, I'm not giving you a thing. I said, I'm not giving you a thing until I know that what I'm giving you isn't causing you to look like that. I said, something's wrong. And I feel like I might be responsible for it. Until I know I'm not giving you a damn thing. So he said, no, you have to understand, Dina, it's not you. It's not you. And I said, I don't care what you say. I said, I need to hear that from your doctor. So he got his doctor at the VA on the phone. And you have to know how impactful that is, right? Because they don't do that. I remember specifically the woman had a Russian accent. She said, I am not supposed to talk to you. I heard her walk into a closet and shut the door behind her so she could talk to me. And she said, you are not hurting him. Please give him anything he asks for. He's been overprescribed morphine. His liver is being eaten from the inside out. You need to do this for him. So I did. And I remember giving it to him. He left and I just sat there. I remember the day vividly. It was snowing and everybody had left the office. I sat there alone and I said, you don't know where the rest of these people are. They are out there. You don't know who else is out there dying or at threat of dying. So you know what? Throw the doors open. Didn't mean I didn't screen people for age. I screen people for age always. I screen people for address verification always. I mean, we were very careful. And I think it's been said probably that we delivered recreationally. We didn't require medical cards. Well, that's true. Past January 1, 2017, we didn't require medical cards because it was recreationally legal. There just weren't any dispensaries open or recreational stores. So once, I don't know, I have to say that I was infuriated, and I'm writing a book and I've tried many times to write the emotion behind that interaction with that veteran. And I can't, I'm incapable. I don't have the words to say how furious and sad. And I just remember literally wanting to hurt something because it was so wrong that he was dying. He was getting morphine on auto delivery and somebody made a key punch error and this kid was dying. And I was like, you know what? It's not my responsibility to determine how much somebody else needs this. It's theirs. And if they need it and they need it from me, I am going to get it to them. And that's it. So that was the major crossroads for me, was like, where I might have been more willing to stay smaller and sort of under the radar rather than limit to a certain number of deliveries a day, which would have kept me maybe safer than just throwing on the doors and being willing to go to however many deliveries, to however many orders came in the door. No, I just said, you know what, if you want it and I can get it to you, I'm going to get it to you. And that was where the supply pressure came in.
Okay, hang on for a minute, folks. We're going to take our bottom of the hour break. We're going to be right back. This is a great conversation. And I know Steve's got something that he wants to say. I can tell by the look on his face. So bear with us. We'll be right back on the Green Rush.
So I think there's one very important difference between me and most of my team members and other cannabis accounting firms, especially outsourced cannabis accounting firms. With a lot of the other firms, you're going to find bookkeepers or folks that were accountants for their entire career, but they were junior accountants. I've spent most of my career alongside CFOs at public companies with thousands of employees, public companies. So much of my career wasn't spent in the debits and credits. It was spent with the CFO, CEO, COO of large public companies, working on strategy, working on planning and big initiatives, working on projects such as mergers and integrations. So that high level experience, along with being able to do the debits and credits and having members of my team that also have fairly senior experience and also members of the team that are junior and can do the bookkeeping at a little bit lower cost than some of the people with the experience, gives our clients a much broader depth of experience than a lot of the other firms where you're hiring someone that is just a bookkeeper and can't help with the strategy side of it, or someone that's been an executive for a long time and can only help with the strategy but can't help with the hands-on.
And we're back. Thanks for hanging with us. It's Friday afternoon here in the Green Rush. We do this every Friday afternoon from 4 to 6 here on Pro Cannabis Media. It is probably the most popular business talk show in the country related to cannabis. Omar had to jump during the break, as well as Bill Downing, but we've got at least another 30 minutes left here. And we're talking with Dina Martin about the what happened behind the scenes, what got her into the home delivery business. Pretty soon we're going to start to ask her some questions about what advice she has to the current operators, because we now have home delivery legal here in Massachusetts. But people are still struggling as they try to get into the business. I do want to provide a little bit of color for some of what Dina mentioned. So in 2012, Massachusetts legalized marijuana for medical use. And they moved very quickly with an application process. It came out in 2013. It was not a rolling process. It was about 189 teams reporting to the Department of Public Health, running a marathon to get to a particular day in November of 2013 when the applications would be submitted during a very short window. They would be judged, and sometime, I believe in early 14, they were going to hand out what the decisions were. It turned into a mess. People who had political connections whose teams actually scored lower on the applications were awarded multiple licenses. There was a lot of litigation. Eventually, the governor threw his hands up, stopped the program, and kicked the can down the road to the next governor who came in. So our medical program got off to a very slow start. 2016, the voters of Massachusetts went back to the ballot box, as happens in presidential cycles, and they voted overwhelmingly, well, maybe not overwhelmingly, but I believe it was about a 54% approval that we should legalize marijuana for adult use. And what happened? After the legislature sat on their hands for years, refused to do anything, now all of a sudden they said, well, we don't like what the people did, so we're going to stop that and we're going to redo it. And by the time the licensing process started, I believe it was early 2018. So it took them 2 years, or maybe a little over a year and a half, just get the applications out. Folks applied, and our first stores opened the week before Thanksgiving in 2018. So that was the 2016 rollout. It takes a long time. So some of what Dean is suggesting, if you're not from the state, and you're leaning back and saying, well, why didn't she get licensed? Or there were a lot of delays. We have a license class for home delivery that has only started this year, even though it was legalized in 2016. And we still don't have social consumption sites. You want a beer or you want a drink, you can go into a bar and get one. If you'd like to do the same thing with marijuana, you can't yet, because the state still hasn't figured out how they're going to license those operations, even though we legalized marijuana in 2016. That was 5 years ago. So things are moving excruciatingly slow in many ways. And as you listen to Dina's story, that's an important backdrop. We have the advantage because pretty much everybody in this call happens to be from Massachusetts. But I just wanted to add that color to it. So Dina, let's just jump back into, we talked about why you didn't pursue the legal route, but why, if you started Northern Herb, didn't you try to do them concurrently and say, okay, I'm going to run Northern Herb and I'm still going to try to pursue the license on the side?
I did. That's exactly what I did. I as soon as I had the money, I hired Valerio and we began the process. We were looking for an HCA. We were looking for a host community. I had some debts left over, the tax, they were not going to give a dispensary license to somebody with tax debt. So my first, while I worked with Valerio to sort of learn the process and look for an HCA, I worked with a different lawyer in his office to resolve my tax debts. So that was actively what I was in the process of doing when things sort of blew up on me. So yes, no, I never thought that where I was where I needed to be. It was where I needed to start. And I think that in my mind, the way I locked is, you're going to ride the black into the white. And because I didn't want to stay where I was. I didn't want to be in the black market. I was there because that's where I was needed.
Okay. What, Kurt, or Steve, I'm sorry, Stephen, you had a question before we went on break. So let me jump in, or you looked like you had a comment or a question.
Yeah, I was really moved by you mentioning talking to a VA doctor, and it's important to point out to people that there are a lot of great physicians in the VA, but VA policy prohibits any sort of recommending or being filling out any paperwork or for any veteran to get access to it. I had a similar situation just recently, a couple weeks ago, where I had to go back on oxycodone for a little bit, and and told my doctor wasn't working. He's like, well, can you just take more cannabis? And I'm like, I'd love to, but your stuff is free, the cannabis is not. So, I get, I go and pick up another bottle of it. And again, I have a physician that wants me to be using more cannabis, wants to recommend it to me, but due to policies, that can't happen. And to step up, and like you said, with so many veteran suicides, overdoses, you attribute some of those overdoses to PTSD and also to brain injuries from concussions and CTE. We're talking about people that sacrifice so much and put themselves in the most risky situation, to then be told that this plant is somehow riskier than the guns we carried, the rockets we carried, the grenades we carried, and the people that the places we were. So it's maddening to me. So I feel your pain there is like, you really just want to bang your head on a wall and be like, this can't be real life, and to know that there's so many women and men out there, veterans that have to deal with that, live with that. And the other states where they're still having to break the law to feel well, to be able to be better versions of themselves and have an improved quality of life, literally have to put jail time on the line to feel better. So it's maddening. It's insanity to me, but something I'm not going to give up on. And again, inspired by your ability to put others first ahead of yourself. So. I would just want to make a comment on that. An incredibly moving story.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that they were all rainbows and unicorns and happy endings. They weren't. And, I mean, I had one veteran in particular who had a back injury, and he sort of tossed that whole scenario on my lap and said, listen, I paid, I have to pay $250 an ounce for the weed from you. I get those oxys mailed to me directly. Why should I he was challenging me. And I said, listen, I can't make that decision for you. I said, but I can't give it to you for free because you're not the only patient who needs it. I give it to you at the lowest price I can. But, honestly, that same veteran, I put myself at physical risk. And in particular, this veteran was not, he was clearly exhibiting some signs of PTSD, and I narrowly escaped being attacked. And that was another sort of crossroads where I thought, I really, and I'm a woman, I'm 140 pounds. I don't carry a gun. At any point, anybody that I'm dealing with, and I don't mean dealing drugs, but in a interaction with, can do whatever they want. I was hopping in people's cars and going to people's front doors. I remember walking into some guy's house and he said, come here, I want to show you something. Like an idiot, I walked into a closet and I remember thinking, what the hell did you just do? It turned out he just wanted to show me his guitar collection, but I was just so naive to the risks I was putting myself in. But even that was galvanizing as opposed to, terrifying. I was like, he only behaved that way because it's a reality he lives with. That's what pain does to you. It turns you into a caricature of yourself in the worst way possible. So, it was scary. I mean, I stopped doing deliveries myself shortly after that. And we had a very, very strict protocol. And, of the thousands and thousands of deliveries that we did, we had 4 negative incidents. So if I'll leave that at that because I'm getting off track here. But yeah, I mean, there were definitely challenges. And that just made me more determined that this was needed.
We've talked a lot about your past and what you did. From what I understand, people that are going to be serving time kind of have to have something hopeful or something they look forward to in their future to serve their time. Now, we hope you get full clemency and you never see the inside of a jail. But what do you look forward to in life? What's your goal? What's going to keep you motivated to the future if you do have to do 2 to 3 or less, depending on how many shower fights you start?
I will not start any shower fights. I will tell you that. I just was awarded my 4th stripe in jiu-jitsu. So for 4-stripe white. So my goal is to be a blue belt before I have to report to anything. What I can do is I can put you to sleep and walk and step back without putting a mark on you. That I know I can do right now, but I will not be starting any fights. Beyond that, I look forward to a complete career change. I've written a book, and then I'm now in the process of rewriting it. And I've written a couple of screenplays. I work with a writer out of LA. I really work sort of as a consultant to his projects. I really don't have too many on my, I have a couple of screenplays that I have written on my own. that have not yet been sold. My book has not yet been sold, but you know what, that's not a if scenario, it's a when scenario. And I think a lot of the literary agents and publishers that I have reached out to were hesitant to consider me until my case was resolved. Now that my case is resolved, there's an opportunity to go back. But in the process, you know, my perspective on the story's changed, my writing style has changed. And the book that I will write now will be much, much, much more effective and entertaining and direct than the book that I wrote 2 years ago. So I think that when I come out, that's what I'll be doing. It may take me a while to sell something, but I won't stop until I do.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Steve. You're on mute. I don't know. You're about to talk, and I just want to let you know you're on mute. So.
Oh no, I didn't. I was just reading the comments in there, and
Are they on YouTube? Hey, David, how we doing on comments? Do we have anything we can ask on the YouTube comments or anything?
We've got there's a lot of interesting comments. Look, I'm going to go to the one that really struck out, which is way earlier in the feed. Dina, somebody would like to know where you got your glasses. They like them. I mean, for what we're talking about today, that one really struck me.
Corby Parker or one of those online sources. Honestly, this is the second pair. The lenses are crap. If you want to know the truth, they say they're scratch proof. They're not, but I think it's Warby Parker actually.
So, and we just got a comment. Jack Harrer wrote "The Emperor's New Clothes" while in prison. So,
yeah.
But let's go back to the part that most fascinates me, which is the business end of it. So, how long was when did Northern Herb start in operation?
It was April of 2015. I bought my first pound.
April 2015, and you stopped in August of
2018. Yeah.
Wow. So a little over 3 years.
Yeah.
By 2018, what kind of revenues were you generating? Or let's say on a monthly basis?
$1 million a month.
And so I know we've got a lot of home delivery operators that are tuning in, especially from MASCAD, the Association for Home Delivery here in the state. How you mentioned you couldn't call in to Northern Herb and just have it delivered immediately. Talk a little bit about if you were giving some advice to people who want to get into the delivery business based upon what you've learned and your experience and what you understand about the regulations, and you can't I would assume when you delivered, you left it at people's doors or no.
They said that. We did that once. And we only did, well, let me clarify. We did it very rarely, and we only did it for regular customers to whom we had already delivered once or twice. So there were 2 or 3 customers that I was aware of that would say, okay, you're going to put it in my back shed or put it between the doors. And that was only for people who had ordered from us multiple times in the past. We did not leave the product out unattended.
And how many people car doing the deliveries? Was it 1 or 2?
I'm sorry?
How many folks did you have in a vehicle performing the delivery per vehicle? One. Okay. So
here's the thing. I know there's this whole two driver thing. What does that exist for? Is it for the driver's safety, or is it for the safety of the product, or is it for the concern over the money? I
think it is a cover. My view on that, and I testified to this, was if you want to have a second driver and you want to have body cameras, that's all well and good. But my recommendation during the public testimony was those provisions should automatically sunset as soon as marijuana is no longer illegal at the federal level. I just think that is.
But if that's the case, then the reason that rule exists is not to protect the drivers; it's to protect the weed, right? And to protect the money. Why else is
to protect the state
necessary? From what?
From federal interference. I think all the states want to show the feds see.
How do 2 drivers protect the states from federal interference?
Because nobody can steal the car. They're going to, some of this is overkill. I mean,
okay. So the point is that the 2 drivers don't protect you from anything. Okay. Yep. Because the fact is that if people are going to steal, they're going to steal. And why it needs to be legally mandated to protect weed or to protect the product makes no sense when somebody can walk into a liquor store at any point in time and buy enough booze to kill themselves with and proceed to do that right in the parking lot. Weed cannot kill you. So what is the protective point there? You're protecting somebody from stealing it so that they would go and hurt themselves with it, or you're worried about money, or you're worried about people being robbed. You can rob two people as easily as you can rob one. You got a gun and they don't, it's going to happen. The two driver it's a false sense of security. It's not doing anything but increase the cost.
Yep. So
Right.
Kurt will, oh, go ahead, Steve.
No, you're right. I had one mailman delivering my Percocet, delivering my fentanyl.
Yep.
You know, and that's the federal government doing it. So they weren't looking to protect the mailman. So
No.
Steve, is he still with us today?
What's that?
Is your mailman still with us today?
I got a new mailman. Yeah.
Ah, see, look what happened to him. He didn't have a second mailman.
So back in 1972, 50% of the US population believed that you could overdose on marijuana. Nixon appointed a commission, and that commission spent a year investigating. They flew around the country, spent millions of dollars, had a staff of 73 people. And after a year, they couldn't find one instance of an overdose. In fact, the commission basically said, this whole thing is, it's overkill. It's a waste of time. We ought to just decriminalize it and not worry about it. Unfortunately, that's not what Nixon wanted to hear. He killed the report. And Ray Schaefer, the former governor of Pennsylvania, who was the head, he was the Robert Mueller of his time, never got his appointment to the federal bench he was looking for. But the general government misinformation campaign about weed is just bizarre when you begin to start to dig through the books and take a look at it.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say, what advice would you give to the operators? Like, well, one of the concerns I have about home delivery right now is the Amazon guys go up and down your street and they can leave the boxes at the front door. The marijuana folks can't. They have to hand deliver it, and it can't just be handed to somebody. It's got to be handed to the person who made the order.
Yep.
So if Kurt places the order and he's not home and his wife is, she can't accept the order for him. Right.
We operated very much like that. We only allowed a secondary recipient with notice, and in which case we would ask for ID from the secondary individual. Yep. So and the way we worked that was just to be there when they were home, which is why we didn't do deliveries during the day. We did them in the evening. And if you couldn't accept delivery in the evening, you just didn't order from us. And and I suppose that's restrictive, but I suppose that if you were operating today and you were going to operate using the route model, which is what we use as opposed to an on-demand model, you could do evening routes and you could do morning routes. And obviously your morning routes would be much smaller than your evening routes, but or you do them different areas and different times of the day. But it makes no sense to be doing on-demand deliveries, none whatsoever.
How late did you deliver till?
Well, our drivers went out with a certain number of stops, and we over time we learned what the capacities were of each individual driver. So there were some that were better than others. There were some that were faster than others, and there were some routes that were more dense than others. So, for example, someone going to Brighton, and we had a Brighton route, we had a Boston route, we had a North, like Malden, Medford. I mean, we got to the point we were going to pretty much all areas inside of 495, and the busier we got, the denser the routes got. But, so a really capable driver on a dense route could do 25 stops in an evening. And we had a process. So you place the order, the goal was to have all the drivers on the road by 3. So that means we stopped taking orders between 1 and 1:30, and we would finish packing. The orders would be lined up in routes. We had a software program that allowed us to push them. So the orders got pushed to the driver's cell phone. So the drivers knew where they were going. They could route their own, or they could, the software we were using was beginning to institute an AI-based route software that we didn't end up using. Most of them used Waze. They would put their stops into Waze and they would organize them. And the deal was that the first thing they had to do was call all their customers and say, I'm your driver for this evening. This is the time I expect to be in your area. That was the first call. Every driver was responsible for calling or texting every customer before they got on the road. Call number 1. Call number 2 was when you were next. So once they did delivery 1, while they were finishing delivery 1, they called delivery 2 and said, I'm on my way. I'll be there in 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And if the person did not pick up their second phone call, that delivery got skipped and it would be put on for the next day. And we would make another attempt. if they didn't receive by the second attempt, the product would just be put back into stock. It was brilliantly efficient. People wanted their orders, you know.
You were so ahead of your time compared to, say, Amazon right now, which gives drivers 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes in between stops. So a 10-hour route at Amazon will be a max of about 199 stops, 330 packages during peak, during Christmas right now.
Wow.
And they literally have very similar models of, you got to contact the customer, you got to try twice. And they instituted last year, hey, we're 10 stops away if you guys order from Amazon, which is what you were doing 5-6 years ago, just for me.
Yeah. I mean, it was, you know, I mean, we had challenges. We had a couple of drivers robbed. And what we found out was that what was happening was that if you didn't know who you were delivering to, you couldn't guarantee the safety of your driver. So that meant that what was happening is people were submitting fake IDs and then having you deliver to an address other than the one that was on the ID. So you didn't really know who you were dealing with. So what we instituted after that was, for a first-time customer, we needed an ID and we needed a piece of mail, a utility bill, a bank statement, or something that confirmed who you were and what address we were going to. Once we did that, never again. We never again had a problem.
Interesting. So
would a second driver in those couple of robbery situations have made any difference?
No, because if in both of these cases, the guy had a gun. And I told them all my drivers, I said, whatever they want, you give them. I can't replace. I can replace the money. I can replace the product. You do whatever you have to do to be safe. But we're talking about tens of thousands of deliveries over the life of that company. And we had 4 incidents. I'm telling you, pizza delivery guys get robbed more often than that.
Did any of your drivers ever have issues with police getting stopped?
Yes.
You did?
They did, yeah. I mean, we had a couple of them, 2, actually not often. I want to say maybe 3.
Wow.
And one of them, they all wound up in legal trouble to a certain extent, but ended up going nowhere. They ended up being dropped.
Well, you had some really good drivers then with that many deliveries and only having that many issues. So
yeah.
Wow.
I mean, we were, you know, we were very disciplined, and you know, I wish I really can't speak for the people who worked for me. I know how I felt about them. I can't say that they felt the same way about me, but to me, it was a family, and it was, you know, if I took care of them, I knew they would take care of me. And if you were going to steal from me, you were going to steal from me no matter whether I treated you well or not. But I would only give you the chance to do that once. So if you came back and the money was missing from your package, we knew you were stealing. That's it. We just would never have you back again. But the value of the human is never less than the value of the product. You know what I mean? So you know, if I couldn't trust you, I didn't keep you. But there was no need for me not to, while you worked for me, support you the best way I could. And when we had those robberies, I knew exactly what happened. It was a failing inside the office, and I was furious. We had the whole team to my house to talk about it and said, the office failed you. I said, and this is how they failed you. And this is what we're doing to make sure that never happens again, because you're out there relying on us to make sure that we've done our work to keep you safe. And for the like I said, once that happened, we never had another issue. So this 2-driver rule is ridiculous. The body camera rule, all you're protecting at that point is the money. And, you know, and that's a decision that should be made by the operator, not by the state. Because what does the state care whether you're getting stolen from or not? They don't care whether or not somebody's stealing out of the register at Walmart. So if the operator feels that a body camera is keeping their assets safer, fine. What you really need are policies that keep the driver safe. And what keeps the driver safe is knowing where you're going and who you're going to, because at that point, that customer is accountable for the touch with that driver. If that driver stops communicating with their base after they're with you, and we know who you are, we know where to go if there's an issue with our driver. Does that make sense? But you know, you can't stop a driver from getting into a car accident. You can't stop a driver from drinking while they drive. It doesn't matter whether you're working for Amazon or whether you're working for Northern Herb. Those risks exist anyway. But when you do things like pointless, policies that really don't enforce safety. What you're doing is you're ignoring what real safety measures look like. Well, you have a false sense of security. And that's exactly what this 2-driver and body cameras do. If somebody steals your marijuana, who cares? As long as the driver doesn't get hurt.
Right.
All right. I got to ask you, we're almost at the very end of the show, and it's the cliffhanger moment. And I think just from speaking to you previously in life, it's a great story. What everybody wants to know, how'd you get caught? Tell that part.
Oh, you want to know the truth? All right.
Always.
I did not get caught because of anything I did. I got caught because I did business with a gentleman. I'll call him a gentleman for lack of a more appropriate term, a less appropriate term, because a gentleman that had been previously raided by the FBI. Now, I'm sorry. Now, this was a gentleman who had a previous federal conviction for cocaine, was actually won a cannabis cup, was written about in I'm drawing a blank on what's the big High Times.
High Times.
High Times wrote an article, used his last name. He got busted by the feds because he had already been a federal, he was on their radar anyway, his previous conviction. He was raided once for weed, taken away. 10 months later, he went back into business, got raided a second time. So now this guy with a previous federal conviction is looking at a RICO indictment. So at that point, the feds work looking for the bigger fish. So if he doesn't want to go to prison for 20 years, he's got to give them someone else. And I happen to be the someone else he gave. So in other words, I was proffered out against. That means that somebody offered up my head to save their own. And basically that option existed for me too. I was asked at the raid, are you willing to pretend this didn't happen? I said, what do you mean? Pretend this raid didn't happen. I said, really?
You're
I said,
in my house.
Keep your cell phone. Do you really think that this isn't already gone coast to coast by now? I said, no. So basically the offer to me was, tell us who you're buying from and we'll go easy on you. I mean, how many have we seen that in a freaking Law and Order episode?
Right.
And I'm usually sitting there telling the criminal to keep the damn mouth shut until their lawyer comes. And I said the same thing. I said, no, I'm not going to tell you anything. I want my lawyer. And the whole time we were at the raid, no, they wouldn't let me speak to my lawyer. So, I'm not going to say I'm some snitches get stitches individual. I'm not. But the fact is that the people I dealt with were no bigger or smaller than I was. We were just a network of people that had access to a product that I happened to want to buy. And I was not going to bring them down with me. This guy, you know what? He had what was coming to him. He had dealt cocaine in his younger days, and now he got twice by the feds. He should have just taken his lumps, but he didn't. He turned me in. So it wasn't like I did something, or that I was as open as I was. It was not what I was doing that brought the feds' attention to me. It
wasn't the Porsche.
No, you know what? That was the worst decision I ever made. Honest to God.
I'd read that. I was and it was right before.
Yeah. That's probably what was like the coup de grace for the feds, and I gave it to them.
Right in the Hollywood movie, the Lamborghini pulls up in front of a Milton house, and that's how they get you.
All right,
the movie's gonna go. Yep.
We're at the top of the hour, folks. We're going to take a real quick break. Come back. We're going to figure out whether we're going to do a wrap up or keep going. Zach had to leave us because it's Friday night, and when you have young kids, you got to pick up the kids and get pizza. But I think the rest of our crew that's still here is going to hang here for a minute. So Dan's going to bring us to a break, and we're going to come back in a few minutes. Hang in there. We'll be right back on Friday afternoon on the Green Rush.
Difference is building a solution for that individual, not just a custom, here's a box, here's a video, here's how you make your VMS. We custom design and custom build every situation for exactly what the customer needs. And we keep the costs low. We have multiple tiers, as far as what you're looking at on the cost side of things. If you want a one-time, where you just pay one initial cost, we have that. If you want to maintain your system and have the highest protection and highest capabilities and highest upgrades at all times, we have different plans for you. But we scale it so it's scalable and affordable 100%.
Pro Cannabis Media programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
Difference is building a solution for that individual. Not just a custom, here's a box, here's a video, here's how you make your VMS. We custom design and custom build every situation for exactly what the customer needs. And we keep the cost low. We have multiple tiers, as far as what you're looking at on the cost side of things. If you want a one-time, where you just pay one initial cost, we have that. If you want to maintain your system and have the highest protection and highest capabilities and highest upgrades at all times, we have different plans for you. But we scale it so it's scalable and affordable 100%.
Pro Cannabis Media programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
Hey, thanks for hanging with us. We're back Friday afternoon here in the Green Rush. We're actually Jimmy's not around, so we're going to keep going a little bit. We've got Dina Martin. It's been a great show. We've learned a lot, and we're going to hang out for another 15 minutes or so and keep the discussion going. And with that, I'm going to toss it back to Kurt, because while we were on break, Kurt had a couple of interesting questions and we kind of held him back. Dina knows what the questions are, so it's not going to be a surprise, but go ahead, Kurt.
She's had time to think, and we have a YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, we like your vote. There is a book. Let's hope in the future there's a movie with a Clemency walking out of the front steps of the White House. Who plays Dina in the movie? And give us your suggestions. I'm going Reese Witherspoon. I think that's a no-brainer. But let's see what you think. Who plays her? We'll say 2-ish years from now. She's got to finish the book, a little jail time, get it all polished up, movie rights, the works.
All right. I'm gonna say Marissa Tomei.
That's, I think, what you said the last time I asked you to.
Yeah,
okay,
no, I liked her.
That's not bad. You know what? That's not bad. I like those 2 selections already.
All right.
So, Kurt, if the show makes it into the book, right, this episode, who plays you?
Obviously, Brad Pitt.
Matt
That's the
Damon.
question. Yeah, Matt Damon. There. Okay, thanks. I'll take that. Yeah, exactly. How far down do I get from there?
So, on the business side of things, it sounds like you kept the deliveries from starting at 3 p.m.
Yeah.
And how late into the evening would you deliver?
I wanted my drivers off the road by 9, no later than 10. Anything beyond that, and I remember I used to tell my drivers, I'm like, anything beyond 9 o'clock, and you cease to be a delivery guy and you start to be a drug dealer. And I don't. That's not what I want. Like my guys were not allowed to wear baggy jeans, sweatpants, or hoodies. They had to wear collared shirts, black pants. It's a distinct difference, but it's shades. And I just never wanted to appear like that shady back door.
Nope.
You know.
So in Massachusetts now, the home delivery operators are allowed to deliver between 8 a.m. in the morning, and they have to finish their final delivery by 9 p.m. So it sounds like a lot of what you've learned is going to be very apropos for delivery operators who are watching the show. If you were to go back into this business, how would you start up? What would you do? How would you attract customers? Because my understanding is you did advertising in like Craigslist and other places like that.
Craigslist was in the very, very beginning. And you know, I mean, and Craigslist disallows marijuana. And the rules for advertising on social media have shifted and changed over the years. But I would say that, I would, there are always online advertising options. You just have to know where to go, right? And you have to know what to say and what not to say. Granted, I've been out of it for 3.5 years. I don't know what shifts have taken place since then. Like I said, Allbud was very instrumental for us in the early years. But once you've got a customer base, if you take care of your customer base, they will take care of you. And I think that really when it comes to marijuana and delivery, maintaining an ongoing relationship is really where profit is. So you've got to take good care of them, and then you've got to encourage them to refer their friends. It's old school, but because there are so many restrictions on advertising, it's reliable. It may not be the fastest, but what we turned our customer base into a community, and I think that would be an important consideration for a current delivery business. So in other words, make them feel like they're part of something. Let them help you make decisions about the products that you carry and the strains that you offer. And that pulls them in. It makes them feel like you're in this together. And that's pretty much what Northern Herb was a community.
You kind of piggybacking off what David said, you look at 3.5 years out, you have Uber Eats, you have delivery, you have legalization, you have delivery license. Were you born at the wrong time? Do you look at what's at your fingertips now if you were going to get involved and say, oh God, I could do so much with these pieces?
Well, if with legalization, yeah, I guess, but I don't know. I mean, I think that what I loved most about Northern Herb, it was, and this is going to sound awful, was the absence of oversight. And I think that because, like I said, it was a pure free market model. We followed Massachusetts law, but the fact that we're in the position we were in, we were free from this sort of ridiculousness of pointless regulation. I think that I would find it very restrictive to be where the market is now. I would hope that as time moves on, that common sense would prevail. And my hope is that, the people my sources believe the federal legalization is much closer at hand than Omar thought. I mean, apparently from what I'm being told, they need 12 senators. They've got 6. The expectation is that they hope that they'll have the next 6 that they need sometime next year. I think that the Republicans may be reluctant to give the Democrats the victory. I'm getting off track here a little bit, but the point is that a Republican just suggested their own legalization bill. And I think at this point with the 2022 elections, the party most likely to prevail is the one that can bring this issue home. And I think they know that. So if there is federal legalization and it does normalize and the states become more cognizant of the fact that they're dealing with a commodity that is not dangerous and that the regulation becomes common sense, then yeah, I'd have no problem stepping back in and being just as effective as I was before. But as you can tell, I have very little patience for silliness. And a lot of what's being done right now is flat out silly. And, I am satisfied, as much as it's relevant for me to be satisfied, that people now have access when they didn't when I first started. Because don't forget, things look very different during the years that Northern Herb operated. And, would I be as compelled now to go out there and protect people? No, because there are options. And, they may not be ideal, they may not be perfect, but they're not non-existent. So, I don't know. I think if I were to go back into the weed business, it would have to be in a capacity where I could really make a difference, not just spend my time, satisfying regulators, because I think that's a lion's share of what people are in the industry are doing right now. And that might be on the advocacy side. It might be on a consultancy side. I don't know. I mean, I enjoyed it. And I think one of the things I enjoyed the most, we haven't touched on this at all yet, is being a woman in a predominantly male dominated industry. Guys did not know what to do with me. And it was so funny because I was old enough to be most of their mothers. So there wasn't any of that silliness, that flirting silliness I had to deal with. But there was this sort of recognition of who I was relative to who they were. And I know that's changing. I know there are a lot of more women in weed than there were when the industry first became legal, 10, 15 years ago. But, I think I miss I miss the satisfaction of it. And if I couldn't be in a role that gave me that satisfaction of having made a difference for someone, I wouldn't want to be a part of it. I'd just as soon go write screenplays about child trafficking that could save people's lives. If it doesn't help somebody, it just doesn't feel good to me. And I think that, spending, 3/4 of your life filing reports with the state to make sure that every ounce of weed that you generated is accounted for when it really can't hurt anybody anyway, this makes no sense.
Well, this has been a great discussion, Dina. We really appreciate you taking the time to spend the afternoon with us. I'm going to go around real quick and see if Kurt or Steve have anything. No, Watson, you don't get to do.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah.
But I'm going to see if Kurt or Steve have anything final. Give you a moment to say anything else you'd like to say, and then I think we're going to wrap it up. But this has been another great show, and I thank you. Kurt, you have any closing comments?
I was going to let Steve go ahead and go first, our guest.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'd like to emphasize something that Dina just said. Buy your cannabis from women. Would love to see more of that. Your passion is inspiring, Dina, and that you did that out of wanting to help people more than making money helps, but you did it because you wanted to help these people, and these people coming to you for help, and you knew the risk and you still took that risk. So that's inspiring to me. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you. And thank you for what you do on behalf of veterans.
Thank you.
Dina, you know what you got to do. Day one, find the biggest, meanest lady in that prison. You know what you got to do.
Yeah, no, funny. I've heard that before, but no, I will not be that. You know what I will be, and this is what I've said before, that for all I know that I'm trying to resist something that will be the best thing that ever happens to me. But this is the thing. Women coming out of federal prison, whether it's me or somebody else, don't have the best employment options, right? So what's your best option when you come out of prison? If nobody's going to hire you, start your own goddamn business. So I will be in there teaching women how to start their own businesses.
We want the first interview when you come out the gate.
What's that?
We want the first interview when you come out the gate.
Sounds fair. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, but sounds fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Great. Well, this has been a great show. I want to thank all of our guests, the ones who are here, as well as the ones who had to jump off a little bit early, as well as for Dina, because we kept her talking for better than an hour and a half. It's rare that we do those kind of shows, but this topic really deserved it. It was important for us to peel back the onion and let everybody hear from Dina in her own words, the other side of the story versus what's been printed in the press. And Dina, thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. And thanks for tuning in. It's as Jimmy would say, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. We will see you again next week. I won't be here because I'll be on an airplane, but I know we're going to have a great show. Jimmy, I believe, is going to host it. Not sure who we're going to have for a co-host, but it's going to be a great time. And once again, thank you to everybody.
Great. Take care, guys. Have a great weekend. Thanks, everyone.
Coming up on We Talk News this week, the clock is ticking in Washington, D.C. Will cannabis reform be attached to the defense bill? That has to be passed before the end of the year. 5 years in, and Alaska's weed market is in trouble with back taxes and oversaturation. Plus, only 9% of New York cities and towns opt out of allowing cannabis businesses to open. The Empire State is ready to welcome cannabis, while South Dakota strikes down a voter-approved adult use market. All that and more, state-by-state reports on We Talk News next. Programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first. And by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elena Pinto for Weed Talk News and Pro Cannabis Media. It's officially the final month of 2021. And Congress has until the end of the year to pass its annual National Defense Authorization Bill. Now, some lawmakers want to attach cannabis banking legislation to that bill. Representative Ed Perlmutter says the move makes sense because drug cartels and foreign money laundering are directly linked to national security. And most recently, this week, more than a dozen financial and union groups are imploring that language be added to protect banks working with state legal cannabis businesses. If lawmakers heed the plea, it could help pave an easier path to federal legalization heading into the new year. Adult use cannabis is coming to New York State. Seemingly every corner of it too. When states pass legislation, municipalities have the ability to opt out of being home to any recreational shops. But out of 84 towns and 46 villages in the Empire State, only 9% say they don't want to partake in the adult use market. In California, that number is 68%. With one of the lowest opt-out percentages in history of legalization, it looks like New York is ready to welcome the weed world with open arms. With more on happening out on the East Coast, Claudia Post has our Pennsylvania report.
Hi, everyone. I'm Claudia Post from Scarlet Express, a nationwide same-day cannabis delivery service. And I'm right here in the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, to bring you a report on what's hot and what's not. Dr. Mehmet Oz announced that he would run for the now vacant Republican seat, which Senator Toomey occupied for many, many years. The good news is that Dr. Oz, although he's not a politician, is pro-cannabis. That's great news for Pennsylvania. A survey from Franklin and Marshall College said that now there are over 60% of Pennsylvanians who are in favor of adult use legislation. That's the highest level of support we've ever gotten. And regulators in Pennsylvania are going to test all vaporized equipment. And I'm going to read exactly what they are looking for. Grower processor companies, which are licensed by the state, must submit samples of vape products containing anything that alters the dosage level, color, appearance, smell, taste, effect, or weight of the medical marijuana. And that's a little crazy to me. Anyway, that's it from Pennsylvania. Thank you so much. I'm Claudia Post from Scarlet Express, talking for Weed Talk News.
Legendary California-based dispensary Harborside announced it's acquiring Southern California-based Urban Leaf, as well as cultivator, manufacturer, and distributor Loudpack. The combined operation, called State House Holdings, slated to be among the largest vertically integrated companies in the Golden State. With the latest on our Green Market Report, here's Deborah Borchardt.
This is the business update for Weed Talk News from the Green Market Report. Green Wednesday 2021 was a big one for the cannabis industry, while Black Friday kind of fizzled in comparison. Green Wednesday saw cannabis sales increase across the U.S., but on Black Friday, we didn't see the same kind of sales growth that we've seen in previous years, although some data showed that Black Friday had larger order values and even bigger discounts than Green Wednesday. Harborside had a big week. They announced they were buying Urban Leaf and Loudpack. Now, the newly combined company is going to be called State House Holdings. They said they expect to begin trading this new company on the Canadian Securities Exchange using the symbol STHZ. That deal is expected to close in the first half of 2022. Now, in addition to announcing this big transaction, Harborside also delivered some sobering news to investors. The company said it was withdrawing its previous revenue guidance for 2021 and that it would revisit the forecast after the deal closes. The newest cannabis SPAC, or that Special Purpose Acquisition Corp, Canna Global Acquisition Corp, priced their initial public offering of $200 million and began trading on the NASDAQ this week using the ticker symbol CNGLU. The SPAC said it has not selected a business combination target as of yet. And that has been your business update from the Green Market Report. I'm Deborah Borchardt.
Alaska's had a thriving legal market for the last 5 years, or so it seemed. Now, tax problems are plaguing businesses on the last frontier. According to the state's Department of Revenue this year, 56 companies owe more than $1 million in back taxes. 9 of those businesses have since closed. And while some say these are expected growing pains of the industry, some advocates in Alaska are looking into possible reform to help stabilize things. Another leader in the legal industry, California. Let's check in with Christopher Smith for our California report.
Hey, thanks for the intro, guys. Here's the California Roundup for Weed Talk News. This week, I'm all about legends. Legend number 1, Harborside. 3 of the biggest players in the California cannabis industry are combining forces to form a new integrated business called State House. Legendary Oakland-based dispensary Harborside is joining San Diego-based Urban Leaf, a dispensary and delivery company, and Loudpack, which adds manufacturing, cultivation, and distribution. Retail industry specialist Ed Schmaltz, the CEO of Urban Leaf, is expected to become CEO of State House and join the board. Schmaltz is a graduate of Deerfield, Yale, and Harvard Business School. He has a blue-chip business track record. He was CFO of Patagonia when he was only 28 and CEO of several leading retail brands since then. The force is strong with this one. Legend number 2, the Wizard of Oz. Now, they say that Los Angeles is the biggest single cannabis marketplace in the world. It's the biggest city and the biggest cannabis state, blah, blah, blah. So it's a big deal when LA Weekly brings out its annual Best Of issue. Heading an esteemed list of best dispensaries in LA is Alternative Herbal Health Services in West Hollywood, better known by its acronym Oz. So naturally, the owner is known as the Wizard of Oz. That would be Jason Beck, who is the longest continuous retail operator of cannabis in the United States. Legend number 3, cannabis and crime, but this time, we're the good guys. In a case of where the real world is imitating the digital world, criminal gangs in Northern California are executing what amounts to denial of service attacks on retail stores. Now, a hacker knows that a denial of service attack is when outside computers issue thousands of commands at once that overwhelm a company's security software. In the real world, over the past few weeks, there have been multiple robberies by dozens of armed criminals at once who escape in up to 100 vehicles. Cannabis companies have been hit multiple times, and a bigger problem has emerged. A video of police watching a dispensary get knocked over and doing nothing to stop it. Police refusal to protect legitimate tax-paying businesses is discrimination, plain and simple. Cannabis businesses are demanding equal treatment by Johnny Law. In the meantime, they're arming up to protect their businesses, so we're hoping that real life doesn't start to imitate Call of Duty. And legend number 4, cannabis taxes are killing the legal industry. One of the reasons why California's illicit cannabis industry is twice as big as the legal side is high taxes. Cannabis taxes make legal product up to twice as expensive, and the choice is simple for twice as many customers. In an attempt to support the legal industry, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors voted unanimously to suspend the city cannabis taxes for all of next year. Sounds great, right? Well, the tax is only between 1% and 5%. It won't even scratch the surface of the problem. But hopefully, Governor Gavin Newsom will get the message in the State House. And I'm Christopher Smith from the American Cannabis Report, sending peace and love from the legendary cannabis state of California for Weed Talk News.
Last November, people in South Dakota voted to pass medical and adult use cannabis. But the high court there might be a bit high on power. This week, the South Dakota Supreme Court upheld a lower court ruling to essentially strike down everything voters wanted. According to South Dakota state law, constitutional amendments can only address one issue at a time. And the amendment voters chose to pass addresses 3: adult use cannabis, medical cannabis, and industrial hemp. So the court is saying it can't happen. Activists say they're already preparing a renewed legalization effort for next year's ballot, and with more on a newer market out in the Midwest, here's Thomas Howard with our Illinois report.
Hi, I'm Tom, a cannabis industry lawyer that you can find on cannabisindustrylawyer.com, and here with 3 stories from Weed Talk News for Illinois for the week that is December 2nd, 2021. 14 lawsuits that are pending in Illinois Cook County Court calling for a complete redo of the state's cannabis license were ordered consolidated into a single super case, with one suit that challenges the entire scoring process as unconstitutional, especially the veterans points, was severed from the group and put into its own case docket, which is quite interesting because all the other ones are to see if they were unjustly left out from lotteries. And in another story, a third Curaleaf location in Illinois has voted to unionize. Curaleaf dispensary workers in Skokie voted overwhelmingly to join Local 881 of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, and continuing to grow a trend of unionization in Illinois. Fun fact, Illinois required you to either have a labor peace agreement or a plan to deal with organized labor when you were doing your applications. And finally, Miami-based Air Wellness continues its quest to become a major cannabis industry player with a recent $55 million purchase of only 2 Chicago-based dispensary 33 locations. The city's only remaining independent cannabis operation, which is kind of hilarious considering that this family spent $1.75 million on lottery tickets and won 18 lotteries or 18 cannabis dispensaries in the recent Illinois dispensary lotteries. And that's all I got for this week. My name's Tom. Don't forget to check me out on Cannabis Legalization News on YouTube.
Activists in Ohio say they'll have enough signatures by the end of this month to force the legislature to consider a legalization proposal early next year. If they can gather nearly 133,000 signatures, lawmakers will then have 4 months to adopt, reject, or amend legislation for adult use. If lawmakers don't make a decision in that time frame, activists will then need to double the amount of signatures gathered to put legalization before voters on the 2022 ballot. Let's travel a bit to the north, where Michigan NORML Director Rick Thompson has our Michigan report. Rick.
This is the Michigan Report with Rick Thompson on Weed Talk News. Let's begin. Loom Cannabis processed about 170,000 cannabis plants in 2021, according to a news story on the Pioneer. That's just from 2 locations in Michigan, an indoor garden near Evart, which produced about 150,000 plants, and an outdoor grow near Tawas with 20,000 plants. That translated to approximately 40,000 pounds of dried usable cannabis. The outdoor garden's harvest is primarily used for oil production, which is utilized in making baked products and edibles, a spokesman said. Each adult use cannabis cultivation license allows the growing of 2,000 plants. Their most popular strains include Jenny Kush, Uncle Bruce, and Blueberry Crumble. Now, Ohio may be launching a new recreational cannabis program, or it may launch more than one, actually. WTOL from Columbus reports that the Coalition to Regulate Marijuana Like Alcohol is nearing their signature threshold and may submit petitions for verification before the end of this year in order to place the cannabis legalization proposal on the November 2022 ballot. Their proposal gives 2.5 ounces as a possession limit or 15 grams of concentrate, and they allow just 2 plants per adult for home cultivation, 4 plants per home maximum. It's a weird program in Ohio. They have to collect 133,000 signatures, and then the legislature has 4 months to adopt their proposal or not. If not, the group has to return to the streets and collect another big set of signatures. Now, there is a competing proposal, 2 of them, in fact. One from legislative Democrats, which would include expungement, give a 5-ounce possession limit, and have other improvements. That was offered in August. A yet-to-be-released counterproposal has been hinted at by legislative Republicans in Ohio, but they're already past their announced deadline for disclosure on that plan. Now, many of Michigan's border communities have cannabis retail locations, and if Ohio chooses an adult use program, those guys will eventually suffer from it. If any of these proposals become law, it won't be till the end of next year and tack on some more time to get an industry up and running. And this is a potential change, which looks more like a 2023 event. Now, the Michigan Chamber of Commerce filed an amicus brief in support of Veritas Labs, the embattled testing company subject to a massive recall. In the Chamber's press release, they said, quote, "The Michigan Chamber is deeply concerned about the impact of what appears to be an extreme and unconstitutional government overreach by the MRA," end quote. Now, their tone-deaf approach to supporting business, especially businesses which financially support the chamber, is just the latest in a series of automatic responses to any government threat to corporate wellness. The chamber routinely champions causes which directly translate to greater danger to Michigan citizens by asking to ease restrictions on the alcohol and tobacco industries. Nothing new to see here. But there is something new from the Court of Claims. The Veritas request for immediate injunction had a 2-day hearing this week on Wednesday and Thursday. The lab has been subject to recall for failing to properly document their testing of microbials and aspergillus. Retesting of the cannabis in question is possible and has been moving along at a rapid pace. During testimony on Thursday, the representative from the Marijuana Regulatory Agency, Claire Patterson, said of the 829 product packages they're tracking, 73% are passing their microbial tests and are fit for retail sale. But that means 27% of the retested cannabis has failed testing and must either be remediated and used for concentrates or destroyed. She also described some consumer complaints about the recalled cannabis, including some reports of hospitalizations. The judge in that case has not released his decision as of this recording. The recall is the largest in Michigan's cannabis history and includes 64,000 pounds of cannabis worth an estimated $229 million at retail. And that's it for the Michigan Report with Rick Thompson for Weed Talk News.
The state of Missouri has implemented what seems to be a very successful medical marijuana program. Now, groups are setting their sights on recreational use for adults. A coalition filed an initiative with the Secretary of State in August, and they have until May to gather 170,000 signatures, which would force a statewide vote on the ballot for the 2022 election. With that, here's Brandon Jones with our Missouri Report.
Hey everybody, this is Brandon Jones from Distribution Maven with Missouri Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. And that's right, Jimmy. Yeah, we are trying to get recreation passed here in Missouri. I am one that has already signed that petition, so we're one less away from needing that signature. KC Normal has been a great group. The Can Evangelist has really been getting the word out and trying to get these signatures. So I'm very excited to see if we can get rec going here in Missouri by 2022, at least on the election. My first story today comes out of St. Louis, where they've actually decriminalized weed possession and home grows. So you're now allowed to have up to 2 ounces of cannabis in your possession, and you can actually have 6 plants going through cultivation at your own premises. So this is a big change, and if you know the Missouri laws, you're allowed to have 6 plants in each phase if you actually get your license, but this allows you to have just 6 plants in any phase. My next story is a little bit of a personal story. This is kind of a little weird thing. I had a surgery last week, and I got a call from my primary surgeon 2 hours prior to the surgery asking about my things that I put down for things that I was taking for prescriptions. And I had written down cannabis. And he said, well, my anesthesiologist wanted to confirm that this was medical cannabis, because if it's not, we're going to have to cancel the surgery. And I was just taken aback for a second. And obviously, in my mind, all cannabis is medical cannabis. So I just told him, yes, I am a legal card holder here in the state of Missouri. And so I am allowed to have my medical cannabis. And so he relayed that back to the anesthesiologist, and I was allowed to have my procedure. When I went to the hospital, I did make sure that I talked to the anesthesiologist about what medical cannabis is and what regular cannabis is. And so we did have a nice little discussion, told him a little bit about my history and how cannabis got me off opioids. So, just a little personal note that, yeah, the stigma is still here and alive in Kansas City, but we're working on it. And like I said, trying to get recreation passed here in 2022. So I'm Brandon Jones from Distribution Maven with your Missouri Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. Thanks a lot, everybody. Have a great day.
The head of the National Institute on Drug Abuse is weighing in on the effects of cannabis. In a new interview, Director Nora Volko said, quote, "There's no evidence to my knowledge that occasional marijuana use has harmful effects to adults." She went on to say she found it, quote, "surprising that some research indicates that cannabis consumers tend to have a lower body mass index." Volko put emphasis on the need for regulated studies on the effects of cannabis consumption. And for more on what's going on in the medical world of weed, Jessie Lynn Dolan's in Vermont with our Green Nurse Report.
I'm Jessie Lynn Dolan from Nurse Grown Organics and Vermont Cannabis Nurses, and this is the Weed Talk News Vermont Report. The Vermont Medical Society, representing 2,400 physicians and physician assistants, is urging state officials to follow proposed legislation in Colorado and Washington, banning the sale of cannabis with more than 15% THC, which would make Vermont the first in the country with such THC caps. They are asking for health warnings on all cannabis products. Vermont is now open for business for international corporate giants. Toronto-based Slang Worldwide acquired ownership of the Ceres Med dispensary in Southern Vermont. You might remember Ceres as the Southern Vermont Wellness and Champlain Valley dispensaries. While Slang watched 5 board members and their CEO resign last week, they still were able to take out a $17.3 million loan to build out their Vermont operation. Last week, Vermont's Cannabis Control Board removed testing for total yeast and mold counts from its testing requirements and replaced it with species-specific testing instead. This can be seen as a huge win for the cannabis community because some organisms that test as mold are actually important for the plant. The Cannabis Control Board finally released a suite of proposed rules for the new industry, ranging from licensing requirements, compliance plans, to positive social and environmental impacts. They also came up with guides for business regulations, employee education, and product tracking and advertising. Some potential retailers see those marketing restraints as punitive. The Vermont Growers Association has partnered with Vermont Legal Aid to set up free online cannabis expungement clinics to help remove past convictions and provide a fresh start to Vermonters in the emerging industry. This could help many Vermonters who have nonviolent cannabis convictions. These are free, private, virtual consultations with local attorneys that specialize in expungement and restorative justice, with the first clinic held on December 4th. That's the Vermont Report for Weed Talk News. I'm Vermont's cannabis nurse, Jessie Lynn Dolan.
A new poll from the University of Massachusetts Amherst and WCVB shows the majority of Massachusetts favors legal cannabis. 5 years into adult use legalization, the poll found 61% of people favored legal use, with 37% saying they had a very positive view of it. For more going on in the Bay State, here's Ron Marshalsea with our Massachusetts Report.
I'm Ron Marshalsea with the Massachusetts Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. On Monday, UMass Amherst and WCVB published a poll saying that 61% of Bay Staters had a favorable view of cannabis legalization. The Massachusetts Cannabis Commission announced earlier this month that the state had sold $2.3 billion worth of cannabis in the first 3 years since the first adult use dispensaries opened on November 20th, 2018. Commission Chairman Stephen Hoffman said that the poll shows that legalization is reducing the stigma historically associated with cannabis. This will only enable the Commission to continue making headway on efforts to ensure full participation in this industry by disproportionately harmed communities. The state's adult use cannabis sector employs more than 17,000 employees, while medical cannabis employs about 8,800. Legalization campaigns are usually accompanied by the simple idea of regulate marijuana like alcohol, yet this hasn't been the case, especially in Massachusetts. The plant is already taxed at 10.75%, while the beer tax is less than 1%, and now state legislators in Boston want further restrictions on weed. One active bill would limit flower and concentrates to no more than 10% THC, and another would increase the legal age for cannabis, but not alcohol, from 21 to 25. Peter Bernard, the executive director of the Massachusetts Grower Advocacy Council, is attempting to file his own bill in the state legislature that will make alcohol regulated the way marijuana is. Bernard added that his point isn't to get his bill passed, it's mainly to make the obvious visible to his state's legislators that cannabis isn't the substance that needs tighter restrictions. And finally, another cannabis retailer is suing the city it resides in, this time in Gloucester, Massachusetts. The owner of Happy Valley is suing the city of Gloucester over community impact fees that the company says are excessive and bad for business. The suit is asking the city to give back nearly $500,000 in fees. That's this week's Massachusetts Cannabis Report. For Weed Talk News, I'm Ron Marshalsea.
And if you're in Massachusetts next week, namely Boston, Sensi Mag is hosting an event at the House of Blues. The pandemic obviously took a huge toll on the ability for cannabis lovers to gather together. So Sensi Mag is celebrating the start of a new year and sense of the world as we go into the holiday season.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, in-person events, obviously we've been starved of them for the past, 18 months or so. And we've been doing a lot of these kind of digital Zoom calls, but getting together in person, you know, obviously just creates that sense of community that Sensi's all about. You know, that's really at the core of our business, is building community. So that face, be at the House of Blues in Boston. The foundation room is the second floor there of the House of Blues. They have a really nice, elegant setting. A fireplace is going to be going. We'll have a DJ spinning vinyl records. We'll have a live painter there, you know, so some entertainment, some food, and obviously some great people for some cannabis networking. It's going to be probably about 150 people in attendance is what we're expecting. So, you know, not the smallest event we've done, but also not the biggest.
Tickets for the event are available through Ticketmaster, and you can find more information on Sensi's website, sensimag.com. Leaders of Germany's incoming governing parties announced they have a formal agreement to legalize marijuana in the country. They will also focus on promoting broader drug policy harm reduction measures when they take power. And the government of Malawi has asked the former world heavyweight champ Mike Tyson to become the official ambassador for the country's cannabis industry, proving it really is a whole new world of weed out there. As always, remember to use it responsibly. For now, I'm Elena Pinto for Weed Talk News and Pro Cannabis Media. See you next time.
Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
Difference is building a solution for that individual. Not just a custom, here's a box, here's a video, here's how you make your VMS. We custom design and custom build every situation for exactly what the customer needs. And we keep the costs low. We have multiple tiers, you know, as far as what you're looking at on the cost side of things. If you want a one-time, you know, where you just pay one initial cost, we have that. If you want to maintain your system and have the highest protection and highest capabilities and highest upgrades at all times, we have different plans for you. But we scale it so it's scalable and affordable 100%.
Pro Cannabis Media programming is available live and on demand on our Facebook page at Pro Canna Media, on Instagram at Pro Cannabis Media, on LinkedIn also at Pro Cannabis Media, on YouTube and YouTube Live on Pro Cannabis Media, Twitter at Pro Canna Media, and on twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media. So like, share, and subscribe to all of our content, newsletters, and shows live or on demand.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.